The Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our guest chaplain, Doug Hinkle.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the privilege it is to come before your throne this morning. I thank you for your amazing love for each senator here. I ask that you bestow your divine favor upon this body, collectively and individually. Give them your perspective and your wisdom as they study and debate the challenging matters before them. Father, I pray that we would each be peacemakers, peacemakers who release tension rather than intensify it, who seek solutions and find no delight in arguments, peacemakers who calm the waters rather than trouble them, who generate more light than heat. I ask that you give each senator a positive attitude. May their goal be your best for the people of Kansas. I pray that you would fill the Kansas Senate with your spirit of hope and peace in anticipation of what you will do in and through this body in the waning days of this 2025 legislative session for your glory and the betterment of all Kansans. I pray for President Masterson, Vice President Schallenberger, Majority Leader Blasey, and Minority Leader Sykes. Give them your clear vision for all you want to accomplish through the Kansas Senate in the days ahead. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair would like to introduce his page today. Donald Stapleton, would you please stand up, Donnie? He's from Pittsburgh, Kansas. He actually is the son of my general election opponent who's in the gallery. Are there other pages? Chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I am pleased to have two pages here today. If they would stand, they're back here in the back side here. Zane and Micah Cramp are from Winfield, Kansas, and we're pleased to have them here. Their parents are up in the audience up here in front. So thank you very much for being here.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have 4 pages with me today, and they're thrilled to spend their spring break with us here at the State House. I have Aubrey Dugan, freshman at Eisenhower Goddard High School. Leah Kuchel, 7th grader at St. Elizabeth Ann Seton. McKinley Rolfe and Aniston Rolfe, 8th and 7th graders at St. Elizabeth Ann Seton. Welcome to the Senate.
Chair recognizes Senator Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I also have the privilege of having pages with me today. I told them this would be one of the more interesting days of the session to be here. We have with us, named for my favorite president of the United States, Reagan Thompson, and also from the same school, Labette County High School, is Hadley Graves. And then we've got a couple young guys that are from the school that is not really my alma mater, but my children all graduated there, so it's almost my alma mater, Caney Valley Bullpups. We have with us today Sawyer Freisberg, and then his brother, Austin Freisberg. Glad to have you folks with us today working with the Kansas Senate. Thank you.
Thanks to all the pages for their help. Please note the reference of bills on page 1 of the calendar. Under the order of business messages from the House, the clerk will read.
Announcing passage of House Bill 2237, announcing passage of Senate Bill 13, substitute for Senate Bill 67, Senate Bill 77, Senate Bill 79, Senate Bill 89, Senate Bill 97, and Senate Bill 104. Announcing passage of Senate Bill 30 as amended, 64 as amended, 125 as amended, 135 as amended, 156 as amended, 157 as amended, 250 as amended, and Senate Bill 269 as amended. House Bill number 2237, an act concerning state agencies. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to Senate substitute for substitute House Bill 2007 and requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Waymaster, Williams K., and Ballard as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2044, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2046, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2048, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2049, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2333, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Sutton, Bergkamp, and Neighbor as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2062, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Humphreys, Williams L., and Osman as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2371, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Humphreys, Williams L., and Osman as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2068, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives W. Carpenter, Rice, and Ruiz S. as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2107, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Delperdang, Wilborn, and Carmichael as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2030, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2168, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2201, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Francis, Essex, and Helgerson as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2075, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Howerton, T. Johnson, and Owsley as conferees on the part of the House.
For a motion to accede on House Bill 2107, the chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for conference on HB 2107.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The motion carries. The chair appoints conferees on behalf of the Senate, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, the Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. For motion to accede on House Bill 2030, 2168, and 2201, chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2030.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator Comfreys on behalf of the Senate. Senators from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2168.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion carries. Conferees on behalf of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2201.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson, Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Motion to cede on House Bill 2068. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I move the Senate accede to a request for the House for a conference on House Bill 2075 and House Bill 2068.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Conferees on part of the Senate. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Chair recognizes Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2007.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Chair appoints this conferees on behalf of the Senate, Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, Senator from Saline, Senator Clays, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. For a motion to accede on House Bills 2044, 2046, 2048, 2049, and 2333. Chair recognizes Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to a request of the House for a conference committee on House Bills 2044, 2046, 2048, 2049, and 2333.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. As conferees on the part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco. For motion to cede on House Bills 2062 and 2371, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2062 and House Bill 2371.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion carries. Conferees on part of the Senate, the chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, the Senator from Pottawatomie, Senator Tynes, and the Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Does the Senator from Harvey wish to be recognized? Well, he was recognized. He was standing up. Under the order of business, motions to concur. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, on substitute for Senate Bill 29.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We passed this out of off our body. We had 28 votes. This went over to the House. They added some really good amendments. There are only 3. One is just adding the words that there must be probable cause in order to isolate or quarantine. The other, it just takes the full chapter 65 and it fixes a gap because twice in there it mentions that there must be an appeal language. It adds that appeal language in, which saying that they have a right to appeal and ask for a hearing. And then we also heard from the sheriff's Department, and the Sheriff's Department weighed in and said they support those amendments and asked that they be removed from being law enforcement, having to enforce that portion of the law. So they support the amendments, and I now move that the Senate concur in the House amendments for Senate Bill 29.
Are there questions on the motion? Seeing none, we will hold for final action. We will now take final action. We'll take it on the substitute, on the motion to concur on substitute for Senate Bill 29 and for the consent calendar bill, Senate Bill 146. We'll be voting on two measures. Motion to concur on Senate Bill 29, consent calendar bill 146. Clerk will read the titles.
Substitute for Senate Bill number 29, an act concerning public health, and Senate Bill number 146, an act concerning real property.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? We're going to wait just a moment for the senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger. Does any member wish to explain their vote? Any member wish to change their vote? We'll hold the roll open for just a moment. Chair recognizes Senator Butler, Senator Masterson. Chair recognizes Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Aye.
Has every member had an opportunity to vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Thank you. 31 having voted in favor and 9 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 29, and 40 having voted in favor and none opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 146. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Majority Leader Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Chair appoints the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Good morning, colleagues. The Senate, having resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2149. The chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, to explain the bill and to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. I hear no no's, so the motion passed. So you are lucky on that one.
Thank you.
Would you like to proceed and explain your bill?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sub for HB 2149 is a bill that relates to distributed energy systems, which in this case are smaller electric generation systems or rooftop solar. So we're going to start on a high today, folks. They are installed on a residential customer's property and the interconnect to a utilities electric grid. HB 2149 would primarily do two things relating to these distributed energy systems. One, amend laws relating to parallel generation service contracts and net metering, including removing renewable generator capacity limits, permitting the use of locational marginal pricing, establish a formula for determining the appropriate size for electric loads, and establishing the customer right to repair, among other things. The second thing, it would also provide greater protection for consumers. I'm sure you've heard of stories of individuals calling in the evening or knocking on your door that's referring to, you might hear the wording like, I work with Evergy, and what they were wanting to help their customer put rooftop solar on their homes, and the state would pay for it. So I know an example that I've heard that's always stuck in my mind is that a lady had a house that's probably worth $35,000, $40,000, and she had a solar unit put on her house that was worth like $60,000. So it's an 80-year-old lady. So there's a lot of abuse that's happened in this area. So that's a very important part of this bill. HB 2149 enacts a new section of law to establish customer protection as it relates specifically to distributed energy retailers. It requires retailers to disclose certain information to prospective customers
prior to entering a contract, such as a specific formula for system sizing, how any damage to structure would be covered, the total cost of the energy system that would be incurred over the entire contract, and then any associated fees for transferring any financing, warranty, or other agreements relating to changing the owner's system, including transferability of any tax credits, rebates, incentives, or renewable energy certificates associated with the system. The bill also requires the system retailer to register with the Secretary of State and provide for civil penalties up to $10,000 for misleading statements when presenting various disclosures. This bill is the product of over 2 years of negotiation with all the industry participants. HB 2149 provides much-needed consumer protection for solar customers and brings clarity to terminology and processes from both utilities and solar installers while balancing the interest of all stakeholders. The proponents on this is Midwest Energy, Inc., Evergy, Kansas Municipal Utilities, Kansas Electric Cooperatives, Kansas Industrial Consumers Group, Kansas for Lower Electric Rates, Clean Energy Business Council, and Solar King. So there is no opponents on this, and this passed the House 123-0. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for the senator from Butler? Senator Clues, you're not standing, are you? Okay. Senator, I see no questions. You may close.
I was hoping you was going to close that before they thought up a question here. I move that when the committee rises and report, a report S sub for HB 2149 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, we will now turn our attention to House Bill 2221. The chair will recognize the senator from Shawnee, Senator Clues, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 2221 basically is for a technical amendment that creates a new fund within the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services, known as KDAS, for an alcohol and drug abuse treatment fund. The funds will be transferred, and the current fund from KDOC, Kansas Department of Corrections, will be abolished. Under the current law, portion of these funds, they're fines related to DUIs, and will be basically transferred now to KDADS. The bill creates this treatment fund, and with that, it's pretty well out with the old, in with the new, and it will fund various programs that are similar. The House passed it out 122-0. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator, I see none. You may close. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's the light pole. I am so sorry. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know the light and I just blend in together. I'm just rising in support of House Bill 2221. This does not change the funding. It just moves it to another area to outside of the Department of Corrections. So I am in support of this bill.
Thank you. Any other questions for the senator from Shawnee or any other comments? I believe we're good now. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it report HB 2221 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carried. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2222, and we will recognize the senator from Shawnee, Senator Clues. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2222 comes to us, and let me just give you a little brief history on this bill. It's actually, we can go back to 2012, where Kansas begins requiring IIDs for those convicted of a DUI. And then in 2022, the primary administration responsibility for the program shifted from the Kansas Department of Revenue to the KHP. So basically what this bill does, in light of that history, it requires manufacturers of the ignition interlock devices, IIDs, to pay fees to the Kansas Highway Patrol to cover the costs of administration, oversight, and monitoring of the program. Proposed fees are $10 one time per IID installed in Kansas, and then $5 per month per IID in use and which is maintained in Kansas. And so what these are, they're breathalyzers for an individual's vehicle that requires a driver to blow into them before starting to continue to operate the vehicle. If alcohol is detected on the driver's breath, the IID prevents the engine from being started. So DUI offenders in Kansas are required to have one of these breathalyzers installed as a part of the driver's license restrictions. One of the questions that came up in our caucus was how many of these have been installed, and in 24 there was 6,639 and totaling 9,915 in operation for 24. You might ask, well, why is this bill important? Well, first of all, it's going to help save lives. We know the history on DUIs and how many lives have been lost with that. But secondly, it's going to save money, and more importantly, for the senator from Montgomery Montgomery, he's always concerned about taxpayers, so it's going to save taxpayers money with passing these fees along now to where we don't have to get it into our pockets. So the way these work is once they're installed, an individual would breathe into this device, and then it would basically gauge where they are at on the level of intoxication. So it's interesting to note in 2024 that from a level of 0.03 to 0.079, and I was advised that the senator from Montgomery, very aware of these stats, 67,212 times did the engines shut off. And then in a greater value of 0.080, 8,300 times. So you can see these things are doing their job. They're keeping people who are intoxicated from driving. So under the current law, and this question came up in our caucus as well, it was a little bit of concern of folks that, may have been an offender and they don't have the money. Well, these fees will be reduced if the offender is eligible for a reduction, and it will save them money on that. And the monthly $5 fee proposed in HB 2022 is not assessed if the offender is eligible for the program as well. A couple other things I want to mention before I stand for questions here. The program, again, $75 to $140 per month. The current law, though, authorizes KHP superintendent to oversee the aspects of this program. I'm not going to go into all the details of that, but the current law does not allow KHP to be reimbursed for the IID-related costs other than those incurred in approving or disapproving the IIDs. So this means that the remainder of the incurred costs are paid out of agency funds or funds derived from taxpayers who did not drive impaired. So that means people are paying for other people's mistakes. But again, this bill will now require the manufacturers to jump in and relieve that particular burden there. It passed out of the House Transportation and in the House as a whole, 123 to 0. And with that, Madam Chair, I think that kind of explains it in a nutshell. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. A little background first on the issue of ignition interlock devices. It goes back to my inception in the legislature. It was a big issue when these were first put in 30 years ago, and we do rely upon them. They have been marginally effective, as the senator from Shawnee as well. Thank you, Madam Chair. Has said. My ongoing question for the senator, the carrier of this bill, is pretty much presumptive that this increase will be borne not by the manufacturers, but by those who will have the devices, these ignition interlocks on their vehicles. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, Senator from Shawnee, would you care to answer?
In my understanding, yes, it could be passed along.
Well,
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's actually an increase on those who have been convicted of a DUI. It's an increase in the penalty phase, basically by bearing another cost or a more excessive cost for having the device on their vehicle. And Madam Chair, part of my concern with this device is those that have a single vehicle household, the scarlet letter that is borne not just financially, but by any driver of the vehicle. That is if it is a family vehicle and is a shared vehicle, that everyone has to blow into it regardless of if they are the party that's been found guilty of the DUI or not. Let me share, Madam Chair, very briefly. Usually I've tried to bring an amendment. My history, again, dates 3 decades with this device and its implementation in our state, which is, by the way, Madam Chair, disproportionate in the penalty phase than other states. Other states have more tapped into the highway monies, the federal monies that are options that are available because of this implementation. There are other penalties that can be waged effectively on those who choose to drink and drive in our state. But we have one of the harshest in Kansas, one of the more, and have been more diligent with this device, this ignition interlock. My concern, Madam Chair, and certainly this is the peanut or the kernel of what has continued to dog me, have been for the first-time offenders. A first-time DUI offender has often had, in our state, had to have a device, not even being able to take diversion, had to have this device installed in their car. For a long time, one had to show, and it's just for the education of those who may not be aware of how, I think, overly punitive, honestly, Madam Chair, Kansas is for first-time offenders. One would have to show that the device was installed for a first-time offender and implemented for a certain number, I believe it's a year, prior to the suspension or of their license being reinstalled. And that bothered me, and for many years I used to bring, some may remember, try to bring the amendment. And at some point in time we put in place, now, current law, that there'd be a 5-year prohibition. What that means, Madam Chair, is if a first-time offender convicted of DUI chooses to not install this ignition interlock, they can wait 5 years before getting or making application to have their driving privileges restored. In this era of public transportation, of shared rides, ride services, some would say, well, that's not too burdensome. But for me, it continues to be problematic that 5 years have to elapse before a first-time offender who chooses to not pay what is now going to be, when this bill passes, an even more usurious fee because of their mistake in having been caught for the first time, for one time of driving, to pay this ridiculous amount. So I've, in years past, Madam Chair, have brought or tried to bring an amendment that if someone just opts to not drive for a year, that they wouldn't have to show that they didn't have, that they had this ignition interlock, this contraption on their car, often the only car in the family, but they just go 1 year, opt in to travel some other way than to drive, and then making application for that. So I just wanted to share with you, Madam Chair, and share with the body that as this fee increase goes on what are sometime people that have been found to have made a mistake, first time, this fee increase goes on, I consider it to be particularly burdensome, and that I would hope that we would tweak in Kansas our DUI law regarding ignition interlock for initial offenders to be more consonant with those who are in our surrounding states, indeed the Midwest. Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. And I thank the Senator from Shawnee, the carrier of the bill.
Thank you, Senator from Wyandotte. Senator from Shawnee, did you wish to comment?
No, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to respond from the good senator's comments and just point out to everybody that nobody accidentally drives drunk. It is a choice, and choices do have consequences. The current law isn't about punishment. It's about prevention. These devices actually help offenders by allowing them to drive legally while ensuring that they can't endanger others. I just think that this program has proven results, and that it's a program that is preventing thousands of potential tragedies. This bill is solid the way it is. It protects our roads, respects our taxpayers, and places the responsibility where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate those added words from the good senator. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report HB 2222 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2335. The chair recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Murphy, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may proceed.
Madam Chair, HB 2335 amends the Healthcare Provider Insurance Availability Act to add certain maternity centers to the definition of healthcare provider. What we've had here is kind of one of those things where something kind of falls through the cracks. And we've had a couple of maternity centers who have actually had to close because they could not access liability insurance. And so what this bill does, it requires maternity center participating in this HCSF to get professional liability coverage, to have accreditation by the commission for the accreditation of birth centers and meet the licensure definition of a maternity center under KSA 65503. The bill also made some technical amendments to recognize provisions listing professionals and facilities subject to the requirements and participation of this fund. So the bottom line is this is a good thing for everybody, and it has cleared the House with 123 to 0, and it looks like it's a good thing for Kansas. And for that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there questions for the senator from Reno? I do see the senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this legislation. This actually has been an improviso in the past. And one of those maternity centers that closed was actually in my district, providing quality health care, maternity services, and a birthing center for constituents that live within the 6th district. So I rise in support. It just, they're meeting all the qualifications, just changing the definition of who that owner can be for that center. So I appreciate this moving forward.
Senator from Reno, did you wish to comment?
No.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the senator from Reno? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports HB 2335 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention, colleagues, to Senate sub for House Bill 2172, and the chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue and explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate substitute for House Bill 2172 establishes the Water Program Task Force. The task force responsibilities are to evaluate the state's water program and funding for that program. The task force will consist of 13 members, which is down significantly from the number that the House sent over to us. The legislation establishes how the members will be appointed. Members of the task force shall be residents of Kansas, which that's kind of a common sense thing. At least one member from each of the 5 conservation regions of the state. That's important to make certain that we have the entire state represented on this task force. The task force shall be appointed by the end of April of this year, so it's something that will happen fairly quickly. The task force will be responsible to prepare and submit a report to the legislature and the governor by the end of January next year. They will spend a lot of time traveling the state, visiting with interested stakeholders, receiving their input to develop a long-term water plan, or at least to start help in that process. And before June the 30th, the co-chairs of the task force, which there will be a chair from the House, a chair from the Senate, will jointly appoint 5 individuals to a water planning group. And this planning group, these individuals must be an attorney or an engineer, a hydrologist, or a natural resource planner, or someone who has relevant experience with water issues in the state of Kansas. And then this work group will be required to make a report to they will work with the task force, but they will then make a report also to the task force as to anything that they think the task force should include in their report. This is one of those bills that's really important to the state of Kansas as we develop a long-term water plan. For those of you who have been around a while, it's very similar to the task force that we had for transportation that traveled the state in developing the current Ike transportation plan. With that, Madam Chairman, I'll be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there questions for the senator from Montgomery? Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, but a comment. Over the last several legislative sessions, water has received some long overdue attention. 4 years ago, my House predecessor, Representative Ron Hyland, led a newly formed House Water Committee in an exhaustive review of the state of water in Kansas. 2 years ago, that study led to historic investments in the state water plan, including new programs that provide critical assistance for the infrastructure that provides clean water to all of our Kansas communities. It's now time to take the next step if we want to continue to make progress with our state's water issues. But that next step includes developing clear priorities for investment and making sure we have the necessary accountability measures in place to make those investments. The most pivotal changes in Kansas water law came as a result of studies and special reports that were prepared in 1944 and 1957 by what can be called the fathers of Kansas water law. The changes that were adopted from these reports impact us to this day and created one of the most resilient water codes in the western United States. Likewise, we now have the opportunity to make lasting contributions. This bill creates a task force and a working group that will produce draft legislation that this body can take up next year and will not be just a mere conversation piece. We have the opportunity to establish the foundation for addressing our water issues for a generation to come, and I urge your support of this bill.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Senator from Montgomery? Senator Ware, are you? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this bill. Frankly, I wish we'd done it years ago so that we would have the plan first. But, you know, logic isn't always what is the moving thing here. But, so I would say, yes, please, let's pass this so we can get a really cohesive, tight, organized, efficient water plan that will benefit us all. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Peck, Senator from Montgomery, did you have any comments? Okay. I'm looking for anyone else who has questions or comments for the Senator from Montgomery. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, but also rise in strong support and give thanks to the chair, the Senator from Potawatomi, who did a lot of work, and the committee, because I think this really is a strong Senate position for what could be a great committee. And I am urging the members of our conference committee, I'm guessing there will be one, to strongly support the Senate position.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions for the Senator from Montgomery? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There are two things I failed to mention. They are neither one that large of an issue. However, the task force and the working group shall expire on sunset on July 1, 2027. So this is something we expect the work group and the task force to get their work done, provide us with information, and then they will go back to being citizens. The other thing is that the bill takes effect on publication in the Kansas Register. With that, Madam Chairman, I would move that when the committee rise and report, it report House Bill 2172 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We are now on to our next bill. We will turn our attention to Senate Sub for HCR 5011. I will recognize the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So what the Senate Tax Committee did was we took the House version of their constitutional amendment that would have limited valuations, and we put in the Senate position. If you'll remember, early in the session, we sent the Senate position on a limit on valuations, a constitutional amendment, to the House. They chose not to move on it, not to act on it at all, not even a hearing. So we decided we would make a statement and send them our position again. Please take a look at where the Senate position is on this. It is a 3% taxable valuation limit. Your appraisals still go up, but it limits the appraisal amount that you're taxed on to 3% or less each year. It is transferable when you sell the property. And with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the Senator from Lynn? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this. I think there are a number of reasons that we should not be supporting this measure. The first, I think, is the biggest one is I think this really is false advertising. What most folks are going to hear is they are going to think that this is a 3% cap on their property tax bill, that their check, that's what people think about when they think about property taxes. What is the size of the check that I'm writing? They're going to think that my check actually cannot go up by more than 3% year over year, when in fact, what's going to happen is in reality, taxing entities are going to set their budgets in the fall. The mill levy is going to be calculated by the county clerk, and the mill levy is just going to go up. And so we're essentially putting forward something that is going to raise one expectation in the eyes of our constituents when really a different reality is likely to take place. But let's just disregard that argument for a moment, and let's just assume, for the sake of my other arguments, that taxing entities don't just raise the mills. I still think this is a really bad measure for a number of reasons. First is, we heard yesterday really eloquently about the need for new home construction in the state of Kansas. What this would do is create a huge disincentive to build new housing or to improve our existing housing stock. You know, why would somebody want to purchase a new house and pay fair market value and essentially get a massive tax hike as a result of buying that house if they could get into an older home that was artificially depreciated for taxing purposes and pay a tax amount that is far, far below market value? So if you're not going to have the demand for new homes, you're not going to have developers willing to build new homes. So, Madam Chair, where is that going to be worse? That's going to be worse in our rural communities, because the value proposition for developers to build new homes in our rural communities is already challenging. And if there's not going to be that demand for new housing stock, that new housing stock is really just not going to be built. This is going to really disincentivize not just building new houses, but remodeling, which is something that we want to do as our housing stock ages. Why would we want to create an incentive structure where we are punishing people for remodeling their homes, which are aging and which frankly need that? So the idea is we're going to have less new houses. We're going to have older houses who haven't been repaired, who are falling into a state of disrepair. Again, just bad from a public policy perspective, flies in the face of a lot of our other goals. Fewer houses are going to mean that the houses that are on the market are going to be more expensive. So we're going to be locking out future generations from the ability to purchase new homes. And frankly, this is just not a way at all to address our stagnating population. We're going to really set up a system where the only home transactions are going to be limited to tax advantage properties. Another reason you shouldn't support this measure is it's just not equitable. It really is creating an even larger inequity in our tax system. What you'll see, Madam Chair, is you'll see the biggest advantage goes to the wealthiest homeowners whose fair market values are rapidly accelerating. They're living in larger, newer homes in desirable locations. They're the folks who are seeing increases above 3%. Our seniors who are struggling to stay in their home, our lower income folks who are in an older home that is appreciating much less rapidly, maybe at 4 or 5% a year, they're only going to get a 1 or 2% decrease under this measure, whereas somebody who's living in a home that's new in a desirable neighborhood, or it's relatively new, not brand new, but relatively new in a desirable neighborhood, and their fair market value is accelerating by 10% a year, they're going to see a 7% decrease in their assessed value of their home. So it's not equitable across all of our Kansas homeowners. And the fifth, and I'm hoping that this has been handed out, is this is really, and we didn't talk about this as much as I would have liked when we first debated this bill, but this is a really an anti-public education measure, because for the most part, our local municipalities, they're just going to raise the mill levy, so they're going to get the revenue that they need. But what I've handed out to you, this came from KLRD, provided by our property and valuation division folks at the Department of Revenue. This is the fiscal effect if HCR 2011 was approved by voters. And what it shows is that as this gets implemented in future years, it increases every year the amount of money that we would not be capturing in our 20 mil school finance levy, which is a critical part of keeping us in line with our school funding obligations under Gannon. And so what you see, you've got at your desk, is that this is over $1 billion, Madam Chair, that if we were going to continue to fully fund our obligations under Gannon, we would have to find over $1 billion in SGF funds over the next 5 years to meet those obligations. I'm glad we're debating this on the week that we just did the budget, because I think that we will all agree on both sides of the aisle that taking another $1 billion out of a budget over the next 5 years is going to leave us in a position where we're either not doing that, not funding our schools, not meeting our school funding obligations, or we're making really, really draconian cuts to the services that Kansans expect out of their state governments. So for all those reasons, I will be standing in strong opposition to this and would ask folks to join me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator from Lynn, did you wish to respond? I have other senators wanting to comment as well.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll just make a quick comment. Some of the logic was a little faulty. We'll wait to hear what the rest of the debate says. So thank you.
Thank you. Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens, you wish to respond, ask a question?
Just a comment followed by a question, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this again. I think most people in here pretty well know where they're at on this issue. However, a few things have changed over the last few months since we first heard this on the floor. Unfortunately, all that we have heard on the floor thus far, as far as significant property tax relief or proposed relief, are constitutional amendments. We've had a constitutional amendment that has ran across our floor, was sent to the House. They didn't like it. They sent over their proposal. We didn't like it, so we sent it back to them with our proposal. Why we do not have House Bill 2396, as amended by the House Senate Committee above the line, is my question.
Senator from Lynn, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not sure that's a question for me. I don't decide what comes above the line and what doesn't. I do know that the Senate Committee worked on that bill. I'm fully in support of it, as the good senator knows. I think that the body will take a look at it. I don't think we're finished this year by any means. I'm hoping at some point that we do have that debate. I'm anticipating it. I know we need a couple of amendments in 2396 that the Senate Tax Committee kicked out. I've read it in detail, and we will need to address that. But I look forward to that debate.
Thank you, Senator from Harvey.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm very glad to hear that, because I think that while this body thus far has completely focused on a constitutional amendment, we have not brought a true property tax relief bill, more than 1.5 mils, a true property tax relief bill to the floor of this body. And we only have one more week after this one to make that happen. So I'm concerned that our Senate will not have a Senate position when we go into conference on 2396, and that there is only a House position. And I agree, our tax committee did a good work on amending that bill, on adding some additional amendments, and I believe that it is good policy as well, probably needs tweaked. We need to vote on true tax relief policy, not just a constitutional amendment that will lead people to believe that they are getting some level of tax relief. I will reiterate, this constitutional amendment does nothing to ensure that your constituents will receive property tax relief going forward. And so for those reasons, as well as ones previously discussed, I stand in opposition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator from Lynn, did you wish to respond?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. So people listening have to be completely confused. We had one senator stand up and say, it is tax relief. In fact, it's going to cost us $1 billion. And then we had the next senator stand up and said, it's not true tax relief. So for those of you listening, it is tax relief. And I trust the voters on this. The voters will decide whether they want to limit the taxable value on their properties or not. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Johnson. I would like to address one of the topics around real estate and property and how it disincentivizes folks to purchase property. I would like to bring up a few small states, such as Texas and Florida, that seem to be just fine by having a tax cap, as well as a huge amount of folks that are flooding into those states to buy homes. So I do feel that there are lots of states that surround us that are in the United States that do have caps where we see rapid growth, and I do not feel this disincentivizes anyone to purchase property here in the great state of Kansas. I also feel that Senator Owens has a good point that there is some additional tax legislation that might be helpful. But in regards to 5001, it is something that I think everybody has a strong opinion on, and we should move that forward. And I would like to see that move forward. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So we will do our best to try and use names by counties when you identify a senator, if you would.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator from Lynn? You wish to respond, Senator from Lynn? Oh, okay. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson. I do see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that very much. The bottom line is this is the bills in front of us now. We can theorize about a bill that isn't on the GO. We can talk about what we might be able to do in the future. But bottom line, this is the bill we have to work with right now and we have to decide on. Does it provide tax relief? Yes, absolutely it does. We're asking the voters to decide whether they want to limit valuations. And from everybody I've talked to on the campaign trail, and I continue to get emails all the time, is they are very tired of having these out-of-control valuations. The problem is the appraisers are not elected. They are not accountable at all. But the elected officials who decide to increase the mill levy are. They have to justify that increase to their voters. So if they need more money, all they have to do is say, hey, here's why we need the money, we're gonna vote on it, and then the voters eventually will decide whether or not they made a good decision or not. So yes, is a 3% cap the best we could do? Probably not. I'd like to be zero. I think property tax is unconstitutional. You can never own your own home, ever. Just think about that. You are paying rent to the government even after you've paid off your home in perpetuity. And there are people in my district in small homes and in large homes who are being forced to consider whether or not they can continue to live there because the valuation increases are out of control. Yes, will mill levies go up in response? Probably, but those folks will be accountable to the voters to do so. The valuations are totally subjective. The valuation on my home went up astronomically this year. I don't know if I could even sell my home for that amount. And these increased property taxes are an impediment to young people, not only to buy a new home, but you've got to realize that a lot of times if they can't come up with the proper down payment, they have to build that property tax bill into their mortgage. And it increases the mortgage enough that it makes it so they either have to buy a much smaller home or they can't get into one at all. And as far as the schools are concerned, I know at least in my district, the schools are the most egregious offenders in violating the revenue neutral rate of all of the taxing authorities that I see. We gave them a CPIU increase this year of $244 million. We continue to fund the schools based on the Gannon decision, even though the court recognized we'd met the obligation. So this is about preserving home ownership for people. I wish we could cap this at 0%, but this is a far better proposal than what we've heard from the House and it is the bill that we have to consider in front of us right now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Lynn, did you wish to respond? Okay. Are there any other questions for the senator from Lynn on this bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, of course, my machine shuts down. I was going to give you a few differences between the House version and the Senate version that we passed, but the House version requires a trailer bill. It's average years, it's more complex. The Senate version, very simple, 3%, it's finished. Did you want to speak, Senator? Okay. I apologize. So there are differences. The Senate Tax Committee decided to go with the position that the Senate had prior. There were statements about that this will drive home ownership to a lower rate. It was also stated there are states that already have, we modeled this after other states, Oklahoma, Oregon, Florida. Do you see lower property being built in those states? No, I actually see people moving to those states. The other thing, the good senator from Johnson, he has one of the prime examples why this would help his constituency. They are literally buying property in his area, tearing down the homes, building brand new homes on the lot, and the neighbors in the same neighborhood have valuations going through the roof. They didn't do anything to their property. They didn't remodel. They didn't rebuild. And they are suffering and may not even be able to stay in their homes because of the increased valuation because what their neighbor did. Another example, which I think is even more egregious and telling you how broken the valuation system is, I get a call last night from South Central Kansas. The gentleman explains to me that he's in the courthouse and he hears the county appraiser literally say that he increased the valuations on the county's property over 20% in anticipation of a valuation limit being passed. Now, if that doesn't tell you the valuation system is broken, I don't know what does. And so this is a fix that our voters can understand. We can put this in front of them. They can make the decision whether they want to limit taxable valuation increases each year. And yes, it does allow for mill levy increases. And that's the beauty of it. It forces more transparency. And that's what we want. With that, Madam Chairman, I move that when the committee rises in report, it passes for adoption, Senate substitute for House Bill 5011.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. We are now on House Bill 2052. And the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under current law, someone who's 18 years old who obtains a concealed carry permit gets a provisional permit for that license. It extends for 4 years, then expires. But the way it is written now, if you have one of those provisional licenses and all of a sudden you turn 21, you have to wait until that license expires. You remain under the provisional license provisions and then until you have to reapply for a standard license. This makes it so that someone who turns 21 will be notified by the Attorney General within 60 days of their 21st birthday, so they could immediately apply for a standard license. This affects reciprocal states because if you're under a provisional license in other states who recognize Kansas, you may not have the same privileges with that provisional license as you move across the state lines. So that's pretty important. Also, this bill, with the regard to the surrendering of a conceal and carry license, if you suddenly lose that privilege, you have to surrender that license card not to the Attorney General's office, but to the Division of Motor Vehicles in your county. They will destroy the card until that suspension on your conceal and carry license has been lifted, at which time you can petition to get a new license from the Attorney General. If you don't remit that license back to the DMV within 30 days, there can be a fine of up to $250, and that money goes to the state treasury for deposit in the state treasury and credit the entire amount to the concealed handgun licensure fund. The other provision in this bill regarding police officers and off-duty officers who are allowed to carry weapons regardless of whether the building is restricted the carrying of concealed handguns pursuant to the act. In a lot of cases, these officers go to the venues and they're required to report in their email address, their home phone number, their home address, and in some cases they're given wristbands, which immediately makes them a target. If somebody realizes that the law enforcement officials who are there with a concealed handgun have a wristband, if a perpetrator's there who wants to shoot up the place, they're going to take those people out first so they can go ahead and do whatever they want to do. So this removes that prohibition, and so in buildings where an officer may carry a concealed handgun, any person of authority for the building, they can use basically their badge to identify themselves as an officer of the law. So there was some concern in committee, what about somebody who's a law enforcement official who is under investigation or suspension? Well, in those cases, they surrender their handgun, they surrender their badge. So this wouldn't affect this. It just makes it so those police officers in an off-duty status can still carry their weapons. They are helpful in situations where there's an active shooter, and we don't want to make them a target. Those are the three basic changes to the bill. Some of this also conforms our current concealed carry bill to ATF, federal ATF requirements with regard to background checks, and it's necessary to bring us up to code with the federal law so that we don't lose that status as well. And with that, I will stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not have any questions, but I do have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
Yes, I have.
Does it have a number?
2115.
We'll pause for a second while it gets distributed. Senator Holscher, do you want to explain your amendment or have the reader read it?
Let's get Joe up here to read this.
The reader may read.
Mr. President, I move to amend House Bill 2052 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 1 following line 13 by inserting, quote, new section 1, A, unlawful storage of a firearm is storing or leaving a firearm that is not secured by a trigger lock mechanism, placed in a securely locked safe, box, or other container, or placed in some other location that a reasonable person would believe to be secure from any minor gaining access to such firearm when such firearm is 1, accessed by a minor, 2, used by a minor to cause bodily harm to another person, or 3, used by a minor to cause great bodily harm to or the death of another person. Section B, unlawful storage of a firearm is defined in subsection A1 as a Class C person misdemeanor, 2, subsection A2, a severity level 9 person felony, and subsection A3 as a severity level 5 person felony. Section C, it shall not be a violation of subsection A if at the time the firearm was accessed or used by a minor, 1, the firearm was inoperable, 2, the firearm was within the firearm owner's immediate access and control. 3, the minor unlawfully entered the area where the firearm was stored or left. Or 4, the firearm was used by a minor in lawful defense of the minor's person, another person, or the minor's property. Section D. As used in this section, the word minor means any person under the 18 years of age. Section E. This section shall be known and may be cited as the Responsible Gun Ownership Act. Section F. This section shall be part of and supplemental to the Kansas Criminal Code, end quote, and by renumbering sections accordingly. Also, on page 1, in the title, in line 1, after the second semicolon, by inserting, quote, enacting the Responsible Gun Ownership Act, establishing the crime of unlawful storage of a firearm, and providing penalties for violations thereof, end quote.
Thank you. Senator Holscher, comments on your amendment?
Yes, I will just say every year hundreds of children in the U.S. gain access to loaded firearms and unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. Right here in Kansas, guns are the leading cause of death for children and teens. In our state alone, an average of 45 children and teens die by guns every year, of which 48% of these deaths are gun suicides and 48% are gun homicides. Numerous studies have found safe storage laws can reduce suicide and unintentional gun deaths among children and teens by 54%, and that's why I bring this amendment forward.
Thank you. Are there questions for the senator from Johnson on her amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Vascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Several years ago, I offered a resolution here on the Senate floor called the Royale Act. So in my district, Wichita, Sedgwick County, Royale was at a play date and his 8-year-old friend play date at the house got into a broken gun safety box. The lock was broken on that box. And anyway, his play date accidentally killed Royale. The mother was devastated. At that time, there was no, even during the investigation, it was hard to decide who to blame. And of course, the mother who lost her son, Royale, was devastated. From what I hear, she moved out of Wichita. She's still just lost, heartbroken of the death of her son. So the Safe Storage Act sounds like a reasonable, safe piece of legislation to me. And Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the gentlelady from Johnson, so again, what does your amendment exactly do? Does it hold someone in that home accountable if their gun box is not secured? Does it allow law enforcement to, I really want to know, and I hope, people at home are listening in on this, because it's a difficult situation even from the district attorney there in Wichita and law enforcement of who do you blame for the loss of Royale and others who might be in these situations. Even in Wichita, we, if guns are left on the car seats, we do encourage people to put your guns in your glove, in your trunk of your car, etc. But exactly who would be responsible with your amendment to save a life of like Royale? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you for the question. So with this amendment, it is households where there are minors, children under the age of 18, where the firearms must be safely secured. And being safely secured can be a trigger lock mechanism, placed in a securely locked safe or other container that is that is secure to prevent a child from accessing.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Madam Chair, thank you. I appreciate the response, and I strongly support this amendment. I know that Moms for Sensible Gun Violence, they have networked with law enforcement and other entities, and they actually have, sometimes when they have their events, they have those free safety locks for those storage boxes. And I know even we attempted to put something like this in the Eddie the Eagle program, and certainly supportive of that measure as well. But Madam Chair, I stand in strong support of the Holscher Amendment to help save lives of our children in Kansas. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, on her amendment? Senator Thompson, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson. I'm breaking my own rule. Thank you.
That's okay, Madam Chair. It's not easy up there, I can tell you. While this amendment does not violate the single subject rule, I do believe that it expands the scope of this bill rather dramatically. The bill deals with licensure and not so much handguns as much as the licensing of handguns. And so with that, I will challenge the germaneness of this amendment, Madam Chair.
You've heard the request to challenge the germaneness. I'm going to ask Senator Schallenberger from Cherokee, the chair of the Rules Committee, to convene the Rules Committee. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The carrier of the original bill is correct. It does broaden the scope, but it is the same subject. It does deal with guns, and we're going to say that this is a germane amendment.
You've heard the ruling of the Rules Chair. It is germane. We are back on the amendment. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that, I understand that's just fine. But once again, this amendment deals with storage of handguns, and it was not debated in committee. This was a separate deal. My concern with the storage is that individuals should be able to make their own decision about that. If you've got someone breaking into your home and you have to run to your gun safe and remember the combination of the 3 o'clock in the morning, most likely you're going to get shot before you get that done. So I don't believe this is, well, no, I believe this is not a friendly amendment and will be opposing this amendment. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The chair recognizes, oh, I'm sorry, the senator from Johnson. Senator Holscher, you wish to respond?
Yes, please, thank you. I appreciate the fact that it was brought up that this bill hasn't been vetted in committee. And will point out the fact that every year I've been in the Senate, I have brought forward a bill on safe storage or something very, very similar, and have never been granted a hearing. So I would love to have a hearing at this bill being fully vetted, but it has sat there again for the past 4 years and now this year as well. So I know we have had time at somewhere along the way. Additionally, I do want to clarify the actual amendment itself. And I quote, "It shall not be a violation of the subsection if at the time the firearm was accessed or used by a minor, if the firearm was inoperable, the firearm was within the firearm owner's immediate access and control." So right there is the exemption that the previous senator was asking about, saying, well, you got to rush, out of your bed at 3 a.m. No, that is not the case, because again, that is not considered a violation if it is within your access and control, say on your nightstand. If the minor unlawfully entered the area where the firearm was stored or left, again, that's another exception. If the firearm was used by a minor in lawful defense of the minor's person. And again, this is in households where there are minors. So if you were living, over age 18, there are no minors in the house, this isn't applicable. We are talking about households where there is a minor. And again, there are exceptions there as in terms of reasonable access and that you have control. So that should clarify some of those questions.
Thank you, Senator from Johnson. I'll now turn my attention to the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate going through some of those exceptions. They do seem as though they're open to a lot of interpretation, which I view as very problematic. And in my mind, this amendment isn't really about safety at all. It's about control. It turns law-abiding gun owners into criminals overnight. It tells Kansans that they can't decide how to protect their own families or their own homes. And as the previous senator mentioned, when seconds matter in a home invasion, this bill demands that you fumble with locks and combinations, or wherever else that we're mandated to put those, assuming that they're not part of one of those very interpretable exceptions. In my mind, this isn't very responsible legislation. It's just simply government overreach that's wrapped in a safety package. The Second Amendment doesn't come with an asterisk that says only if your gun is locked away when you need it the most. I'm voting no, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, do you wish to respond?
Please. Again, the issue of fumbling with locks in the middle of the night. This amendment clearly states that it is not a violation if the firearm was within the firearm owner's immediate access and control. And again, we're only talking about households where there are children under the age of 18.
Thank you. I need to ask the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, are you standing to respond to the amendment? Or are you just still standing because it's your bill?
Just staying because it's my bill.
Thank you.
But
you'll signal me, though, if you want.
I will let you know, yes.
All right. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just rise in support of this amendment. And I just want, so many times we in this body, we talk about we want to be more like Florida, we want to be more like Texas. Well, this is actually one of those instances that I think we should be more like Texas. And I say that with kind of under my breath. But in Texas, it is currently illegal to make a firearm accessible to a child under 17. And they actually educate this. This is part of it in their schools. When we get all of those requirements, they are required by law to send this, that parents understand that it is illegal to make that firearm accessible to a child. So I just rise in strong support. Again, we want to make sure that our children are safe, and having those guns accessible to adults, that is absolutely fine, but we need to make sure that our children do not have that gun laying around where they could pick it up, because I think all of us have had those conversations with the emergency rooms in our hospitals. Children Mercy, I've heard horrifying stories. So I will say it again, let's be a little more like Texas on this one.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, do you wish to respond? Are there any other individuals who wish to speak to the amendment? Senator from Riley, Senator Starnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to get too personal on this, but over 21 years ago, we lost a son to suicide due to gun. And as far as law-abiding citizens on storage, I appreciate the good senator's comments and don't want to infringe upon those liberties and rights with the Second Amendment. But I'm also standing for everything we can do to protect human life, and particularly minors. So I have nothing else to say. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. I'm looking for any other senator who wishes to speak to this amendment. Seeing none? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson?
Yes, just one final comment. And I couldn't agree more with the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays, in articulating what he did about this. But again, it goes back to interpretation of the law. If I'm just looking this over. You have someone in your home, you shoot them, and then all of a sudden you have to lawyer up because they are going to interpret everything you do. We were taught this in the conceal and carry class. You suddenly have to defend yourself, and it can cost you hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. With this law in place, you jeopardize and risk your defense because they can start looking at, well, okay, did he have a lock? Did he have time to get the lock off, to access the firearm, to defend themselves? It just opens up a whole Pandora's box of legal issues. Whether or not you have that firearm accessible or not. And once again, this is unfriendly. I understand the concerns of anyone who may have a minor in the home, but you have a responsibility as a parent to safeguard that weapon. We don't need the legislature to do that. If somebody's not smart enough to make that decision on their own, well, I just feel like this is a very dangerous amendment, and I will not support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher, any remarks?
Yes, I would like to respond. Keep in mind, 26 states have adopted safe storage laws, and they're working in reducing deaths of children by nearly half. Those states include Florida, Texas, North Carolina, and Virginia. This amendment is about protecting children.
Any other questions on the amendment? Not, Senator, you may close. Move your amendment.
I ask the body to consider these recent local headlines. Manhattan boy, 14, hospitalized after unintentionally shooting himself. A Topeka teenager was found guilty for the death of an Eisenhower Middle School student. A 2-year-old boy fatally shot his 4-year-old sister in Shawnee County. It doesn't matter how well you have taught children about gun safety and responsible gun ownership. At the end of the day, children are curious. And as adults, it is our job to make sure that curious children and vulnerable teens cannot get a hold of firearms. Incidentally, research shows these tragedies are preventable. The solution is simple. If you have a gun in the house and you have children under 18, keep it unloaded, locked, or separate from ammunition. Additionally, nearly 8 in 10 Americans support safe storage laws. That includes people who own guns. This is a nonpartisan issue, with nearly 7 in 10 Republicans supporting safe storage. For independents, it's 8 in 10, compared to 9 in 10 Democrats. Keep in mind, all these supporters don't just live in my district, they live across the state. With that, I urge the body to vote in favor. With that, I move my amendment.
Body, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. Motion fails. 5 hands. Roll call. Okay. Roll call vote has been requested. I see 5 hands.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Celine. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Senator Tyson, I think we missed your, didn't hear your vote. No. Is there any senator who wishes to explain their vote? I'm sorry, Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I don't need to explain my vote, but we're waiting on a member to come and vote.
Very good.
We can hold that.
We will keep the roll open for a moment. Senators, the roll's still open. We've got 3 members in a conference committee.
Oh, I know how. Orthopedics or something that he specializes in. Well, I don't know where he's from. I forgot that part. But he's his in the medical field.
Thank you. Okay, body, we're going to close the roll. Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. With 9 members voting yay and 29 voting no, and 2 absent and not voting, the motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Body, please know I fully anticipated this amendment to fail. With approximately 60% of this legislative body backed by the NRA, the outcome was somewhat predictable. It's the same reason why we don't get hearings or actual focus on common sense gun safety issues. Hopefully at some point, we will have the will to act on behalf of our children rather than politics. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, back on the bill. Does anybody have any more questions on this bill for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill, pardon me, 2052 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. We are now going to turn our attention, body, to House Bill 2192. This is the bill. I'm looking for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill is brought to us regarding domestic battery and to address the problem when we have someone who's convicted of the crime of domestic battery. They often are repeat offenders, and the law doesn't provide very severe consequences to prevent the offender from going out and reoffending. So what the bill does is it provides that on your first conviction, which is a misdemeanor, that as a condition before you're going to be granted probation, suspension of your sentence or parole, or any other release where you would then have the opportunity to reoffend, that the offender shall be required to undergo a domestic violence offender assessment and then follow all recommendations made by such program. So again, it's to try to prevent future offenses by, once you're convicted of your first, get some education after your assessment, and to hopefully prevent any future offense. Now, if you're convicted of a second time of domestic battery within 5 years, then you shall be sentenced to some prison time. And what the bill does is it increases that from 5 days to 90 days. And you must, before you could be considered to be released, rather than serve 48 hours, which is current law, you have to serve 20 days. And then if, unfortunately, you are a repeat offender and have then committed domestic battery against a victim more than once, then you shall be sentenced to, again, not less than 90 days, but you shall serve at least your 90 days before you're granted probation or parole. So it's really meant to address the problem of domestic batterers being released without any assessment, without any programs to try to rehabilitate, and then they reoffend, which is not fair to victims, and victims need to be heard on this. We did hear from victims in committee that this has specifically happened to them, and they were very brave in coming forward, and we do thank them for sharing their story on a very difficult issue, but to hopefully help others and prevent more crimes of domestic battery. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the gentlelady from Johnson would stand for question.
She's standing.
Thank you. So when I first joined the Kansas Senate, I introduced a domestic violence bill. It didn't go very far. The second time I introduced one dealing with batteries intervention. I certainly rise in support of this legislation. I know a lot of times those perpetrators will go to court and then they're, they go to a class and they get a certificate and they show it to a judge, and then they are repeat offenders. But my question for the senator from Johnson is, so she says on the first time they are sent to a domestic violence class. Does that also include, I thought current law, they were specifically sent to a batterers program. Is that included in this legislation? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what the bill does is it does change that you won't be sent to a certified batterer intervention program. What will happen is that you will undergo the domestic violence offender assessment, and you will then go to, you will go to a certified batterer intervention program, and it requires that you follow all recommendations. So that will still be the law.
Senator from Sedgwick sat down. Okay. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also have a question. So I understand the importance of this, and I support strengthening it. But I was asking the senator from Johnson if she could comment on the testimony from the Board of Indigent Defense about the work release program, and are there any opportunities for limiting a work release program to only be work outside a home?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to be sure to bring up that testimony. Just a moment. So thank you for the question. There was testimony from BIDS regarding restricting a batterer's ability to earn an income. So it's a policy decision. You know, you're letting them out without, earlier than the bill would provide so that they can reoffend or go earn money. So it would be a policy decision, and based on the proponent's testimony and from the victims, it's a pretty high rate of going out and reoffending.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm understanding that for a second offense, that someone would need to go to imprisonment and serve the remainder of the sentence on work release, but it would raise the mandatory minimum imprisonment time to 20 days. So my concern was, once you've been gone from your job for 20 days, I'm not sure that job is there. So we have this opportunity. I understand you should be 90 days on work release. I know that there's questions. If you're working from home, that's not the work release we want if it's a domestic battery offense. But is there any way to restrict that so someone could actually retain employment and yet not be able to enter a home?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think to address the question, it's no longer 48 consecutive hours, and the 20 days can be non-consecutive. So it could be just on the weekends, if that's something that the court would want to order.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
So the 20 days could be weekends, and then what happens in between, since you're not on work release yet?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think the question is about the 20 days imprisonment. Is that correct?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is. So you have a mandatory minimum imprisonment to 20 days, and then you can have work release for the remainder of the sentence. So if those 20 days aren't consecutive, what happens? during those weeks between those non-consecutive days.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You would go home, so you're required to be in prison from 5 o'clock on Friday night to 8 o'clock Monday morning, and otherwise you go home.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think this is confusing to me because it sounds like you can go home before you then start your up to 90 days on work release, at which time you couldn't go home. So that's why that wording is confusing to me. I would like to make sure that, one, they are allowed to continue some employment, but only if that employment is outside of the home, and only if they can't go home in between before that starts. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to respond?
Madam Chair, the bill doesn't really address that. If that's an amendment, you can be on work release as long as you're not someone who works from home, but that's not addressed in the bill.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, on this bill? If not, Senator Warren, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on testimony that we heard in committee from survivors of domestic battery, this is needed protection and help in those who do offend. And with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rise and report House Bill 2192 favorably for passage.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. At this time, the chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report progress.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries.
Are there announcements before we recess?
No, I have an announcement.
Chair recognizes Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The freshman lunch is in room 218. We will be hearing from Gordon Self, the reviser of statutes. And I have a quick announcement for everyone, a little bit of trivia. Nick Hague was one of the astronauts, I was told, on SpaceX, I haven't confirmed that yet, that brought the astronauts home from space station. Nick graduated from Hoxie, Kansas. He was born in Belleville, Kansas. His dad taught in Glasgow, Kansas. So we're very proud to have an astronaut that has strong ties to Kansas. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you. Thank you. I really do have an announcement. So for the Financial Institutions and Insurance Conference Committee, we will meet Monday at 9 a.m. in room 582 North, and we will meet also at 9:30, and I do not have that room number yet. So just be prepared on Monday, FI&I, Conference Committee, 9 o'clock and 9:30. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cowley, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. State Tribal Relations will meet after lunch at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. House Transportation and Senate Transportation will conference on House Bill 2029 and all other bills in conference Monday, March 24th at 10 a.m., room 582 North.
To recognize Senator Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two announcements. Monday, in our usual room, 143B, Senate Public Health and Welfare will meet at 8:30. And on Monday, in a room to be announced, there will be our conference committee group will meet at 9:30 to conference on all conferenceable bills.
Chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Majority Leader Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The race to conference has begun. Senate budget committees are meeting right now, and then we have some lunches afterwards. So we're going to do a 1 hour lunch. So I move the Senate recess until 1:45 p.m.
For the motion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are standing at recess. Senate will come to order. Senate will return to the committee of the whole with Senator Erickson in the chair.
Good afternoon. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 284. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you. This is Senate Bill 284. It's very similar to what this body put into the budget bill during the 2024 session to protect the 340B program in our state. For those of you who don't recall this, the 340B program is a tax-free federal program that was signed into law in 1992. The concept is fairly straightforward. Drug manufacturers must sell their medications at or below a calculated 340B ceiling price to eligible covered entities. Those eligible covered entities are hospitals that do a lot of the uncompensated care, like Stormont Vale here in Topeka, or other hospitals that are critical access hospitals that are primarily in our small rural communities, in exchange for their drugs being covered by Medicaid and Medicare Part B. The expectation is that that 340B program discounted price will be used by those covered entities to increase patient access to affordable medication and services. So since 2020, pharmaceutical companies have been limiting the program to just one contract pharmacy. In committee, and it was a big meeting, we heard from conferees that these limitations hurt independent pharmacies. Pharmacies like Eureka Pharmacy in Eureka, Kansas, or First Care in Hays, Kansas, or even those federally qualified health centers like Grace Med in Topeka and Grace Med in Wichita, and of course the hospitals that we just mentioned. So this bill does three things. First, it says that 340B entities can contract with any pharmacy so that all patients can get access to low-cost medications from their own local pharmacy. It also says that drug manufacturers cannot require additional data from 340B entities, anyway, no more than is already required by federal or state law, including data that is in excess of the required 340B program. Lastly, I will call your attention to the fact that the third piece here is that it empowers the Kansas Attorney General to oversee and regulate these activities. So the budget provisions last session just didn't have the enforcement authority attached to it, so while drug manufacturers began to allow Kansas patients to access their medications at their pharmacy of choice and not have restrictions on where they can access those 340B medications, once it was realized that there was no enforcement mechanism, drug companies told hospitals and those FQHCs that they can only use one contract pharmacy for that company's drugs. And that's really why Senate Bill 284 is before us today. The bill is very similar to language that was passed in Arkansas and other states. The Arkansas language has been upheld in the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals, and which allows states then to regulate the 340B program in their own state. So I think I might just move along here and let you know that proponents, we had quite a few. The committee received proponent testimony from over 70 hospitals, 9 federally qualified health centers, the Kansas Hospital Association, the Community Care Network of Kansas, the Kansas Pharmacists Association, many pharmacy owners, Kansas Action for Children, and the Kansas Association of Counties. The opponents were Caitlin Lucarello from Pharma, Brian Hannon from Healthcare Distribution Alliance, Dr. Kevin Hills from BioKansas and Ad Astra Bio, and William Wilk on behalf of the Kansas Chamber, and we had 8 written opponents. There were no neutrals. As I said earlier in caucus, you're on one side or the other of this issue. There just aren't any neutral. You either like it or you don't like it. So this bill was amended in committee at the request of the pharmaceutical wholesalers who do not price drugs, and we needed to ensure compliance with all federal DEA laws. We had a motion to table the bill that failed, and the motion to pass the bill out of committee favorably as amended passed on a 5-3 vote. There is a fiscal note, and it was just updated today. The Kansas Board of Pharmacy has a role to play in this bill, and they say they believe it will increase their expenditures to deal with an unknown number of investigations. They don't really know for sure, but they're thinking it may be 2 positions at a salary of about $220,000. And then the AG's office estimates it would need originally 1 assistant AG to manage the potential violations, but this morning they said that they're rethinking this and it could be as many as 3. So that could be as much as $500,000 in salary for those 3 positions. So, Madam Chair, I think that's it. People can ask me questions. I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't really have any questions. I was just going to kind of add to the dialogue a little bit. When this program began, it was never really about getting cheap drugs. It was about, as in the words taken right from the House committee report in the U.S. House of Representatives, said in giving these covered entities access to price reductions, the committee intends to enable these entities to stretch scarce federal resources as far as possible, reaching more eligible patients and providing more comprehensive services. I think this is an important distinction that we need to remember. The 340B drug pricing was never solely about ensuring patients receive discounted drugs. It's about using the money or savings that covered entities receive from the sale of these discounted drugs to ensure that uninsured and underinsured patients would have access to as many comprehensive health care and services as possible. It's something that I won't say countless, but I've received, Madam Chair, dozens and dozens of responses to this in favor of getting this passed because it means so much to our rural area. The health centers, the pharmacies especially, and some of these rural hospitals. It's really critical to help them keep operating. I won't belabor the subject here too much, but they say this thing has run away with cost, but everything's run away with cost. In the last 10 years, cars have gotten a lot more expensive. A lot more drugs have been introduced. Drugs have gotten more expensive. Houses are more expensive. Everything's gone up. If you look at the comparison, the relationship of before and after, it hasn't, the cost of the 340B program has not gone up any more than anything else. I think one distinction I wanted to make is that the companies who are fighting this have an advantage because they produce a product that is mandated by government in many ways. So they have a product they put out there that they get compensated for. On the other hand, healthcare, hospitals are mandated to take care of people and spend money on services. And this program helps to protect that. In closing, I'll just say that let's see, it was in 2022, the top 8 drug companies had earnings of $99 billion. Net revenues for Kansas 340B hospitals that same year was a negative 18.2 million. So million. The federal delegation for Kansas, all of our representatives and senators all support this program. And I ask you to support 284. Thank you.
Other questions for the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd also like to rise in support of this bill. I represent 11 rural counties in far southwest Kansas, have over 12 healthcare facilities, all of whom are dependent on this program. I'll give you one example. Lakin community in Kearney County has a hospital. I do 400 deliveries a year. Half of those women have no coverage whatsoever, and they use the revenue from the 340B program to pay for the uncompensated OB care. I myself have been affected by this. We've had 2 closures of pharmacies in Garden City because the local hospital put in their own 340B pharmacy with which they contracted. They didn't contract with the local pharmacies. My own personal pharmacy closed just 3 months ago, and I now have to go to Dillon's, actually. It's quite annoying. My local hospital, Common Spirit Hospital, St. Catherine, does charity care and uncompensated care at $1 million a month. And as CEO says, no money, no mission. And they are in jeopardy, as are many of the rural hospitals. So this is a way to transfer funds into our hospitals that are not direct state general fund dollars. And in order to preserve our access to care in the rural areas and the frontier areas, which I represent, we need to support this 340B program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to share a bit of a piece of testimony that I received from my local federally qualified health center, and just share how important the 340B program really is to them. Not only does it provide medication for those who are disproportionately uninsured or underinsured, I know and I have seen firsthand just how well our FQHC utilizes those funds to cycle back into the community to take care of more uninsured and underinsured patients. It's very concerning to me that as this program has continued, we have seen ways to circumvent its intentions and wither away its benefits to our community. And so, as with the previous conferees, I certainly stand in strong support of this legislation. Thank you.
Senator from Lyons, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of Senate Bill 284. I think our colleagues have said it very well, so I'm going to try to minimize some of my comments here. 340B provides access across Kansas for local pharmacies, clinics, and hospitals. I've heard concerns on both sides of this topic on transparency from both sides. And I think that's an important thing to look at. And I do appreciate the fact that enforcement mechanisms are included in this bill. I think that's important. A few things from committee that was questioned. Is this a required program? And the answer is no, it's not a required program. It's voluntary participation, both sides benefit. I think that's an important piece to recognize here. Another question in the committee that was asked and provided by our research people, thank you for that. How many other states either have legislation or working on legislation? 12 have already enacted, 6 are working on, and that does not include us in Kansas. So it's a challenge, not just for Kansas. Are those bills exactly like Kansas? No. They all have their own little piece to it, but 18 other states either have it or are working on it. I would encourage my colleagues to support this bill from all 4 corners of the state. There's benefits to this, and I stand in support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't sit on this committee. I wasn't in the committee hearings, but I was just looking at some of the testimony and am concerned a little bit about this because one of the pieces of testimony indicated studies show that only 35% of the 340B hospitals and 23% of those 340B contract pharmacies are actually located in medically underserved areas. But the profit margins for those contract pharmacies are 3.3 times higher than independent pharmacies, and drug price markups at 340B hospitals are 6.6 times higher than at independent clinics. Whenever you distort any kind of economics away from the free market and displace, you're over compensating one area, somebody has to pick up the tab. And my concern is we're going to see the private health insurance plans increase. Those who are on any state insurance healthcare plans may also increase. And this particular testimony comes from the Infusion Access Foundation. And anybody who understands or knows about how these infusions go Some of the infusion medications are extremely expensive, some as much as $78,000 a dose. And so if you increase the cost on that and how much a private health care insurance carrier has to pick up that bill, your copays are going to go up on something like that, and it becomes unaffordable for life-saving infusions. So at first I thought I supported this, but the more I get to looking at it, whenever you distort economics by federally subsidizing one thing, it creates problems in another area. And so I have changed my mind. I don't think I can support this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May I respond, Madam Chair?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So we did have testimony in our committee, and there were some pieces of information. We had a map presented, a map of Kansas that had the 340B hospitals and pharmacies and FQHCs across our state. And one of the questions that we had addressed through testimony was, is it true that this may cost businesses more money? And the answer was no. The program keeps people on medications and getting screenings and treatments that will keep them out of emergency rooms, which is what drives up costs for businesses and insurance premiums. Employer costs actually stand to decrease with passage of Senate Bill 284 between usage of the program for those employees with high deductible plans that may not be able to afford medication adherence without this, and with the ability to have more services to find and treat complex medical problems, as the senator from Johnson mentioned. Employers actually stand to benefit, as do the consumers, the vulnerable individuals in our state who this program, the 340B program, is here to help. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just interesting listening to this conversation, but I think we need to remember that our entire healthcare system has been modified fiscally and is twisted because of all of the federal regulations and policies. So there's nothing we can do in that realm that isn't impacted by the way that system has been created. But this is something we can do at the state level to help our rural hospitals, so I'll be voting in support of it.
Other questions? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly have appreciated the carrier of the bill, the information that she's provided, and the other senators. In my district, one of my qualified healthcare centers, Vibrant Health, some information that they shared is about their client base, and that 98% of their patients live at or below 200% of the federal poverty level, but yet no patient is turned away due to inability to pay. And with the ability with 340B, they are able to provide $9 million in, or they do provide $9 million in uncompensated charitable care. The passage of this bill, and of course last year we had a proviso, is so critical for this clinic to be able to provide that care, as well as Children's Mercy, which is also on both the Kansas and the Missouri side, and that 340B savings helps them to meet the intent of their program, which is to stretch those scarce federal resources. So I think it's so important for us to move ahead and put this into legislation so that we won't continue to be complicated with what has happened at the federal level.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this has been the most interesting few days with our hearing and then working the bill the next day. So I've just really appreciated the robust discussion that we had in our committee and in this chamber and in our caucus, because we learned a lot about a topic that probably most of us were not that familiar with until this bill was brought forward. But it's one that clearly impacts our communities all across Kansas. In the Senate chamber, just like in our committees, when we have bills that have many proponents and some very weighty opponents, we have to balance those competing issues to try to do our best to make good public policy. And we always frame our decisions through the lens that we view the world, and our districts are very different. It's not easy, but I want to thank everybody, colleagues, for your attention, your participation, and your thoughtfulness over the last few days. So, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises in report, it report Senate Bill 284 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Sub for House Bill 2164. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill involves keeping sex offenders on the sex offender registry out of our schools. And as you can imagine, there's opportunity. Today, we don't have any restrictions on registered sex offenders about where they can go, what activities they can participate in. And the issue really came to light for many school parents just last month. There was an elementary school dance. It was a parent-child dance, and the principal ahead of the dance was asked by a known to the principal registered sex offender, "I'd like to attend the dance." He's over the age of 18, and the principal granted permission. And lo and behold, at the dance, he was observed by other parents taking pictures of the kids on the dance floor. And the parents were thereafter very upset about what happened and shocked and surprised to learn that Kansas doesn't have what we all sometimes think of, well, if you're a sex offender on the registry, you can't come within 500 feet of a school, you can't live within 1,000 feet of the school, but lo and behold, Kansas doesn't have any of those restrictions. So this bill does address the issue of this gap in our law. And what it does is it's very straightforward, it's very simple, and it states that no sex offender who's 18 years of age or older, whose underlying crime involved a minor, someone 18 or younger, right, against a child, you are restricted from entering onto school property or attending a school activity. And it creates a penalty of a felony if you do so. School property is defined in the bill, and school property is defined as property upon which is located a structure used by a unified school district or a non-public school. A non-public school, that definition was added in committee to mean a private, nonprofit, or parochial school that offers regular instruction for students at least 4 days per week during a school term and does not include a homeschool, microschool, homeschool cooperative association, or any non-accredited private school that has a total enrollment of 9 students or fewer. So we heard testimony. It had great broad support. It had support proponents from the district attorney in Johnson County, the district attorney in Sedgwick County, as well as the district attorney in Sedgwick County, the Kansas Sheriff's Association, Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Peace Officers Association, the Children's Advocacy Centers of Kansas, the Sunflower House Child Advocacy Center. You know, the superintendent where this incident happened is a proponent of the bill. The KNEA, Kansas National Educators Association, is a proponent of this bill. The Kansas Association of School Boards is supporting the bill, has some questions about, well, what if you're 18 to 21 and attend school? But the bill provides that in those situations, the school district can make accommodations to educate those students and follow this law as well. So we heard some interesting facts. There are over 12,000 registered sex offenders in our state. Some of them don't even comply with the registration requirements, but there are over 12,000 here. We heard from the district attorney in Shawnee County. A 2003 study cited by the U.S. Department of Justice found that sex offenders released from prison were 4 times more likely to be rearrested for a sex crime compared to non-sex offenders. The DA shared a separate 2007 study found that 52% of child sex offenders were charged with a subsequent sexual offense. We heard from the Sunflower House Child Advocacy Center. They see victims of child sex abuse. They treat them with the sex abuse rape kit to gather evidence of the crime. They shared that 1 in 10 children will be the victims of child sexual abuse by their 18th birthday. Children of all ages, races, ethnicities, and socioeconomic backgrounds may experience child sexual abuse. It affects boys and girls in all kinds of neighborhoods and communities. And they reported that you'll often hear when there's an arrest of an alleged offender, listen carefully to the words of neighbors and colleagues about that arrest. You'll often hear, "We're shocked. He was so nice. All of the kids loved her." That's because many offenders are labeled as a loyal friend, a good employee, and a responsible member of the community. This is by design. You see, grooming gradually over time allows the person to build trust and gain access to their target audience while avoiding suspicion. And that's what this bill helps prevent. So we have known registered sex offenders who are on the registry, but not known to the parents of the kids who attend our schools, not known to the students in the schools. And I think we all expect that when we send our children to school, I've got 4 kids of my own. When we send our kids to school, we expect them to be safe from sexual predators. The district attorney called this group of folks who are on the sex offender registry for sex offenses against a minor, called them pedophiles. And the last thing I would think as a state is what we would want to do is allow them access to other targets. I can share with you what the parents who came and testified said and shared their courageous story. It's important that our laws and rules protect everyone, especially our children. And this bill has legislation that would prevent harmful people near our children. Another said, "When I think back to the event, I wonder what could have happened. What about those kids that got dropped off with their friends to attend a dance? What if that man who did attend this dance would have had some type of trigger by seeing a little girl dancing and decided to take her? This is something me or any other parent should have to worry about. I also understand the different crimes that could be involved. But who's to say that an offender with a lower level sex crime won't do it again and won't turn it into a very heinous crime?" Another parent testified she was dumbfounded that there are no laws in Kansas regarding registered sex offenders being required to stay off school property, and that there are no requirements about where they can live. She's shocked that the school district didn't have a policy that would prevent this. You can, of course, imagine she was also angry and was surprised that the school board had a meeting where this occurred at their regular monthly meeting the next month. And I was at that meeting and shared, I have a draft of a bill that would help address this. And the board was surprised that this would be allowed as well. And the superintendent ended up writing some proponent testimony. So I think we see that this is an opportunity to help keep kids safe in school from sexual predators, from child molesters. And what we did in Senate committee was there were no amendments other than to define what non-public school means, which I read the definition. And then the Senate committee was of the mind that this is important enough, we need to get this done, that we put it into a House shell so it would get sent to the House right away for consideration. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Sedgwick? Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question for the carrier of the bill. My question is regarding victims notification program within the Attorney General's office. So years ago, a similar situation, so I introduced legislation that turned into the victims notification program. So would that program not also be beneficial in this situation? So a school teacher contacted me, the person who victimized her was released and in her same the neighborhood of the school where she taught at. And so that victim's notification is to, whereas the Department of Correction Secretary is to send a letter to those victims notifying them that that person is being released in that area. So just wondering if that notification piece plays into what the senator from Johnson is speaking of. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill applies to the civil registry, so the Department of Corrections and the wouldn't be involved.
Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd ask the carrier of the bill if, say, a 15-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy end up in a situation and he ends up being convicted, is that a sex offender?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in law, if you are between 19 and 14 and you engage in, I think it's called voluntary sexual activity, and you're less than 4 years apart in age, so with the example 15 to 16-year-old, you would not then be prosecuted or convicted of a crime that would, by statute, put you on the sex offender registry. So no, it would not apply to a 15 and a 16-year-old. They would not be, by statute, put on the sex offender registry.
Senator from Reno.
Has it been that law for a long time, or is that a recent change?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
No, I know. Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
So thank you, Madam Chair. The crime of unlawful voluntary sexual relations, if it's between a 15 and a 16-year-old, we're not quite sure, but at least for 15 years, that has not by statute, that crime has not been by statute registrable on the sex offender registry list.
Senator from Reno, I'm sorry. Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy.
I haven't moved yet, thank you. I appreciate that. I personally know of 3 situations. One of those cases, the people are married and have grandkids now, but they are, all 3 of those men are, and they're you know, it's been longer than 15 years. So these people all probably have grandkids, and they are not a sexual predator. They may have messed up when they were younger and done something they shouldn't have done, but they weren't after a kid. I think that's a big distinction. And if this goes through, then they suddenly won't be able to go watch their kids play ball or watch their Christmas program or whatever. I think we need to be cautious about how we go forward. Thank you.
Senator Warren, do you wish to respond? Okay, all right. Further questions, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the discussion on this bill, which was heard in Judiciary. I sit on Judiciary, and by and large, the intent of it is very good, and I support the underlying bill that's here. But there are some problematic areas, and one I think was just raised by the senator from Reno.
It is a senator from Reno. And would you please face the chair, Senator?
I was looking at you, but kind of trying to see if I could read the name tag, which I couldn't on the front, Madam Chair. So the senator from Reno raised one of the issues that really the opposition, which the senator from Johnson, the chair, did not share, that was brought up. And so I just don't know if we're able to fix those circumstances where the crime of unlawful relations, whether intentional or what used to be Romeo and Juliet, though expanded, can ever really be fixed over a certain amount of time. But we can try to take a small bite at the apple to clear it up in these cases, and I'd like to ask that the amendment that I've offered, or that I intend to offer, be read.
You've turned it in?
I have, and it's number 2149.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Let us distribute it, if you would. Senator Haley, do you want to explain your amendment, or do you want it read?
I'd like for it to be, it's short, it's a paragraph, actually the meat of it is a paragraph, but I think it would be better read.
Okay, you want the reader to read?
That Joe read. I just love hearing the mellifluous voice of our reader, Joe.
Okay, very good. The reader may read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate substitute for House Bill 2164 on page 1 in line 8 after section A by inserting 1, except as provided in paragraph 2, following line 12 by inserting, quote, section 2. The provisions of this subsection shall not apply if such offender is a parent or guardian of an enrolled student and complies with any procedures established by the local school board to monitor the whereabouts of the offender for the duration of such offender's presence on the school's property or attendance at the school activity. A local school board may create such procedures and, if created, shall publish such procedures on the board's public website and include a method to notify parents of any plan approved for such an offender to be present on school property or attend a school activity at least 14 days prior to such presence or attendance, end quote. Also, on page 1, in the title, in line 4, after the semicolon, by inserting, quote, providing an exception for parents or guardians of enrolled students and authorizing local school boards to establish procedures to monitor such offenders, end quote.
Senator Haley.
I thank the reader, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank him for his indulgence. Very simply, and I'll be happy to stand for any questions, this amendment offered, which was some of the concern from the opposition to the bill in committee, and which I should give full disclosure, I understand has been adopted to the House version of this bill, which still sits below the line over in the House, Madam Chair. Just basically, going back to the senator from Reno raised, you know, at some point in time, these offenders or former offenders do their time, come out, serve their time, and time passes, but they're still on what's a lifetime registry. So they go on and live their lives. They may, in fact, have children themselves and sometimes grandchildren, and yet the registry under the bill that we have right now would be problematic with a parent or a guardian of a child who attends a school being able to attend their child's school, or being able to go to any of their events, or even to drop them off, maybe give transportation to them back and forth. So this amendment would provide, again, in concert with the knowledge of the local school board, allowing that parent or guardian, though he or she may have be a registered sex offender, having offended in the past, that they would still be able to attend their child's or attend their child's school for events or for transportation. I'd be happy to stand for any further question.
Thank you. Senator Warren, did you wish to ask a question on the, to the carrier of the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this was not an amendment that was discussed in committee, so I'll ask the questions here. How many school districts already have a policy like this in place? They're free to do so already. How many have them?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Madam Chair, I don't know how many school districts have this policy in place. The policy, does the Senator from Johnson mean a waiver or a policy in place prohibiting those who are on the registry, or the waiver?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking regarding the amendment, how many school districts, and I'll quote from the amendment, have procedures established by the local school board to monitor the whereabouts of the offender for the duration of such offender's presence on school property or attendance at the school activity? And how many of them are published on the board's public website?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I would imagine that at this point, since this is not a law yet that we're making, that no school board yet has undertaken to have these procedures in place. But if in fact the underlying bill is passed, then in fact they'll put them in place. School districts will then put these procedures in place.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if the local school board creates this procedure and the procedure fails, such as the monitoring didn't prevent an incident of child sex abuse, would the school district be liable?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I'm not exactly sure that I appreciate the tenor of the question, Madam Chair. If I understand it correctly, if I can restate it, the chair of Judiciary suggests that if a policy is put in place that would allow a offender who is a guardian or a parent of a child, and then that waiver, if you will, by the parent or guardian results in some crime or some resulting crime, would the school district then be held liable? Do I understand that correctly, Madam Chair?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Yes, that's the question, because what this amendment does is it creates then a duty, an affirmative duty of the school to create a procedure and to properly administer the procedure, including the proper monitoring the whereabouts of the offender for the duration of such offender's presence on the school property or at the school activity. So in law, if you have an affirmative duty to do something and you fail to do that duty, you can be held liable for damages that occurred.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually beg to differ with the good senator from Johnson. If in fact it is duly published, which it will be, I'm sure that this is the law, that the law would provide or does prohibit sex offenders, those that are on the registry, unless those sex offenders are a parent or guardian, and that is duly noted or within the district or districts where this applies, that I disagree that there would be then a cause of action that might be brought should a parent or guardian of one of the students offend or commit one of these, commit some act related to that would be a reoffense for a sex offender.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, if there's a point of disagreement here, that's kind of the point. This hasn't really had an opportunity to be thoroughly looked at. And when I was presenting the bill to the school board I was in front of, they were and had a subsequent conversation with the superintendent and with the Kansas Association of School Boards were very thankful that a statewide policy that was very straightforward, no one over 18 who is on the sex offender registry, who is on there for having committed a crime against a child, would be let in, period. Because then we've got the school district deciding, well, your offense was 30 years ago, you seem to be a good person, we'll let you in. No, yours was a year ago, we're not gonna let you in. Yours was a crime for indecent liberties with a child, we'll let you in, but yours was aggravated indecent liberties with a child, we're not gonna let you in. And our schools are there to educate the kids. And what I was hearing feedback was, they don't want to have to be making these decisions that I believe would make them liable if they made the wrong decision. We already had this policy in place at the school district where this just happened last month, where there was no actually there was a policy. The board wasn't aware they had one. The principal thought she was following the policy, and lo and behold, look what happened. This amendment basically guts the bill. It guts the bill, and it would allow a parent who is a sex offender in the schools. And who are we here out looking for? Actions have consequences, and if you're on the registry, you're not there by accident. You have been convicted beyond a reasonable doubt of a crime. And all the time, we restrict where people can go, and in fact, we put them in jail sometimes. So this is one of those instances where you have committed a crime, and one of the places you can't go, one of your restrictions is you can't go in school activities. So for that reason, I do not support the amendment and find it a not friendly amendment.
Thank you. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley, do you wish to respond?
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair. I see other people other senators are standing. I'd want to hear from them as well. But just to be clear, this amendment does not gut the bill. There is a strict test, and that is a relationship, a proximity to a student who's registered in the school. That is a narrow, as far as I'm concerned, it's a very narrow, quote, exception for who is applied here. That would be, I could define, or we could further define what a parent or guardian is. I don't think that that's necessary, but if that would make the senator from Johnson happier that we put a definition of what is a parent or guardian for a child enrolled, that is the extent to which this would allow. Looking at the mechanics of this, Madam Chair, I mean, we have a parent or parent who is wouldn't be unable if this bill passes unamended, can't drop their kid off, their child off, or pick their child up from school. They can't attend a sports event. And I think about some of the communities where, why can't there be the support that a child deserves from a parent? Honestly, Madam Chair, I contemplated a grandparent, as was mentioned by another senator. You know, if a grandparent was found to have been a sex offender decades ago, or whatever, the prospect of reoffending is very low, or there being some other offense. I had hoped that we could have, or might have looked at the grandparent or a grandparent with a legitimate nexus to a student, and to allow him or her, that grandparent, to continue to be involved in the child's education and extracurricular school activities. But this is limited to the parent or the guardian. It doesn't gut the bill. There's a whole host, there are legions of people, should this bill pass, and again, I hope the underlying bill does, but should it pass, that will be excluded because of their registry, being on the registry. This just should not apply, I think, to the mother, the father, or the guardian of the child at the school.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment. if I'm reading this correctly, you say a local school board may create such procedures, and if created, shall publish such procedures on the board's public website and include a method to notify parents of any plan approved for such offenders. So in the instance that was mentioned from the senator from Johnson, the dance situation, if the school district had these procedures in place, if I'm understanding the amendment correctly, the school would have had to send out a notice to all of the parents saying, we're going to have a registered sex offender at the dance 14 days ahead of time. Am I understanding that correctly?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I thank the senator from Sedgwick for bringing that up. It could be interpreted that way. I would hope, frankly, that that would not necessarily be the case because, of course, were that to be the case, curious attendees, especially parents, would want to know, well, who are we talking about here? Who is the former sex offender? And I mean, the mechanics of this, especially in smaller communities, I just think if you're in a small town and your child is at the high school and there's a high school function, that it just, I don't know, the mechanics of it I don't think work very well as it's structured, but perhaps that would be the case that the school board would say that we are going to then publish who that parent is who had a past violation of the, and was on the registry. Honestly, I hope that wouldn't be the case, that they wouldn't do that, especially in smaller communities, but arguably it could.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as a former principal, I am absolutely thinking of the mechanics of this. I can't imagine anything that would create further chaos than announcing that there's going to be a sex offender, registered sex offender, parent or not, at a school event, a faster way to have parents be upset, not let their child participate. And so for those reasons, I'll be opposing this amendment. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of questions for the carry of the amendment, if you would stand for them.
Standing.
Thank you. Yes, my first question is this. As I read over the amendment, I'm not seeing anything in terms of variation of crimes. You know, when you're talking about these types of offenses, you can have everything from indecent exposure to sexual assault. Is there any clarification in here in terms of the offender?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
That's not delineated in here, Madam Chair, as to what the underlying specific crime was.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Additionally, is there anything here in terms of the age of the offender? I'm not seeing it, but just wondering if, again, are we just totally saying offender no matter what the age was in terms of the offense?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Well, that's actually was my concern, Madam Chair, is we did discuss, or there was a question asked about relations, permissive relations between a 16 or 17-year-old and a 14, 15-year-old, somewhere therein. That's one thing. The concern is for those where they're not within the realm of what's known as Romeo and Juliet, where, you know, someone over 18, a 19 or 20-year-old has what are statutory relations with someone 15 or so. Well, and this happened when they're 19 or 20 and they're left on the registry, and fast forward, they're 35 or 40 and father or mother themselves, but still prohibited from having gone on or being able to go on with their life. So there's no distinction between what many would consider to be relatively innocuous concerns to what are major concerns, you know, exposure or whatever. I'm not going to go through the laundry list of different variances of what's listed for our sex offenders, but some are definitely quite serious. I mean, I think we would say would continue through many, many years to concern, and some we would say its time has been served and we should not continue to have a scarlet letter on someone who's gone on to become a mother or father and very active in their child's upbringing with their school.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. I can appreciate that information. As an individual who's worked on several bills dealing with sexual assault, childhood, sexual crimes, there are a couple things in here that really do concern me. One, all offenders are the same in this amendment. That means there's no variation for the crimes, and there is a bit of a difference between, say, indecent exposure versus sexual assault. But in this case, all are categorized as the same. Additionally, as it's been mentioned, age of the offender is all the same in this bill, or in this amendment, sorry. I agree with previous speakers. There's something to be said in terms of a particular offense happening under the age of 18 versus, say, at the age of 40. But in this situation, all are categorized as the same. Additionally, this amendment actually would cause problems with the underlying situation. The individual in Blue Valley is actually engaged to the parent, and the two kids live with them. So under this amendment, that person would actually be given full access. So I think we have to be very careful when we're looking at these nuances in terms of the implications, and again, the variation of the crimes and the age of the offender. Thank you.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
I thank the Senator from Johnson for that clarity.
Any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the body's consideration and the indulgence. So, again, I support the underlying bill. We heard it in committee. My only concern is for those who want to and should be able to participate as a parent or guardian to then be labeled with the broad brush of being unable to participate for something that they did often very far in their past. And that I think that this is for the integration of the family, or for that family participation, that the child should not have to pay for the ongoing sin or previous sin of the father or the mother by not having that parent or guardian be able to participate in an ongoing basis with their school activities, whether it's transportation, and when you think about the mechanics of that, dropping your child off or not being able to pick your child up from school, or whether it's participation in general, where children look at each other and say, well, why isn't your dad or mom participating in this particular area? You know, that we hold them to that. I just don't think it works very well, the bill as written, and we should certainly afford that person, though they had a past, something happened in their past, to continue to be a part of their minor child's matriculation. I do appreciate the discussion, Madam Chair, and having said that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, no. Amendment fails. We're back on the bill. Senator Warren, are there more questions for the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, on the base bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this bill will go a long way towards keeping kids safe from sexual offenders at school, and appreciate the body's attention. With that, Madam Chair, I move that when the body rise and report, it reports Senate sub for HB 2164 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. Body, we are now moving to House Bill 2217. I will recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2217 is involving the Inspector General. The core mission of that office is to identify fraud, waste and abuse, and illegal acts in Medicaid programs. achieved through audits, reviews, and investigations. We do that. Know that the Medicaid program is a $5.5 billion expenditure with nearly 500,000 beneficiaries each year. $300 million have been identified in waste, $6 million in overpayments, and about $25 million in savings, keeping in mind that the Inspector General cannot enforce but can only make recommendations. This includes investigations of providers for overcharging for services or for services never delivered. The Office of the Inspector General also conducts audits and investigations for cash and food assistance programs that have severe lack of oversight through 2215. Expanding the Inspector General's capabilities is not intention for removing people rightfully receiving these benefits, but focusing on making the system work better for everyone. That food assistance, temporary assistance for needy families, TANF, and child care assistance program is about $523 million worth of services. So there was a letter that was received on February 8th of 2024 to the state from the Secretary of Agriculture to Governor Kelly, and it mentioned an overpayment error rate of 8.74%, which would be a total of about $37 million. Definitely needs oversight. The fiscal note on this states that the cost to add employees for a more thorough investigation of these programs should be more than compensated by the savings to the budget. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Colleagues, questions for the carry of the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. Could you please remind me how many people out of the 400,000 plus CAN-CARE beneficiaries have been identified for individual fraud?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you. Since the senator was in the committee and she herself asked that question, I believe her answer was about 7.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. And yes, that is the answer. And here's the thing, there's a very big difference between identified potential fraud and actual fraud. Since 2022, this particular office has screened over 4,000 complaints, 244 resulted in investigation. Out of those investigation, this office has only submitted 7 cases for prosecution. That's 7 cases over the past 3 years. That's an extremely low return on investment. Also of note, since 2022, this office sent 72% of the complaints to Clearinghouse and KDHE for additional review, as the agency wasn't able to determine the need for an investigation. With that high number of complaints sent to Clearinghouse and KDHE for review, this shows this office does not have the expertise needed to really be effective in this type of role. Additionally, I do have another question. How many FTEs have been requested for the AG office?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I believe according to the fiscal note, there were 9.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. This is something we really need to watch. I've been told through all the different bills and additions made to the budget that there are a total of over 24 FTEs requested for the AG office. Now, it doesn't mean all of those bills are going to make it entirely through the process. And of course, like I said, some of that's through the budget. But this is a concern when we've been told that we need to watch how we are spending, and we are cutting actually from other agencies. I'll just wrap up here and say this bill would expand the authority of the Kansas Medicaid Inspector General to look for fraud among public safety net programs like SNAP and TANF. It's a concern because the state already has to follow fraud investigation rules. Creating a separate investigative process is redundant. This bill spends hard-earned taxpayer dollars on duplicative efforts. And again, look at the track record. The fiscal note indicates with all the resources they already have, they have referred only 7 cases for prosecution since 2022. Our systems are already working well at detecting those misusing or abusing benefits. I urge the body to vote no on this.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, did you wish to respond? Okay, are there any more questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator Gossage. Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With recent studies showing that nationwide $1.1 trillion of waste in Medicaid alone and with even more fraud that could be detected if there were additional staff to be able to do it. And again, I want to talk about the fact of providers, and these are doctors that have made it into the news that have been billing Medicaid for services that were never rendered, and they want to be able to go after that. And with that, I will close, and I will say I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, House Bill 2217.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes, and we are now going to turn our attention to sub for House Bill 2152. Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sub for HB 2152 would establish the public monies pooled method of securities and make changes related to the deposit of public monies in financial institutions and in the investment of public monies by financial institutions. The bill would require banks, savings and loans, or savings banks to secure governmental deposits above the amount insured or guaranteed by FDIC by using a public monies pooled method of securities. Establish procedures for reporting and in the event of financial institutions experience a default, establish a complaint process for financial institutions to report when governmental entities are believed to be in noncompliance, amend continuing law regarding the investment of local and state public monies, the Municipal Investment Pool Fund, and governmental units' investment policies. Make technical and conforming changes. The State Treasurer may serve as the administrator of the pooled public money method or may designate a bank, savings and loan association, savings bank, trust company, or other qualified firm, corporation, or association that is authorized to transact business in Kansas to serve as an administrator who would be responsible for assessing and managing the sufficiency of the pool of securities. This multi-year process in developing this bill included all the affected parties, and some were opponents when the discussion started. Last session, there was legislation introduced, and they had a hearing in the House, which kind of a base for what we are looking at today. They held 2 interim committees days, with the committee unanimously recommending many of the proposals with this bill. There has been many other meetings and negotiations between the parties throughout the year and during this legislative session. They were able to get to a place where all the opponents of this legislation at the beginning of the session are now proponents. Dr. Emily Brett, a policy fellow from the Docking Institute of Public Affairs at Fort Hays State University, prepared a report titled, How Public Funds Investment Policy Impacts the Kansas Economy. This report provided a compelling case built on 6 decades of information that demonstrated the power of investing locally and how money rolls through a community many times before it leaves. There is no difference in shopping local, just banking and investing locally. Dr. Brett estimated that redirecting $10 million in deposits to Kansas banks would generate $8 million in loans. These loans would spark a multiplier effect. Businesses would expand, construction would boom, and consumers would spend, even doubling their personal spending income to $12.8 million. Applying Kansas state and local taxes, this would yield approximately $1.3 in new tax revenue per $10 million deposit. So if you scale to $1 billion, the potential redirection from out-of-state holdings could generate $130 million in taxes. The pool money investment portfolio holdings as of January 31, 2025 showed $9.266 billion, which included the Bank of Montreal, 3.78%, Toronto Dominion Bank at 2.16%, Toyota Ford Motor Credit Corporation at 3.24%, MetLife short-term funding 4.8%, and Kansas banks' CDs was 0.49% of their portfolio. This legislation represents a remarkable opportunity to redirect up to $1 billion of our own tax dollars, which are currently invested outside Kansas and beyond our nation's border, back into the heart of our state. By doing so, we can create a powerful economic ripple effect, and this $1 billion investment circulated through communities statewide. Community banks play a vital role in serving smaller, less densely populated markets where they create personal relationships with their customers. By modernizing public fund statutes, we can help these institutions continue to serve as economic drivers in their communities. So with this, we have no opponents, we have no neutrals. The proponents was the Kansas Bankers Association, Community Bankers Association. The ones that caught my eye was that the League of Kansas Municipalities is on board, Kansas Association of Counties is on board, the State Treasurer Stephen Johnson, the Office of State Bank Commissioner, the Kansas Chamber of Commerce, and Business Roundtable. This passed out of the House at 119 to 4. I'm excited with this bill. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for the senator from Butler? Thank you. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to thank the good senator for his work on this legislation. I was talking about it a few years ago and mentioned it quite extensively a couple years ago. We need Kansas money working for Kansans, and this bill absolutely does that. And I want to take this thank you a step further because the good senator, he helped us find money that we were paying a compounded interest instead of a simple interest and saved us money. So he did it in that bill, and I think he's going to help Kansas quite a bit, and I am proud to join him in support of this legislation. Thank you for his good work and the committee.
Questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator from Lyon, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to echo those remarks, and reinvesting in Kansas with Kansas, this is a good bill, and I'm very supportive of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments for the senator from Butler, Senator Fagg? Seeing none, Senator, I think you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's bring Kansas tax money home to Kansas Main Street. And with that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports sub HB 2152 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2334. We have the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 234 is regarding captive insurance. I have to be honest with you, when this was first brought to us in committee, I thought, what is that? I spent a lot of time, I appreciate the chair's indulgence, allowing us time to talk to both there were no opponents, but to talk to the proponents, make phone calls, dig into what is captive insurance. And basically, many of you may know about self-funded insurance for a large insurance company, and they function as the insurance company or a large company. So they self-insure, and therefore they have everything under one bucket. They may have a third-party administrator that processes claims. We do that with our insurance plan here for the employee-sponsored plan here in the state. Captive insurance, however, is bundling all kinds of insurance. That could be liability insurance, that could be property and casualty along with health. Bundling all this insurance, it's usually very large companies that do this. We already have on our books captive insurance, but other states have passed what is called captive cell. And captive cell is just like, think of one large company. And last night I first learned about a company named Lowen that I didn't even know existed from Hutchinson, Kansas. And I thought, wow, that's an amazing success story. So imagine if Lowen had subsidiaries or other companies around kind of under their big umbrella, and they may have a captive insurance plan, but then they wanted to have cells beneath that. Or think of Coca-Cola, and they own a water company, and they have other companies. So these cells would be part of their full captive insurance that they have for the company. Because Kansas does not offer these cells, we just have the captive. We have some business that could be using that captive here, and that puts a lot of money into our local banks because those funds must be kept somewhere, and then the insurance is paid out of these funds and claims are paid out of those funds. Instead, they're putting it in other states. So all this does is do what other states have done and add the captive or the protective cell language into captive insurance. Don't worry, there won't be a test later over this, but I will stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your work and the committee's work on this bill. I think it was a great explanation. I felt very lucky that as the legislative attendee at the Midwest Higher Education Compact, who has formed a captive insurance company, we got a 4-hour preview of some of this information about captive insurance. So the representative from Johnson, Representative Tarwater, came to the committee as a proponent of this bill. He testified that he has been working with our insurance commissioner to establish the first property and casualty captive insurance company in Kansas. The insurance commissioner was a proponent of this when she was a member of the Senate and has remained a strong advocate in her role as insurance commissioner. And I believe the changes in this bill will make the process much more efficient. The representative also testified that many Kansas-based companies utilize captive insurance, but none of them are domiciled in Kansas, so his was the first. The goal of this legislation is to increase the amount of premium tax paid to Kansas by businesses using captive insurance. Kansas has missed out on many of these payments. One suggestion made by another proponent that we heard in committee and used by other states is to provide for a 1-year premium tax exemption for companies re-domesticating, bringing back their business from their captive insurance company to Kansas. So, Madam Chair, I have worked with the representative from Johnson, Representative Tarwater, to request an amendment that would provide such a premium tax exemption for 1 year to encourage businesses that have locations in Kansas to re-domesticate their captive insurance in Kansas.
You've turned it in?
I have turned it in. It's 2138, and I think I can explain it.
Will you give us a minute so we can pass it out and distribute it? Thank you. Body, while you're looking at this amendment, I would like to call your attention to a guest on the floor. We have former Senator Tom Hawk in the chamber. Can we give him a warm welcome? Welcome, Senator Hawk. Would you like to explain it, Senator Francisco?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment starts by talking about a foreign or alien insurer, and a foreign insurer would be one from another state, and an alien insurer would be one domiciled in another country, and talking about them becoming a domestic captive insurance company, which would be an insurance company based in Kansas. So this provides that an insurer formed outside of Kansas can become a Kansas insurer with the commissioner's approval. So this would also have to be approved by our insurance commissioner. And the company that is re-domesticating can organize as any lawful corporate form permitted under this chapter. It also goes on to say that a redomestication shall be authorized in foreign or alien jurisdictions when the foreign or alien insurer wants to redomesticate itself in Kansas. So they're required to show proof that the former jurisdiction's regulator has acknowledged the company's redomestication. So that you can't have it in two places, you have it here. The redomesticating insurer has to do all the applicable paperwork with the Secretary of State and the insurance department. They have to provide proof that the redomesticating insurer has filed the appropriate paperwork with the Secretary of State. And they have to provide the date of the most recent financial exam in the former jurisdiction, or and that counts for the start of Kansas's 3-year period for financial exams. And if the bill passes, it will be 5 years between those examinations. That's the redomesticating part of the amendment. So there's another part of the amendment that addresses the tax portion of this. So a company that's redomesticating would only have to pay state tax after it becomes a Kansas insurer. It would only pay 1/2 of the minimum premium tax if this happens after July 1st of any year. So that gives them some ability. You know, if they come in August or September, they don't have to pay a full year of the tax. They can pay half. And then it allows the redomesticating insurer to choose which tax year. So they can get the exemption for either the first or the second year, and that means they can choose to get a full year of the tax exemption. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator Gossage, do you have a question?
Not a question particularly, just a comment. On page 12, we in committee reduced the fee, the non-refundable fee, from $10,000 down to $2,500. And personally, I have no strong opinion either way about the amendment. I feel like by adding the cell component to our current captive insurance, it's going to bring people doing captive insurance into our state and allow large companies to add captive insurance with the cell provision is enough, but I'll leave that up to the body as to whether they would like to add the amendment.
Thank you.
Be happy to discuss this in conference committee if needed.
Thank you. Senator from Johnson, Senator Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Representative Tarwater supportive of this amendment?
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
My understanding is he is, because he worked with me on it and sent the information to our revisor.
Senator from Johnson. Okay. Any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a $2,500 application fee to form a captive insurance company in Kansas. This ability to exempt 1 year of taxes would, I hopefully, make it attractive for these companies to come. We also talked about having the company have to pay a penalty if they leave before 5 years. But I'm very pleased that this is different from the House position and could go to conference, and I think that gives those members of the conference committee a little more time to discuss this further. But without this amendment, that would be lost. Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. And we are back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, are there any more questions for the carrier of the bill? I'm looking around the chamber and I do not see any. Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, House Bill 2334.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. As amended, Senator from Johnson, yes, thank you. Do you want to?
As amended, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You've heard the motion as amended. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we are now going to turn our attention to House Bill 2158. We have the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. House Bill 2158 will allow beekeepers who wish to sell honey or honeycomb that can then be sold for retail at a retailer if they meet certain requirements. Now, those requirements are to, one, register with the Department of Agriculture. They also cannot sell more than $25,000 worth of honey during a year. There must be a disclaimer on their product stating that the product is not subject to routine inspection by the Kansas Department of Agriculture. By meeting these requirements, they can sell the honey without having to pay a fee for licensing, which, by the way, Madam Chairman, I failed to mention, their registration with the Department of Agriculture will be at no cost to them. They will also be exempt from the requirement of having a commercial kitchen that they have to maintain. There are a couple other requirements. They do have to package their product on the property where the bee is harvested, where the honey is harvested, and well, I guess I mentioned the labeling requirements. These are not honey producers because honey is produced by bees. These are beekeepers who then will harvest the honey or honeycomb and then sell it. It, for the most part, is a good small government, small business piece of legislation, but I'll be happy to stand for questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck. Senator, I see no one standing, so you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report, it report House Bill 2158 favorable for passage.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2028, sorry. I will call our attention to and recognize the Senator from Miami, Senator Shane, to adopt the committee report. This is not that hard a bill. I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain your bill.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. HB 2028, as amended, would amend law concerning the resident senior combination hunting and fishing pass and the Kansas Kid combination lifetime hunting and fishing license. The bill would revive law authorizing the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks to offer a resident senior combination hunting and fishing pass and remove the sunset date. These provisions allowed any Kansan age 65 and older to purchase a discounted lifetime hunting and fishing permit, and those provisions expired on June 30th of 2020 via statute. This bill would state that the provisions would be effective as of January 1, 2025, so returning this particular hunting license back into statute. The bill was amended in the Senate committee to address the kids combination lifetime hunting and fishing license. Under current law, licenses may be issued by the Secretary of Wildlife and Parks to Kansas residents who are 7 years of age and younger. And then there was two different price tiers for kids that were 5 years of age and younger, and kids that were 6 and 7 years of age. The amendment out of the Senate Committee of Agriculture would amend that and create a single category of child for 15 years of age and younger and set a new maximum license fee of $500. The bill would also remove the sunset for the license provisions that are currently set to expire on July 1st of 2032. This bill, the House bill passed 111 to 11. And I would note that I did speak with the Department of Wildlife and Parks. They are not concerned about the Senate amendment addressing the kids' licenses. They think that any fiscal impact would be negligible, and what is more important is that we add flexibility to bring young people into the outdoors. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for the senator from Miami. I see the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, standing first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment that's been turned in.
Okay, and you have a number?
I'll make one up. Let's see. No, it's 2126 is the amendment number.
We'll distribute that first. Give us a minute. Senator from Montgomery, do you want to explain it or do you want the reader to read?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I will be glad to explain it. It is rather lengthy, but body, this is Senate Bill 213, which has passed this chamber. It has not had time, apparently, to get through the full process over on the House side. So I thought, well, I will amend 213 into 2028, a House bill. What 213 is, it's a bill that passed, by the way, this body 38-1. It affects non-resident waterfowl hunters hunting on public land, restricts their hunting to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, only on public land. On private land, on walk-in hunting, they can hunt any day of the week. Now, and this I found interesting that I didn't mention when we had the bill 213 previously, is that if you are a lifetime license holder, you will be considered a resident for hunting purposes when it comes to waterfowl. So even though you may have left Kansas, if you have a lifetime hunting license, you can still come back to Kansas and hunt waterfowl any day of the week. The reason this legislation passed this body was to protect our in-state waterfowl hunters, to give them more opportunities to hunt some of the better places. We were also having a problem with some of our migratory birds changing their flight patterns because of the excessive hunting in certain areas. So again, the main thing, Madam Chairman, 213 passed this body. I'd like to see it make it through the entire process, and I think this will just, by amending it on to 2028, help it through the process. I'll be glad to stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the amendment? I see Senators from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Since the carrier of the amendment is standing, I would ask him, is he aware of what happened in the House committee on this legislation?
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm busy with the Senate. I left the House a few years ago, and I figure I will eventually learn what they do, but the answer to the question is, don't have any idea.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know we're establishing a Senate position, and we did establish it in another bill. I was the one that voted against the bill, and when the bill went over to the House, the committee killed the bill, basically, is what I was told. And so I'm going to stick by my position, a no on this, and I will not be supporting this amendment. I don't think we should try to speed up the process. If they want to take a look at it next year, they can. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Montgomery, do you wish to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We do already have this bill as conferenceable because it has passed this chamber. If the House indeed has said, well, we really don't like it, like I've just heard, it will make it a little more challenging to be in conference, but it is conferenceable. I just thought that this would give another opportunity for the Senate to say, you know, we'd like to see this legislation move forward. So we're telling the House, hey, we voted on it twice, and we think it's a good thing. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Any more questions from the body? I'm sorry, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the senator carrying the amendment for bringing this amendment to us. I think that the senator from Montgomery is looking out for our committee and our Senate in doing this. We heard a lot of good testimony when we first looked at this language from Kansas residents who appreciated this. And we also learned that it was an issue that has been taken some time to be in discussion before the Commission for Wildlife. So they did due diligence in looking at a variety of ways to address this issue. So it's been on the table for several years in terms of discussion. So I think it's a good approach to try to move it forward now. Thank you.
Any other questions on the amendment brought by the senator from Montgomery? Not seeing any, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I guess I need to address something. We have been told that the bill has been killed. In looking online, I can't verify that, and I'm not questioning the person at all because I trust them exclusively. But when I look online, it doesn't show that the bill even had a hearing. So I just thought I would mention that to the committee. So I would move my amendment, Madam Chairman.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Okay, motion carries. The amendment passes. We're back on the bill. So the senator from Miami, Senator Shane, are you ready to entertain more questions?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having reviewed the bill and seeing the changes that were made in the youth fee, I have an amendment, has been turned in. It is 2123.
Okay, will you wait while we distribute?
Certainly.
Senator from Harvey, do you want to just explain your amendment since it's 2 sentences?
Certainly, thank you very much. It is quite straightforward. Originally, there were 2 brackets. 0 to 5 was $300, 6 and 7 was $500. I feel if we're going to go to 15, splitting the difference works, and so this would say 15 years of age or younger, the fee shall be $400.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would note that the committee, we did talk about what the appropriate price or fee might be. We decided to leave my amendment in place at $500, although I think we were willing to be flexible. I see this not as an unfriendly amendment and leave it to the will of the body.
Thank you. Senator from Harvey, did you wish to respond to that? Okay. Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't want to be talking a lot. I don't generally do, but I like this amendment. Just thought I would rise in support of the amendment. It still increases the fee for those 5 and under because they are currently $300. Those at 6 and 7 are currently $400. So this puts everyone at $400. But I think it's a good amendment, so I would rise in support of it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was concerned in our committee meeting because we didn't really have any response from the Department of Wildlife and Parks about these changes to fees. I have been able to ascertain because of the effect of Pittman-Roberts funds, those only go into effect when someone reaches the age of 16, and then it starts getting paid. But this will reduce the fees to wildlife and parks. We, in our budget, took away lots of the park funds. And this may, because you can wait to see if your niece, nephew, son or daughter is interested in hunting until they're 15, we may lose out on some of these fees. The idea was to encourage it. My husband and I have given his two nephews lifetime hunting licenses, but they were over $900 a piece. So $500 is a considerable savings. I will be in opposition to this amendment.
Other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment, Madam Chair.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Here's the amendment passed. So we are back on the bill. We have the senator from Miami, Senator Shane, standing ready for more questions. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I know I used terminology earlier. I said it killed the bill. We use that terminology a lot around here. It is in committee. It's not coming out of committee for the year. I do not see it moving forward. So if I misspoke, I apologize. But we use that terminology loosely up here. It's pretty much dead for the year over there, but not over here. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Other questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I close.
I think you're going to need to move.
Sorry, I do need to do that.
Not your body, the motion.
That's right. I move that when the committee rises and report HB 2028 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We are now going to turn our attention to House Bill 2304, and that will be the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson. You may adopt your committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Right. Motion passes. You may explain your bill.
Thank you. HB 2304 would create more accountability, transparency, and knowledge for local and state leaders by requiring recipients of economic development incentives to report to the Secretary of Commerce. It also sets requirements for posting the information on the Department of Commerce website. If a recipient receives $50,000 or more in annual value, then they would be required to submit this information to the Secretary of Commerce in a format determined by the Secretary. The Department of Commerce and League of Kansas Municipalities provided written only neutral testimony, and it passed the House on a vote of 97 to 26. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay. Questions for the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson. Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually don't have any questions. Just a few things about this bill that were a bit of a concern. The opponents that did submit testimony gave a few indications of some issues. Many local municipalities already have processes in place. The City of Overland Park opposes this bill because there's an expansive list of items that would have to be reported that aren't even anything to do with economic development. There's the concern that while there's no fiscal note for the state, this bill adds costs to the local level. And if you live in a rural area, that cost will likely be more. Essentially, this is a bill that oversteps local control in regard to something that really isn't even an issue. So I urge the body to vote no.
Questions for the senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this bill. This is a transparency bill. We have hard time finding out what local entities are providing tax breaks, subsidies, whatever. And it's good for people to be able to know because this impacts their local tax base. We need to have this in one place where that information is aggregated so we have a one-stop shop. Right now, there's just no good way to find out. what kind of subsidies we were going. Last year, in legislative post-audit, after a legislative post-audit meeting where we talked about this Department of Commerce website where you can query it for various subsidies and things, I was wondering, how many subsidies, what is the total dollar amount of the subsidies we're giving out to various entities across the state? I even had research try to do that, research for me, or that come up with data for me. It was impossible. They couldn't do it. I would like to know. I think, if we're trying to give tax breaks to people, just the average guy who doesn't get these kind of tax breaks, we need to know how much we're passing out to individual entities around the state. So I think this is an extremely important bill, and I hope the body will support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for further information for the body, there was an opponent from Overland Park who was concerned because in the original bill, it did say that local governments had to report in any grant, loan, lease, land acquisition, site preparation, utilities, facilities, streets, or roadways, workforce development, or workforce training, and it wasn't clear that they only have to report those things if it's part of an economic development incentive. So the Senate committee amended it to make sure that that was clear, that it only relates to the $50,000 in economic development incentives. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2304 favorably for passage.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We are now going to turn our attention to Senate Sub for House Bill 2056. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very quick explanation of a very important bill. Basically, what it does is prohibits engaging in conduct in any communication with voters with the intent to cause a person to believe that the person engaging in such conduct is an election official, and that includes, but not limiting to, using an official seal or other insignia of the Secretary of State or any county election official. And why this is important is because people, if they are able to do this, can collect personal data on folks. If they think there's an election official trying to come around and check on personal data, there could be an identity theft issue. This is also important because the state's litigation attorneys believe this statutory language would satisfy concerns voiced by the Kansas Supreme Court in a May 2024 case, an opinion, of the League of Women Voters versus Schwab. The current statute language was too broad, so this tightens it down and really specifies that there needs to be an intent to deceive someone, basically, by impersonating an election official. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like, as Yogi Berra put it, deja vu all over again. I remember we were here 3-4 years ago when this legislation came to us, and there was an amendment added on the floor that was the language that was sort of the precursor to this bill. I cautioned the body at that time, Madam Chair, that we should not adopt that amendment because it would lead to costly, expensive litigation. Unfortunately, I was right about that. We have been in costly, expensive litigation to the tune of over $1 million Kansas taxpayer dollars over this impersonation language. So I fear that we are going down that road again. What we've learned over the course of the $1 million litigation is that the Kansas Supreme Court has said that when you're restricting speech, you need to have a high degree of specificity and clarity when you're criminalizing what would otherwise be protected speech. I'm specifically looking at Section 1A2 of the bill. Could the could the carrier talk to me about how he believes that this language provides specificity and clarity where a reader who would be an average lay Kansan would know exactly what conduct was being allowed and what conduct was being prohibited?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I was in another conversation. Could they repeat the...
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson, could you repeat your question?
Glad to, Madam Chair. You know, my question is that over the course of the number of years and the number of dollars that we've spent in litigating this language about representing oneself as an election official, what we've ultimately learned from the Kansas Supreme Court is that they've said when you are criminalizing what would otherwise be protected speech, so which is what this law does. It limits what would otherwise be protected speech. You need to do so with, quote, a high degree of specificity and clarity. So that way, when a lay Kansan would be looking at the statute, they would understand exactly where the line was between what is protected speech and what is prohibited and, in fact, what would be criminal conduct. I'm looking at Section 1A2 of the bill. That language to me, could the carrier maybe help me understand how that is specific and clear language, and maybe give me some examples of what sort of conduct would be covered under subsection A2 that aren't just covered under subsection A1. A1 says you can't represent oneself as an election official. That is illegal. That should be illegal. Nobody's contesting that that shouldn't be illegal. But I'm worried that it's subsection A2 that gets us back into the position we were in when we first passed the language that led to these lawsuits.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, and I appreciate the question. A1 is still fairly broad. It's representing oneself as an election official. A2 adds that element of an intent to deceive, basically, using a variety of methods. And if there is an intent to deceive as someone representing themselves falsely as an election official, that is an attempt, that's fraud. And that is not protected speech. And the Supreme Court determined that was the case, and this was the specific language that we needed to put into this bill to clarify. So that's why we brought this amendment to this bill, is to conform with that opinion from the state Supreme Court. And so that's as simple as it is.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what would be some examples of conduct that would be criminal under Section 1A2 that would not be covered under Section 1A1?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Well, I thank you, Madam Chair. And I think it sort of lays it out here. Using an official seal or insignia of the state or any county election office, or even a slightly altered seal that may look like the official insignia of that election official in some mailing to a person to get them to try to provide information that they wouldn't normally provide. They may be unaware that of who this person is. They may think it's an official type of notification or correspondence, and give up personal information. I could see that could be a potential problem there for identity theft purposes or whatever, any number of things. Who knows what the criminal mind does or thinks they can get away with? And so this specifies that intent, and that's what the Supreme Court asked for us, to tighten that language, and that would be one example, I think.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I won't belabor it. I find this language problematic. I cautioned us again 3-4 years ago when we went down this road. I just want to again caution that body. I won't belabor the point, but I will just say that, again, I think if you are using the official seal or other insignia of the Secretary of State or of a county election office when you're communicating with voters, what you're doing is you're representing yourself to be an election official. That is already criminalized in Section 1A1, as it should be. I just find Section 1A2 as vague, ambiguous, and something that is going to continue to cause us more legal headaches than it's worth. I think the juice is just not worth the squeeze with that section, so I want to again caution the body. Thank you.
Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in strong support of this legislation. There actually is a need for it. The good senator from Johnson may not remember during the debate, there is a website that was set up to intentionally look like an official site. They were using official state seals and such, and people were registering to vote on that site. It was an individual site. They were collecting the data, putting cookies on your machine, collecting all the information they could from you, sending that information, your registration, to the Secretary of State's website and registering for you, so you never knew that you were on a fake website. So there absolutely is a need for this. It's not trying to harm the League of Women voters that are trying to register people to vote. That is not the intent of this legislation. It is to stop the bad players that are trying to look like officials. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
That entire example really just makes my point, Madam Chair. The conduct that was described by the good senator is conduct that would be considered representing oneself as an election official. When you are representing, you have a website, it purports to look identical to an official website. You are essentially representing yourself from an election official. You can and should be charged, but you should be charged under Section A1 of the bill, which again makes it illegal to represent oneself as an election official. So that example was really tailor-made to make exactly the point that I've been trying to make. Probably makes it better than I made it myself. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, do you want to respond? Okay, are there any other questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I believe this language is necessary. The Supreme Court wanted it, and we're trying to comply to tighten up the regulation, add that specific intent to the bill so that there is no question about it. I understand the senator from Johnson's concerns, but I don't believe it's redundant. I think it's more clarifying. And with that, I move that the committee, when the committee rise and report, it report House Bill 2056 out favorably for passage.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2311. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Okay. The motion passes. It's a little lackluster in here. Senator, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like getting late in the day. We all know there are 400,000 foster care children in foster care nationwide and about 110,000 children waiting for adoption. This bill addresses that. While not every family is the right placement for every child, Kansas should not make the mistake that other states have by excluding otherwise qualified parents from adopting or fostering at all, simply because of their religious beliefs. This passed the House with 86 votes. To protect the Kansas foster and adopted parents from unjust discrimination while ensuring that all individual placements are made solely consistent with the best interest of the child. Traditionally, courts had recognized that attempts to disqualify parents from being licensed, approved to foster or adopt based upon their religious beliefs raises serious First Amendment issues. Kansas law should be clear. This process never starts with the presumption that an otherwise qualified prospective parent is not appropriate for placement merely because they hold commonplace religious beliefs about issues of sex or gender. Imposing an ideological litmus test, as other states have done, is unjust to those parents, needlessly limits the pool of available families, and is exactly the opposite of what kids in the foster system need. We know that Christians are 3 times more likely to seriously consider fostering and 2 times more likely to adopt than the general population. The bill states that it cannot compel affirmation of an ideological position regarding sexual orientation and gender identity as a condition of eligibility to foster or adopt. We heard testimony from families, a family right here in Kansas, that they completed 9 of their 10 courses that they had to take. And 2 days later, they were supposed to be completely ready to foster and or adopt. But because of a statement that came up in a discussion in one of the classes, there were lots of questions when they did the final home visit. And even though the child that they were looking to adopt was younger than 3 years old, they were told that based upon their religious beliefs or their thoughts on gender or sexual orientation, that maybe they weren't the right person to foster. This was back in 2019. This is not something that's never happened in Kansas, and it's only happened in other states. So this one-page bill just makes sure that that is not the only litmus test that these parents are otherwise qualified or that they're held to. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Body, questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, just a few comments in regard to this bill. I do have some concerns because, in essence, Kansas already lacks legal protections to ensure the safety and well-being of LGBTQA children in foster care. And the language of this bill makes clear that not only can foster parents refuse to provide a stable, loving placement for a child, but it also ensures that LGBTQA children in placement have no legal protections. Again, no legal protections for children who are already here living in our midst. This bill would allow adoption and foster care agencies to make decisions for children for their care based on religious beliefs rather than the best interest of the child. While every person should have the freedom to practice their own sincerely held religious beliefs, this bill goes far in opening the door to allow the state to prioritize religious belief systems over the best interest of the child. Finally, a couple years ago, we adopted the Representative Gail Finney Youth and Foster Care Bill of Rights. Unfortunately, the legislation we are debating today does not adhere to the spirit of that important Bill of Rights and breaks the promises made to all children for their safety, well-being, and ability to thrive. I urge the body to vote no.
Additional questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. I have no questions, but I do have a question for the carrier bill, if she would.
Yes, go ahead.
Senator, in House Bill 2311, is there a penalty phase that's involved with this as well?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm sorry, there is not.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I think I have to disagree. So there isn't in section C, number 1, there isn't a violation say it can be brought forth by a person that feels they're violated. That is not in this bill.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that was the question. I thought the senator was asking regarding the amendment that was put on by the House Committee of the Whole, which excluded DCF contractors from any liability under the bill. It does state in section C, a person aggrieved by a violation of subsection may recover, and then putative damages were stricken, and it says actual damages, injunctive relief costs, and reasonable attorney fees, and for the families, and that the department shall be liable for any action taken by a contractor that violates this section.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. So, but I do believe that that an injunction action can be brought against the Department of Children and Family. Was that be correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I believe so. It does exclude the contractors. And again, the onus would be upon them to prove that that was the sole reason that they were unable to adopt or be a foster parent.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. Well, I just want to bring that to the body's attention because just as the family that the carrier of the bill mentioned, going through training and then being not considered for adoption at that time could set up a situation where we don't know and that there wasn't something else in place. So this allows them to bring a suit against the Department of Children and Family if when they were not considered as an adoptive parent, and in fact there could very well be reasons, but then we bring in court actions here which actually end up not working in the best interests of the child and costing the state dollars that could be going towards care for children that are in foster care. So that is another piece of that bill that causes me concern as well.
Any other questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do want to clarify that there is nothing in this little bill that conflicts with any other statement in law having to do with protections for children. We all want what's best for children, and that is very clarified. And I would move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, House Bill 2311.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. We are now going to turn our attention to House Bill 2160. Chair recognizes the senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I considered bringing a whistle, but I didn't want to disturb Senate protocol.
You need to move your committee report.
I would seek to move the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Now you can whistle all you want.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House Bill 2160 is the Municipal Employer Whistleblower Act. It provides legal protections for employees who report conduct that is dangerous or unlawful, just like our state employees have whistleblower protection in KSA 75-2973. The act prohibits the supervisor authority of a city, county, school district, or any division thereof or commission all referred to as municipality in this act, from taking disciplinary action against an employee who discusses municipal operations with a legislator or an auditing agency like a legislative post-audit, from an employee who might report a violation of federal or state law or an ordinance, or rules and regs, for the employee not informing their supervisor prior to making the report, or an employee who might discuss malfeasance or misappropriation of money. The bill would not be construed to prohibit employers or authorities from creating policies regarding reports or inquiries that are incoming, again, from legislators or auditing agencies like legislative post-audit. The employer could create absence policies, which would apply to the employee as it does to other employees, except in the case of their absence being created by a direct request by the legislature or an auditing agency to appear. It would not prohibit discipline of an employee who substitutes their own personal opinion for a municipal opinion, and it would not prohibit disciplinary action for employees who disclose false information or have a corrupt motive or reveal information that would otherwise be covered by the Opens Record Act or would be confidential per law or court order. The bill had two neutrals in the House, but House amendments brought the League of Municipalities and the Kansas Association of Counties to the proponent status. There was an opponent from the city of Overland Park concerned about increased litigation. The bill does allow access to judicial relief if reported within 90 days, but I do have an amendment that will clarify that entities providing an administrative appeals process can require that it be used before going to the courts to appeal the decision. So, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment.
You've turned it in.
It is number 2117. It's been submitted.
Would you give us a second to dispense it or disperse it?
Sure will.
Senator, would you like to explain your amendment, or do you want us to have the reader read it?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'll explain my amendment. In order to trigger the administrative policy, page 2, line 40, it will say, except for officers, employees eligible to administratively appeal disciplinary action pursuant to paragraph 2. So this would require the use of the internal process prior to going to the courts. There's a technical change on page 3. Auditing agency was mistakenly placed in line 12, and that should be municipality. I would stand for a question on the amendment.
Any questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Madam Chair, I move my amendment.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. Back on the bill. Do we have, are you ready to take
questions? I stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So do we have any questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Finney? Senator Clifford? I think you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The House incidentally voted 121-0 on this bill. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2160 as amended favorably for passage.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We are now going to turn our attention to Senate Sub for House Bill 2382. The chair will recognize Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate substitute for House Bill 2382 just makes a change to sex education requiring the inclusion of human fetal development presentation as part of the curriculum. It's an 8-line bill, super simple. I'm sure it'll be not much debate at all on the floor, and with that, I'll happily stand for questions, Madam Chair.
Are there any questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, just a couple of comments. This bill is a curriculum mandate that circumvents the autonomy of our Kansas school districts in developing their own curriculum. Madam Chair, school districts and teachers are the ones that could decide best the instruction based on the learning needs of their students and the cultural relevancy of the communities in which they teach. School boards would be left with few options but to rely on these medically inaccurate, misleading videos to comply with this legislation. Education about reproductive and sexual health does not exist in a vacuum. This bill is incredibly short. I will agree with the carrier of the bill. And it does mandate the teaching of fetal development without context, leaving out critical information about reproductive health. Teaching students about pregnancy should be part of a comprehensive, medically accurate, age-appropriate sex education, which I absolutely agree with. But HB 2382 sets forth no protocol for ensuring that this information is medical and scientifically accurate of any fetal development presentation that would be shown in these Kansas schools, starting in kindergarten and continuing every year until those children graduate from high school. Although HB 2382 doesn't specifically direct what would be required that students view on this, a video entitled Meet Baby Olivia, which was created by an anti-abortion organization, Live Action, or something very similar, which we actually did see a part of in our Senate Education Committee. We watched the first part of Your Life Begins with Birth. These are medically inaccurate and misleading. These videos and others like it falsely assert that life begins at fertilization, and they parrot that same misinformation that anti-abortion groups have used to push abortion bans and restrictions nationwide. Madam Chair, when we use the word life in a scientific sense, we're distinguishing between organic and inorganic matter. What's confusing here is the deliberate use of the word in a different way and claiming that it's scientific. Mandating the use of these videos using the word life to indicate an independent person with agency and value equal to the mother. That statement is not scientific. It's rooted in some religious traditions. And even in those traditions, the moment when a fetus reaches the point of ensoulment, which is the word that's being used in these videos, that has changed as scientific knowledge of the process of reproduction has changed. In a country that's founded when people did not want the government imposing religious beliefs on the people, it's this kind of action that betrays the traditions of our nation. It may be a simple mistake that led to this confusion, or it may be that the use of language here continues that trajectory of that this body is asserting religious freedom selectively to support what the majority wants while ignoring and disrespecting other religious beliefs, especially if they're found offensive or inconvenient. So, Madam Chair, we are a whitewashed tombs, happy to indoctrinate some while opposing the expression of others. So I urge the body to vote no.
Additional questions for the carrier of the bill. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a generation of kids that are learning about their bodies from TikTok influencers with zero credentials. Meanwhile, they can't tell you the first thing about how they developed in their womb. And that's frankly just a glaring omission. I mean, here's some hard facts that evidently a lot of folks don't seem to know. After 22 days after fertilization, the heart starts beating at 110 beats per minute. 6 weeks in, over 1 million heartbeats have already occurred. 9 weeks in, the brain develops, our brain activity has started underway. These are not opinions. These are not religious beliefs. These are not politics. This is just biology. You know, the critics are claiming that this isn't evidence-based, but you know, last I checked, showing an ultrasound footage or medically accurate animations is the definition of evidence-based education. This bill doesn't dictate specific videos. It requires showing actual development, the brain, the heart, vital organs forming. That's not ideology. That's just reality. I feel like this bill, what opponents fear the most about this bill is that the scientific facts might actually lead students to their own conclusions. When they say they lack context, I feel like what they really mean is that it lacks the insertion of their ideology. And, you know, having kids come to their own conclusions based on the facts, I just feel like that's exactly what education should do. Present the facts and let the students decide themselves. If showing accurate footage of human development somehow threatens your position, maybe your position needs some reworking. Kansas students deserve to see the full science, not just the parts that fit certain political narratives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Additional questions or comments? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I do have a question for the carrier of the bill.
He's standing.
Thank you. So in this, as you referred to it, this short, simple bill, so does it allow for school districts to decide if this is part of the curriculum that they feel should be included within their their growth and human development and human sexuality classes?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Sex education has been mandated by the state board, and all curriculum is left up to the local school board. So that would be up to the local school board.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, but in this particular bill, does it leave it up to the local school boards whether they have a choice or not?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Choice is really simple. The shall is part of the course of instruction and presentation of high-quality computer-generated animation. It doesn't specify.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, as the carrier of the bill did say, this simple bill, but it does say requiring the inclusion of a human fetal development presentation as part of the curriculum. It does say shall be part of the curriculum. There is no option here, as I read it, for the school district to decide it shall include as part of such curriculum or instruction a presentation of a high-quality computer-generated animation or high-definition ultrasound of at least 3 minutes in duration that shows the development of the brain, the heart, and other vital organs. So when I read that, and the carrier can tell me if I'm wrong, that means that it is a requirement now, and if this bill would pass, that school districts would have to include this if they have any course that addresses human growth, human development, or human sexuality.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. If you go to YouTube and Google the title, high quality computer generated animation or high definition ultrasound, multiple things pop up, not just one. Therefore, there's no mandate for anything specific other than you have to add something chosen by the school district as part of the course. So nothing specified, so I have yet to find a title of a YouTube video or any sort of video that has to do with fetal development with that title.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So what does the word shall include mean?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Well, here's the beauty of this bill, Madam Chair. It doesn't attach any statutes to it or regulations, which basically means the current statutes and regulations on the books are in play and are what to be followed. And as we all, I'm sure, are aware, in the state regulations, sex education is required, but curriculum is left up to the local district, the local school board to decide. Therefore, that is still the rule, is that the local school board, local control is still in play and is the rule of law in this particular scenario.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, I think that the carrier can say whatever he likes, but what's written in the bill is that a school district no longer, because they do have that choice now, they can decide what is part, to meet state standards, what is part of their district's curriculum. They could choose to use how this is defined here currently. But with this bill, they do no longer have a choice. This bill, this short little bill, as we refer to, dictates what they shall include. And as was mentioned earlier, that could mean that this same piece of information is being shared, has to be included, whether it's a kindergartner, a first grader, or a senior in high school. So that our children this would be part of their curriculum for the 12 years that they are, or 13 years that they are in school. But school districts no longer have that choice of making that decision, which constitutionally is their responsibility to have local control of curriculum to match state standards. And this bill is taking away your school district's local control.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, do you wish to respond? Okay. Any other questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will just say, you don't have to take my word for it, folks. It's in the statute, plain as day. I read from it. So please, by all means, don't listen to me. Go look up the regulation yourself. I want to discuss just a couple brief things. So we talked about the deeply held religious beliefs of those that were pushing this bill. I'll remind anybody that was in committee that these deeply held religious folks that testified were MDs, a gynecologist, and a scientist that all use scientific terms. I'll also point out that I have yet to receive anything in the mail from pro-life groups that says we want to put a halt to the fetal development instead of talking about their pro-life issues. So that to me is a moot point. We were talking about, it was mentioned there was medically inaccurate information in some of these videos, none of which are mandated. It's still up to the local school boards to decide. I would be interested to know how a video of an ultrasound is medical misinformation. I would be curious. Curriculum mandates. I'll go back to what I stated earlier, Madam Chair. In the bill itself, no statutes, no regulations are mentioned because the local school districts still have the authority and the ability to dictate the curriculum. So when we talk about local control and local school boards, this bill does just that. We're only saying there's a part that needs to be taught. They decide what to use. We don't mandate anything. You know, it was mentioned baby Olivia, that video. That was adopted in West Virginia. We're not in West Virginia, Madam Chair, so we're in Kansas. And that is nowhere in this short little bill. And then it was also said this would be part of learning from K through 12, K all the way up through 12. That is up to the local school board to decide. I don't personally think it's going to be taught in kindergarten classes, but I'm not on the local school board, so that is not my call. So when we talk about local control and local school boards, the statute is clear, the regulation is clear. This will be left up to the local school boards to decide what specific curriculum. That is definitely point number one. Point number two, and then I'll close, if you'll indulge me. Trust the science. Fetal development, that phrase, development of the human body, has nothing to do with deeply held religious beliefs. These are scientific phrases and terms used by scientists and doctors that were in committee. There were no opponents in person that testified oral that were doctors or medical folks, just activists. Trust your local school boards to make the right decision. That's my ask of this group. And then trust the science. With that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report favorably for passage, Senate substitute for House Bill 2382.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2206. Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, will recognize you to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to preface the explanation of the bill by pointing out that just since August 2024, there have been 3 court cases that have found that our governmental ethics and campaign finance statutes are vague and ambiguous to the point that in some cases the statute may be unconstitutionally applied in court opinions. And I say this to point it out because that reflects the need to clarify what we're doing within these statutes. It becomes very difficult for candidates or anyone else, parties, to follow our ethics and campaign finance law if it's vague and ambiguous. And so it's necessary, and this bill does that, and so clarifies those definitions in order to provide the clarity so that people can properly follow the laws. We'll start by renaming in this bill every reference to the Ethics Commission to rename it to the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission. Interestingly, that name has been in statute since 1981, and it has never been changed. There have been a number of name changes over the course of the years, but since 1981, the official name, even though we've been referencing the Ethics Commission, has been the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission. So we're just returning it to what we have in statute right now. But, you know, the commission actually does a lot more with campaign finance disclosure than it does with ethics to begin with, so it makes sense. And with regard to the current name of ethics, if you have a minor infraction or you unintentionally make a filing error, you have an ethics commission that may investigate you. If that gets out into the public, it creates a stigma. You may have done nothing wrong, but just the appearance creates a kind of stain on your name that's indelible. It's very difficult to get rid of. So the Public Disclosure Commission name is much cleaner and doesn't carry that stigma. With regard to the ambiguous and vagueness of some of the laws, this bill does create more definition there with regard to cooperation and consent. There's been some confusion about what coordination means under Kansas law. This provides a much clearer definition about what it means and what it doesn't. Giving in the name of another is one of the other areas where there's been some vagueness. The purpose of the current law is to prevent concealment of original source money. So if person A gives to person B with the intent that that money go to person C, that is prohibited. That is not allowed. The bill simply makes it clear that once you give money to a committee or a candidate, that you don't control, to a committee, I should say, you don't control that money, therefore you're not giving in the name of another. So you give that money to party A, you cannot have some kind of agreement that eventually that money ends up with a candidate of your specification. That way, it avoids that sort of a problem. The bill also raises anonymous contributions from $10 to $50. That allows you to pass the hat at one of these small party committee meetings and not have to worry about getting personal information for everybody handing you a $10 or $20 bill. Because that happens sometimes. You go to these meetings and they're saying, hey, we need to support this candidate, and some people throw $5 into that. It creates a situation where you do not have to collect that information. With regard to political committees, the bill creates a threshold of $3,000 for contributions of expenditures for a group to qualify as a political committee and spends more than half of that money on political expenditures. So those are the two qualifications to become a PAC. If you spend at least $3,000 and more than 50% of the money on political expenditures, and where the purpose of the group is political. The idea behind this amendment is that if a small group that's mostly dedicated to issues but decides, for example, to send out a letter to help a candidate in a neighborhood, it doesn't automatically become a PAC if it doesn't reach those thresholds. And then finally, with regard to independent expenditures, it raises the threshold to qualify as an independent expenditure from $100 to $1,000. That's similar to the threshold under the political committee that would allow an individual to send a letter to his neighbors backing a candidate, not have to file a report with the state unless they spend $1,000. So again, it's some clarification of the current law that would help to bring us into compliance, constitutional compliance, provide more clarity so it makes it easier for people to follow the ethics laws in Kansas. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have an amendment. It's been turned in. It's 2125.
All right. Would you give us a minute to distribute that? Senator Schallenberger, do you want to read your amendment?
I think I will have the clerk read the amendment, and if everybody listens, they will then understand what it says.
All righty. And our reader will read if we can find our reader. You're the reader. Okay, very good.
Mr. President, I move to amend House Bill 2206 as amended by House Committee on page 1, following line 12 by inserting new section 1. If any person elected to state or local office decides not to be a candidate for such office at the next election or is defeated as a candidate for such office, whether in a primary election or a general election, then any candidate campaign account for such person for such office shall be terminated on or before the date that is 90 days after the date of the second subsequent general election for such office in which such person is not elected. The treasurer for any such candidate campaign account shall dispose of any residual funds as required under KSA 25-4157A and amendments thereto, and file the required termination report pursuant to KSA 25-4157 and amendments thereto. And by renumbering sections accordingly, also on page 1, in the title in line 1, after concerning, by inserting elections relating to, also in line 1, by striking all after the semicolon in line 2, by striking all before the semicolon and inserting requiring the termination of any candidate campaign account for an elected official who chooses not to be a candidate for such office or as who is defeated in a subsequent election.
Thank you. Senator from Cherokee, would you like to add some more commentary to that?
Yes, what this amendment says, what she just read, requires people to terminate their campaign funds if they have, for over 2 periods, not run for office or in the first period got defeated. So if I got defeated this year, I would have 4 years to decide if I wanted to run again. And if I didn't run again, I had 4 years to keep the campaign account open. And then within 90 days of that, I have to terminate the account. I have a stack a foot deep of campaign finance reports from people who haven't run for decades. They still have to file them. They're not online. You have to look at them. You have to go get them printed. And the interesting thing is many of those people are still spending campaign funds. They're paying for their cell phones. They're buying newspaper ads. They're making contributions to their Lions Club and their Rotary Club. And they haven't been a candidate for over 10 years. I just think at some point in time you need to turn it off. And this does it after two periods of not running. Happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator Thompson, you're standing. Do you want to ask a question?
I just comment, I'll leave it to the will of the body, but I think this is a friendly amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the Senator bringing this forward. My question, however, is what happens to those current campaign accounts? What is the deadline? If you've already missed these ones in the amendment, what would existing previous candidates have to do? What timeline is set up for them?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
If their campaigns have already met that deadline, once this bill becomes law, they'll have 90 days to terminate it. The treasurer will be given notice. They'll have 90 days to terminate it. And they can terminate it in the usual way, which is to contribute the money to the party. They can give it to charity, or they can return it to the people who contributed to their campaign. That's the current law.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I appreciate the answer to that question, and I'll look to see if this bill becomes effective on the register or the statute book, and then they can start counting 90 days.
Senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I like this amendment. A question for Senator from Cherokee. If the person who made the donation is deceased, would the candidate, I guess, have the option to send that money elsewhere?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Yes, when you terminate your report, and someday we will all terminate our reports, you have 3 options. You can return it to the people who gave it to you. You can make a contribution. You can donate it to the party, and that could be your county party, your state party, or you can make a charitable contribution of it. So if the person were deceased, I suppose you could give it to charity, or you could give it to the party.
Senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this amendment.
Okay. Any other questions? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a couple of quick questions. We know that there are members of the legislature who chamber hop from House to Senate and Senate to House. So if you're a current elected and you still say you're a senator and you have a House campaign, but you're a current elected and does this, I'm assuming this would still apply. I just want to verify.
Senator from Cherokee.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, and the Senator from Sedgwick is correct. As I mentioned, that foot-tall stack, there were several senators that still have House campaign accounts. So I would say they will be getting, if this passes, they will be given a notice that those House campaign accounts will need to be terminated within 90 days.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My second question, I apologize if I missed it. Is there a fine or consequence if you do not meet those deadlines?
Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
I don't believe that there is. There wasn't one put in the amendment. I don't know if there's an existing fine for not terminating a report. There's really no time that you have to terminate a report now. So I doubt that there's a fine included.
Any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just clarification, the senator from Cherokee, have a question for him.
Yes, he's standing.
Thank you. So you said terminate it in 90 days, or did he say if you don't run for election 2 times? Clarify, please.
Senator from Cherokee.
After 2 times, if Senator Hildebrand, the senator from Cherokee prior to me, would have not run this time, he would have had 4 years to decide if he wanted to run the next time. And at that period of time, that would be, he'd actually have 4 more years because it's 2 terms. Then he would be given notice at the end of that he has 90 days after that to terminate his report.
Senator from Sedgwick? Good, okay. Any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? Not seeing any, you can move your amendment.
Thank you. I did introduce this bill. It did get a hearing in the Transparency Committee. There was no opposition, I believe, to it. Everybody liked it. I told the chairman to just wait. There'll surely be a campaign finance bill. We can put it on and expedite the process. So I move my amendment.
Okay. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. And we are back on the bill. We're back on the bill. Are there any more questions from the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson? Is somebody standing? Or saying? I'm not seeing anybody, and I'm looking. There's a lot of movement, but I'm looking around the chamber.
Nope.
I do not see any additional questions for the carrier of the bill, so you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report House Bill 2206 as amended favorably for passage.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. We are now on House Bill 2195. The chair will recognize the senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Not hearing any. Motion is carried, and you may explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 2195 is a simple little bill. Simply creates the Kansas Technical College Operating Grant Fund, which will be administered by the State Board of Regents. The operating grant appropriations for technical colleges would be deposited in this fund and utilized for instruction and operations to meet targeted objectives for each technical college's region. And I do have a list of these objectives and targets from 2024, 25 that the colleges had give for some examples here, but I think for time's sake, we'll just fly by that. The key reason for this grant fund was established as an additional source of funding for the colleges, recognizing that, Madam Chair, technical colleges don't have that local taxing authority, unlike school districts and community colleges. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for the carrier of the bill. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a question for the carrier. This has been in place for a couple of years through provisos, and this would now put it into statute. So thank you for bringing forward the bill.
Any other questions for the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report HB 2195 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We are now going to turn our attention to Senate Sub for House Bill 2313. The chair will recognize the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill would prohibit the state agencies from allowing employees to access artificial intelligence platforms from state actors of concern for any state-owned or state-issued electronic devices. Additionally, state agencies would be required to block the user's access to those platforms on state networks. State agencies that currently utilize or operate an account with those platforms of concern would be required to stop using those platforms and deactivate and delete the accounts. Would also provide for an exception for state agencies accessing those platforms for law enforcement activities or cybersecurity investigations. And when we talk about country of concern or a platform of concern, we're talking about countries, any of that software or AI from China, Cuba, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Russian Federation, and the the Republic of Venezuela. I would have trouble pronouncing that one. So that is on the AI platform. It also, we took and inserted Senate Bill 234 into this bill, or added to it, and that portion would prohibit medical and research facilities in the state from utilizing genetic sequencers or operational or research software used for genetic analysis produced in or by a foreign adversary, a state-owned enterprise or a foreign adversary, a company domiciled within a foreign adversary, or a company owned or controlled subsidiary of a company domiciled within a foreign adversary. Basically, the bill would require all those sequencers to be disabled and removed and replaced with equipment that's not prohibited under the bill. It would also provide, subject to appropriations, a medical facility or research facility in Kansas who requested reimbursement from the state treasurer to replace that software or equipment for reimbursement, and they would have to do that prior to October 1st of 2025. We also added severability in case there were any problems with unconstitutional issues with the bill. The bill provides a number of definitions for artificial intelligence, DNA, country of concern, foreign adversaries, and specifics on various portions of the genetic sequencing, human genome, and that information. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Johnson.
Senator standing.
So I was able to take part in the discussion in committee on this bill, but during that meeting, the other information that he described was added about electronic devices being added. So my question would be, if we're saying no electronic device that is owned or issued to an employee by a state agency shall be used to access an artificial intelligent platform of concern, can the senator from Johnson tell me if Microsoft, if Google, if Tesla, those companies would have servers that are located in China?
from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Well, that's a difficult question to answer, to be honest. But the primary concern with regard to this particular AI is a company called DeepSeek, and it is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party, which is using that to spy on Americans, basically. You know, I'm cautious about AI to begin with, to be honest. I think there are uses, but there's also dangers with AI, but particularly with regard to these companies who are based out of China or controlled by China. I think that's the more important concern. Google and some of these others are not based out of China. Whether or not they have servers there, I cannot and do not have the answer to that question.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is they are very likely to have servers in China. So we don't really know where our information goes. This is a real problem that this bill is trying to address, but I'm concerned that it's not a real solution, that we really may not understand you know, how pervasive this is. They all would have artificial intelligence models that rely on those servers. So I think that what we're asking in this, we're saying that's, you know, no electronic device issued to an employee by a state agency should be used to access an artificial intelligence platform of concern. What information would that employee know, or that employee's agency know, where that is being accessed?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
I would imagine if the bill is passed, that agency would be responsible for notifying the employees of what those software platforms of concern would be. And that may fall to, may have to seek help from our intelligence division, KBI, the Fusion Center, something like that, to give us some guidance on that.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my concern is I don't know that there is a way to determine exactly what country some of these servers are located in, but I'm pretty sure that some are in China and other areas of concern. So if Google has servers in China, are we saying that none of our state employees can use Google?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
No, I don't. I don't believe so, because Google is not a foreign-owned company or from one of those countries of concern, and certainly not controlled by that, even though they may have servers there, and I don't know if they do. But certainly, I think that as AI is developed, and we're really at the vanguard of AI right now with the explosion of that type technology, we're going to learn more. But I think having this in place at least gives us some initial protections. It may not be perfect, but it at least alerts us to the fact that there may be concerns with AI, and then this may be an evolving situation. But I think this gets our foot in the door to try to address those concerns, and then we'll find out more. You know, there's going to be server farms and cloud, you know, platforms all over the world. And I agree that it's ambiguous at this point, but where we can identify those bad actors and see that that's a problem, I think that's a good thing. And so I don't believe at this point Google is certainly a platform of concern, although I would suggest that I have other search platforms that I would prefer over Google at times. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. You know, again, I don't think there is any mechanism to identify these platform servers. We're not saying, is it a business in China? We're saying it's accessing an artificial intelligence platform of concern. So if Google has a platform in China, then the agency would have to say, I think, that this isn't allowed. Tesla is also probably implicated. They get major subsidies from China. So again, this is a real concern, but not a real solution. And I think to put pressure on our agencies when we can't even understand is, do we have the research as part of adopting this bill that says we know where these platforms are and we have a clear definition for that platform?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
You know, I'll answer that. That was a fairly long question and try to get to the nut of it. If you are a company that is a Chinese company, for example, the way the Chinese Communist Party handles that is you're essentially controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. Tesla, owned by Elon Musk, is not a Chinese company. They may do business in China, but that doesn't mean they're a Chinese company. There's a lot of Chinese business, or a lot of businesses in America that do business with those in China. It doesn't mean they're controlled, but of concern is the fact that a Chinese company, a Chinese-based company, is essentially under the control of the Chinese Communist Party, and therefore would be a specific threat to us. The ambiguous nature of the rest of the things like Google, I don't believe would fall under that. I know it wouldn't fall under that unless we determine at a later date that there were some concerns, and then we would have to address that. But this specifically was geared toward addressing the concerns regarding the DeepSeek technology, which has been identified, and then we'll have to go from there, Madam Chair.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I understand it's addressed as at DeepSeek, that's specifically mentioned in the bill, but there are AI companies popping up, I don't know, every week, every month, and there is not an easy way for us to understand where those platforms are addressed. So I think it would make maybe more sense to say we're going to provide for information to be sent to our agencies to let them know what platforms not to use, but to just say it's their responsibility to figure out what platforms they're not supposed to be using is putting a whole lot of responsibility on those agencies. We're not even saying, you know, the state's going to help them understand that. We're just saying if it's been issued to an employee of a state agency and it's used to access an artificial intelligence platform of concern. We've had a lot of trouble over the years educating employees about how to safely use computers and the internet. This is just a much more difficult issue to understand. Again, this is a real problem, but not a real solution.
Senator from Jackson, Senator Bowser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this bill, and I'll tell you a little bit about why I do. I think, again, this is a policy or law trying to keep pace with technology, and technology is advancing very rapidly. This is a perfect example. But it really takes kind of three phases, if you will, to address the whole problem. One is training employees on how to use artificial intelligence and how not to use artificial intelligence. For example, currently today in the Department of Revenue, we teach our employees not to put certain information into artificial intelligence tools because, again, you don't know where that data is going. So rather than risk that, you just train them not to do it. So training, there's also some technologies that can safeguard a little bit or help safeguard our information. But again, really the third leg of that stool is the policy. This to me is a step in the right direction, helps us get at least one of those legs in the policy and the law in place. This undoubtedly will not be the last AI bill we will see, but it is, again, a step in the right direction. Thank you. I support the bill.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I understand the concerns from the senator from Douglas. She brings up a lot of very interesting points about how difficult it is to identify where the servers are, and that is challenging and perhaps impossible. But the flip side isn't. The flip side is you can identify the ones that are regionally located. There's actually policies for this. So for example, OpenAI, they use the Microsoft Azure platform, and those are all located mainly in Virginia, it turns out, but they're all stateside for those. And then also Anthropic is the other big American AI company, and they use Amazon servers, and they co-locate all of those for American citizens in America, and actually Europe has rules for theirs. Theirs are located in Europe. So again, we can't, I don't think we can track down every single one and where they are, if they don't tell us, but some of them do have policies for that. So we could just direct folks to those. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, do you want to respond to any of these? Okay. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, are you standing to respond? Okay. Very good. Just double checking. Don't want to miss anybody. Are there any other individuals in this chamber that want to ask questions of the carrier of the bill? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this discussion. There's a lot to it. I appreciate the comments by all three of the senators. They bring up good points, and the clarification by a senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays, about the servers. And I do think that there are regional reasons for how, with regard to the speed of the servers that's necessary for this technology, that it has to be closer to home for it to be utilized. And therefore, I think this bill is extremely important for all of these reasons. And with that, I hope the committee will, when we rise and report out House Bill 2313 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2128. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is House Bill 2128. It's the Insurance Department's accreditation bill. It amends Kansas insurance law relating to regulatory tools and financial oversight of insurance companies operating in Kansas. It contains requirements for the Kansas Department of Insurance to maintain accreditation with the National Association of Insurance. The department financially examines 42 insurance companies domiciled in Kansas to ensure they maintain solvency. Through the accreditation process, the department can verify that 1,600 insurance companies domiciled in other states selling policies in Kansas meet solvency standards. So this is the House companion bill to Senate Bill 121, and it would authorize the insurance commissioner to select and to announce the version of the National Association of Insurance Commissioners for risk-based capital instructions that would become effective for the upcoming calendar year. The announcement would be required to be published no later than December 1 each year in the Kansas Register. The bill would also clarify that a health organization risk-based capital includes an organization licensed as a life and health insurer that the commissioners determine to report mainly health lines of business. The bill would also update the Insurance Holding Company Act. And the other thing I wanted to remind you is this bill also requires insurance companies who do not issue policies within 2 years of their charter dissolve. That statute dates back to 1927, and it really hampers the operation of the insurance companies who may not immediately desire to sell policies after receiving their charter. So the proponent was the Kansas Department of Insurance. There were no opponents. There were no neutrals. It was amended in committee. The Senate FI&I committee amended the bill to change the enactment date and we made a few certain technical amendments and added language in Section 2 that exempted certain self-funded insurance plans from being regulated by the Kansas Department of Insurance. There's no fiscal impact. The House Committee of the Whole passed the bill unanimously, and we passed the companion bill, Senate Bill 121, unanimously as well. Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I'm kind of sad to do this. This is my very last bill this session. So I know, you're excited. I move that when the committee rises and report House Bill 2128 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2039 for the purposes of carrying the bill and adopting the committee report. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Rose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were committee amendments changing it to the register, and I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
House Bill 2039 improves efficiency for healthcare providers that offer outpatient private practice consisting of physical therapists, occupational therapists, and speech language pathologists, caring for complex older adults in their home. In particular, this bill provides more efficiency for providers whose level of service is in between traditional physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy and home health care, and that they provide these services in the patient's home so their patients don't have to travel to an office. House Bill 2039 would improve credentialing in the state of Kansas by amending statutes relating to home health agencies to clarify the definition of home health agency. The bill would exempt from the definition entities that are not reimbursed by Medicare Part A and only provide services persons licensed or certified under the Physical Therapy Practice Act and Occupational Therapy Practice Act, and persons licensed as speech language pathologists. The bill would also make technical and conforming changes. The bill is supported by the Kansas Hospital Association because it makes credentialing more efficient and improves access to care for older Kansans. The House voted on this bill 119-0. And with that, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Okay. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports House Bill 2039 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2255. The chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. House Bill 2255 updates and modernizes the Kansas Department of Agriculture's Weights and Measures program. That way we can ensure accuracy, fairness, and consumer protection in transactions involving weighing and measuring devices. For example, when you go to the grocery store and you're buying fruit, you want to make certain that the device is weighing correctly. When you make fuel purchases, you want to make certain that the fuel pump is adequately or accurately measuring the amount of fuel that is going through the pump. And at the post office, you want to make sure that if you're sending a package, you're paying for the weight that it actually is. The bill also allows the Kansas Department of Agriculture to adjust some fees. One of the issues we're having, Madam Chairman, as it relates to fees, in Kansas, our fees are so low that we are having many out-of-state businesses come into our state for our Department of Agriculture to calibrate their devices, and that is putting a real backlog on our system for Kansas businesses. They're having to wait sometimes 6 months or longer to have their devices properly tested, calibrated, and so they know exactly that they've passed the inspection and that they are weighing and measuring things correctly. So that's the reason for the fee adjustment. The department has no intention of getting out of line, but they feel like by having this flexibility on some fee adjustments that they will be more competitive with other states' fees. Hopefully, from my perspective, will still be under them at least a little bit. And then do a better job of being able to get to our Kansas businesses on a timely basis. I'll be glad to answer any questions, Madam Chairman. I'll just stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Montgomery? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking if the committee eliminated some requirements that were originally in the bill to have annual inspections for electric vehicle charging stations.
Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
The committee did eliminate 2 sections in the legislation, Section 23, Section 24. Those sections would have required the Department of Agriculture to inspect, I'm going to use the word for-profit, but charging stations where you had to pay to have your vehicle charged. So we did eliminate that from the legislation.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciated that the committee did that. They decided to leave in some of the descriptions. So if an individual wants to complain about a particular meter, they have that opportunity, and the Department of Agriculture would work with them. But we received some information after we worked the bill that the meters that are installed are not field adjustable, and they're set to have a negative or positive 2% field tolerance. But they also reported that in California, they have adopted some weights and measures regulation in full force since 2021. We know that there's probably more electric vehicles in California, but they're reporting that they continue to experience challenges with the availability of trained and licensed service companies, as well as equipment shortages, and the test equipment to ensure that these chargers are accurate in the field costs between $50,000 and $100,000 per unit. So I strongly support the Senate position that we want to address this, but we want to take a little more time. And they have also given us some good ideas about that 3 years rather than annually may be appropriate. So I thank both the Department of Agriculture for bringing this forward, but also for the Senate committee to slow it down just a bit. Thank you.
Are there additional questions for the Senator from Montgomery? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report, House Bill 2255 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2004. The chair will recognize the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Would you mind if we passed over this bill? I do know of some amendments that are coming.
Yes. We will pass over House Bill 2004 and move to Senate Bill 259. We will recognize the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So what this bill would do is if we had increases in our SGF revenue over an annual rate of inflation, it would force the Department of Revenue to do a calculation and automatically decrease the income tax brackets proportionally. It would start with the personal income tax bracket going until it reached 4.5. And once that reached 4.5, then it would start decreasing the corporate and the privilege income tax brackets. There is a bottom on each of them, so none of those brackets would go to zero. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Colleagues, questions for the carrier of the bill? Reminder, Senate Bill 259. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 259. I'll be brief. I think this is one of those bills where folks probably have a sense of where they are, but I'll just make a couple of comments. I'll be candid. I don't support a flat tax, so I want to be transparent about that. And number two is I really believe that our tax cuts should really focus on property taxes. We did fairly significant income tax relief during the special session, and just coming off a campaign, and I know that we all are coming off a campaign where we talk to our constituents, really what I heard from them is that the legislature really should be focusing on property taxes, Madam Chair, instead of income taxes. So I make those 2 points to say that I think that in addition to just not supporting a flat tax, I think 259 is really kind of a clunky way to go about getting us to a flat tax, if that is, again, the desire of the legislature. And what I want to say to colleagues is, why would we tie our hands in the future? Why would we pass a bill that is going to tie our hands when it comes to implementing tax policy for the state of Kansas in what we believe is the best interest of our constituents? So let's imagine that we do have a year where our receipts beat our previous year plus inflation. Why would we want to have legislation that would essentially prohibit us from considering anything other than automatic income tax rates? Why would we as a legislature who are out talking and hearing from our constituents all the time, if we do have a really good year when it comes to the revenues and we do have the ability to cut taxes, why wouldn't we want to at least be able as a body to consider, should we maybe focus on property taxes? Maybe we need to address our sales tax, which is a fairly high sales tax. We can't even do, not only can we not look at property or sales taxes, we actually can't even do other kinds of income tax cuts. Like we couldn't decide that we want to increase the standard deduction, or we want to expand the earned income tax credit, or I know a lot of folks in this body support a child tax credit. Under this legislation, if this were to be enacted, we would really be tying our hands to make decisions that are the most responsive for that particular legislature based on the will of our constituents at that particular time. Second thing that I think this does that's really problematic is it ties our hands on our budget. You know, why would we want to be forever tied to the 2024 budget? That we want to be in perpetuity linked to that budget. There was nothing magical about that budget. It had some good things in it. It had some not so good things in it. But it wasn't handed down from on high on stone tablets. And so why we would want to cement that into Kansas statute, I really think doesn't make a lot of sense. There may be times, there may be future legislatures that have different decisions about how we should go about our budget instead of being tied to the 2024 budget plus inflation on a going forward basis. There will be a time where we need, for example, to make significant investments in our correctional facilities. Under this bill, we wouldn't be able to do that without making really draconian cuts to other critical parts of our government. There will come a time where we need a new headquarters for the KBI. A future legislature is going to have to grapple with that. Again, we couldn't do that, make that kind of a significant one-time expense without really draconian cuts to other places of the budget under this bill. My final point is, I think the mismatch that this bill purports to kind of carry forward indefinitely is you have permanent tax reductions in response to revenue increases that are just one-time or temporary. So we're saying that we had a really good year, revenue collections were high, So instead of saying, well, that was 1 year where revenue collections were high, our response under this legislation is let's forever lower our income tax rate. And that rate, I would remind folks under this, it doesn't go back up if our revenue collections the next year are down. It's not elastic. It can only go down. And so could put us in a really difficult position if 1 year we had a lot of collections, the tax rate went down significantly, and then we hit a recession where our collections were down the following year. We would just be in a really difficult position as a state in terms of our budget and our ability to provide our quality services for our citizens. So wanted to outline those concerns. I will be voting no. Hope the body would join me. Thank you.
Other questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schellenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, we've had in years gone by in this legislature provisions that required a 7.5% ending balance requirement. That was the law for years. And I remember Governor Sevilla submitting a budget that didn't have a 7.5% ending balance. She put that in the back of the book. And then she submitted her budget. And the budget said, notwithstanding the provisions that we have a 7.5 ending balance, I'm forgetting that, we're going to do this. The legislature's hands are never tied by these provisions. What they're saying is we have a priority. The priority is if we have excessive revenues, we shouldn't spend it. We should give it back to the people who put it in the general fund and cut taxes. We still can spend more money. We can still spend the rate of inflation. But sometime we need to set a little bar for ourselves that we don't go over. We've been spending like drunken sailors ever since COVID, and I think it's time we stop. And I think this is a reasonable thing to put in the statute that says, look, cost of living is enough. If the taxpayer's paying more than that, maybe we should either send it back or pass a bill that says, notwithstanding what we said in the past, we're going to spend more money. I think this is a great bill, and I support it.
Other questions for the carrier of the bill? Not seeing any. The senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One of our good friends and colleagues has told me that he's seen drunken sailors and they don't spend near as bad as we do. So I thank you for those comments. I understand property tax, property tax, property tax. And this legislative body, we dealt with it right away this session. And our good friends in the House, they're dealing with it. Hopefully we will find some common ground and get some good policy for our constituents. That's the objective up here. But in the meantime, I agree with the good senator that said, let's put some guardrails on. This is, it's not restrictive. It can be suspended. It can be paused. I would also remind the body that we obligate future legislators all the time when we hand out, we don't hand it out, the Secretary of Commerce and Revenue and the tax credits that people qualify. According to the Legislative Post Audit, $3 billion were given out from 2018 to 2020 in HPIP tax credit. $3 billion. Can you imagine what we could do with tax cuts if we weren't handing out those kind of credits? I would also remind the good body that we did a step down with the food sales tax. We didn't rip the Band-Aid off right away and just take it all at once. We did a gradual buy down to make sure that it was something that we could live with and that it wouldn't break the state. And that's what this is. It's just putting the brakes on so that we double check our spending. Madam Chairman, I move that when the committee rises in report, it reports Senate Bill 259 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes, motion carries. We will now turn our attention to House Bill 2109. Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, will explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. HB 2109 addresses a liability issue for utility companies that allow law enforcement agencies to mount equipment on utility poles, such as a shotgun detection equipment or a camera. This method of utilizing technology has been used for many years and is being used now. The privacy rights of the public are not changed or diminished by this bill. The public right to civil remedies is not diminished by this bill. The bill does not expand legal base for when the equipment is used by law enforcement. The bill requires an agreement between the utility company and the law enforcement agency addressing installation and removal of the equipment, which includes the billing law enforcement agency for cost of installation and removal. The proponents on this is the Kansas State Lodge Fraternal Order of Police, Kansas Association of Chiefs of Police, Kansas Sheriff's Association, Kansas Peace Officers Association. Neutral testimony was Evergy, CURB, and the KDOT. So I would say that the attorneys from the electric companies have reviewed this, attorneys from the law enforcement have reviewed this, and then I've got some stuff in my closing from the Sedgwick County District Attorney, Mark Bennett. And with that, I stand for questions.
Colleagues, do we have any questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity for questions. I guess my first question for the carrier of the bill is if a public utility wishes to not enter an agreement, does the public utility have the option to walk away?
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
No, the word must or shall is in there.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And are there any restrictions in the bill on the location of where a security camera can be placed, where it can be looking, and when it must be removed?
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
No.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to share with Kansans, I think they should be looking at this bill and with the body, that have you ever heard of the movie The Godfather? And The Godfather makes a statement in the movie that I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. The Godfather says that, and to me, this bill is very much similar to that, in that I get the intent of the bill. It's to provide an opportunity for public utilities to place security cameras on utility poles, which they can do already if they want to today. But with this bill, you just heard a public utility wouldn't be able to walk away from an offer. So I haven't seen that in law before, where one public entity, government, right, a law enforcement agency can require a private company to enter into a contract if they don't want to. And what it provides is cameras anywhere on utility poles. You just heard there's no restriction on where they can be placed. Public right-of-ways are often in backyards, side yards. They can be in back alleys, anywhere really, and these are for future rights-of-way as well as the bill provides. You'll see that law enforcement agency is defined very broadly, and it includes the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So the FBI could come in and require security cameras on any utility pole, any light pole that it wanted to. And because the bill also provides that it would apply to utility poles that provide lighting. So your street lamps. It's not just the poles that carry the wires, but it's the street lamps in neighborhoods across Kansas. And you might think, well, I don't have any street lights in the neighborhoods where I live, but this would allow any government agency to request of a law enforcement agency, hey, we need a security camera here. Can you go make the request to the public utility? And the public utility would have to say yes. So that means your wildlife and parks could request, hey, we need a security camera here. Can you put that in, please? And the bill provides that who's looking out for Fourth Amendment rights, your freedom to be free from unreasonable search and seizure for government. So this bill, you have government being able to put security cameras anywhere they want on a utility pole, and they don't have to get a warrant, and the private citizen doesn't have any recourse if the security camera is looking in their second-story bedroom window. Because the Fourth Amendment, which is there to protect us from unreasonable activities of government, has disappeared with this bill. We heard in committee that there are cases around the country that have said you don't need a warrant for placing cameras on utility poles. Well, so we see the courts aren't protecting our privacy. And it's one thing if you're in your front yard and you expect to be seen by those who drive by or those who walk by. When I let my dogs out in the front yard and I'm in my pajamas or whatnot, I expect I might be seen by my neighbors or by someone who drives by, or even the police who drive by. But it's a total different expectation when there's a security camera 30 or 40 feet in the air, which wouldn't be a vantage point of someone just walking by or someone driving by, that's there 24/7, recording you all the time, and you don't know where those recordings are going. You don't know who else they're being shared with. Are they ever to be destroyed? Who is looking at them? Who has access to them? And I just think that, you know, I think when we're looking for the purpose of the bill is to provide our utility companies, whether they're a municipally owned company, whether they're a cooperative, or whether they're an investor-owned utility, to give them some liability so they can work with law enforcement. I get that. But what are we trading here? We're trading our privacy and our liberty and our freedom to purportedly give some liability protection to public utilities. To me, that's not a reasonable trade. And I'll tell you, it may sound familiar to you like it does to me. Remember the novel 1984? And I'm going to quote a few things because with these cameras placed, how would you even know that the camera isn't peering into your bedroom window? How would you know? You wouldn't. So I'm going to read a few quotes, if I may. From the novel 1984, there was, of course, no way of knowing whether you were being watched at any given moment, how often or on what system. The thought police plugged in on any individual wire was guesswork. It was even conceivable that they watched everybody all the time. And another one is, at any rate, they could plug in your wire whenever they wanted to. You had to live, did live, from habit that became instinct, in the assumption that every sound you made was overheard, and, except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. And the last one I'll share is, it was terribly dangerous to let your thoughts wander when you were in any public place or within range of a telescreen. The smallest thing could give you away, a nervous tic, an unconscious look of anxiety, a habit of muttering to yourself, anything that carried with it the suggestion of abnormality, of having something to hide. And I don't think any of us want to live as suggested there in the novel. So that's kind of the policy of it, and the legal issues that are raised in the bill. Contracts, right? If you have to enter into a contract, one of the principles of contracts is you have the freedom to enter into a contract. That also means the freedom to walk away. And I question whether courts would even enforce an agreement that has one side of it coerced. The second is this raises, I think, some Fourth Amendment issues that it may be reasonable to expect someone walking by might see you, but again, 30 feet in the air, is that a reasonable observation of you while you're outside? Another one is eminent domain. So the bill allows that, and it requires that if requested, the public utility has to allow space on their utility pole to be used by government without just compensation. I think that raises some Fifth Amendment eminent domain issues. And it purports to provide some immunity pursuant to the Kansas Tort Claims Act. And it does that by making the public utility a governmental body, because only government bodies are governed by the Kansas Tort Claims Act. But what many might not realize is that the rule in the Tort Claim Act is that liability is the rule and immunity is the exception. And you only get immunity if you fall into one of those 24 exceptions. One of the exceptions is a discretionary act of government. Well, we just heard this is a shall enter into the agreement, so we don't really have any discretion here. So one other thing is public right-of-way includes below or above the present and future streets, alleys, avenues, highways. It allows below ground. What security camera, what security equipment would be below ground that this bill would provide for? So I submit that it's not really accurate that nothing about how you would sue a utility company changes by this bill, because now you have to go through the Kansas Tort Claims Act, which requires different notices given to the entity you're suing. And it also provides that if you're a person, it doesn't have anything to do with utility poles, and you're injured by the public utility company, you now have to go through the Tort Claims Act with this bill that you wouldn't have to before, which can be more expensive. With this bill, we have to litigate whether the liability or immunity applies in this situation. Who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for the police department indemnifying the utility? Well, it's the taxpayers. There's no magic fund of money that the police departments have. So I have many questions and concerns about the bill, and wanted to bring those to the body's attention. I think it has a good intent, but not sure this is the right fit to accomplish what's trying to be solved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fack, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Madam Chair. First of all, I got a quote from Mark Bennett here to talk about the may and shall. While I understand the reluctance to use the word shall or may, this is to protect the averagee and their industry from lawsuits. If they must comply with this request, it takes discretion and therefore liability off the table. Without it, the industry will certainly decline the request simply to avoid the risk of defending lawsuits. Some of the other questions that I would say, when you look today, we have cameras everywhere. We've had them. These cameras have been up for years around here. This is not 1980, it's 2025. The attorneys for the utilities have reviewed this. The attorneys for the law enforcement has looked at this. And this really comes down to common sense. And I think the law enforcement knows the law when they're out doing their job. Thank you.
Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the carrier of the bill.
He's standing.
My question surrounds, were other structures in public right-of-ways considered, or other industries or entities that could potentially also have surveillance equipment placed on them?
Senator from Butler, Senator Fack.
I'm not aware.
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to lead off. I'm the son of a local law enforcement officer, and I fully appreciate and comprehend and understand the underlying intent of this bill is to address a specific need where there's a law enforcement investigation where particularly in narcotics cases and other instances where these kinds of surveillance mechanisms become an essential part of the investigation in order to get bad guys off the streets. So I want to lead off with that. And I also fully appreciate that the utility companies would like to protect themselves from the potential liability associated with participating in those law enforcement activities. I am not confident that this bill is the best way to achieve the desired outcome by both of these entities. And for various reasons. The good senator from Johnson highlighted some similar concerns that I share regarding a potential slippery slope that the bill as worded introduces, where there could be unfettered access. I have a tremendous amount of trust of our local sheriffs, of our local police chiefs, but I will say I have a significant amount of distrust of our federal agencies right now, especially our intelligence agencies. And I am not confident that they would not potentially abuse such a law to create a surveillance state. I'd like to remind everybody that we have been having national dialogue on the surveillance state and the infringement of speech rights and privacy rights in Europe, especially with recent new laws and recent actions by the governments of Europe. The CCTV system in the United Kingdom started in the 1960s with a single set of cameras in Trafalgar Square with the intent of providing surveillance and security for a particular event happening in Trafalgar Square. Fast forward now to the 2020s, 2025, that very system has grown to where a citizen in the United Kingdom can't walk a city block without being surveilled by cameras that were put on private structures by force and requirement for the express purpose of surveilling their citizens. And now if you stand quietly and pray in the wrong location in the United Kingdom, you will be arrested. I am concerned that the bill as drafted opens that dangerous door in the state of Kansas, and I think that we need to carefully consider whether or not this bill captures the desired intent and the noble intent of the proponents of this bill, or whether or not it creates untoward risk for our citizens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, do you wish to respond?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. Some of these issues that's been raised here are issues for another day. This is a simple bill. We are trying to take care of the liability issue for the utility companies. That's what we're trying to do here. So as you, if this doesn't pass, I could envision what cameras they have out now, they'll be out taking them down. And so then when something drastic happens, that can be on your shoulders for this, because they are there for a need. So just remember, cameras are everywhere today. This is just one piece of that. Thank you.
Questions for the carrier of the bill? I don't know which one was standing first. Okay. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I appreciate the discussion that's been had. Just ahead of time, I will say I will be, should this advance, I will be passing on this. I, again, work for my utility, Kansas City, Kansas BPU. I sit on their board. I would request the body's indulgence should this advance to final action by the committee of the whole that I'll be passing. But the question that I have is the carrier of the bill is that it says the utility can issue charges to recover for the attaching, assessing, operating, maintaining, removing, or providing. So is that billed, Madam Chair, would that be billed to the utility or through the law enforcement, or how would that bifurcated process for these mini cameras, I'll assume, be done? How would that be implemented? Do you send a bill to the FBI or to law enforcement, or would it be sent from the utility to the local government or whom? Because in Kansas City, Kansas, for example, our utility is co-owned or owned by our local government. So I'm wanting to understand who is responsible for the costs that would be incurred for accessing or maintaining this equipment.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be covered in the contract, and I'm sure that the law agency would be the one covering the cost. The utility company is just trying to be a good neighbor, and I'm sure the law enforcement agency willing to pay what costs would be incurred there.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the Senator from Butler. I have one more quick question. If this is such a good idea, I noticed that this, and we haven't seen this too often, that this is scheduled to sunset in 2 years. Sunset, for those who don't know, means that the bill would come off the books unless it's renewed. So it would be a 2-year. I was wondering, Madam Chair, why did this potentially good idea, why would this bill not be, what was the thinking of the committee that passed this, that this would be sunsetting in 2 years?
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the 2-year was put in there to make sure that the system's working the way it should, that we can review what kind of contracts, if we need to, that's out there, if there's any complaints, making sure that we're doing what we hopefully was planning to do with this.
Senator from Wyandotte?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank the senator from Butler.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the justifiable concerns that have been raised by colleagues, and I think it's appropriate to ask those sorts of questions when we're considering a measure such as this. But I will say this is not 1984, and this is not the UK. This is a Kansas-focused bill that is a pro-law enforcement bill to keep our communities here in Kansas safe and secure. That's what this bill does. This bill addresses a real problem we're having. Evergy, which is one of our public utilities, was sued in the state of Missouri, and this bill is meant to give them legal protections from future lawsuits so we can continue to use this critical technology to keep Kansans and our communities safe. So it was brought up earlier that there might not be enough restrictions, and that was a good point. But I want to remind the folks, and I just learned this today, that in order to put up a camera on a public utility, any law enforcement entity has to get permission from KDOT to do that. So we have an in-state check that is currently in place and will still be in place with this bill. That is a check. Nothing in this bill changes that in order to put up a camera, you still have to get a permit from KDOT. There was brought up the issue of maybe this is a Fourth Amendment search and seizure issue. I can assure the body it's not. Nobody is being searched by a camera, and no property is being seized by a camera. So we can dispense of that issue. The issue was brought up about, do folks have adequate recourse? This bill does not in any way change the public's right to any civil actions or remedies that they would otherwise currently be entitled to. All this bill says is that a person can still bring a lawsuit. It just says that the cost of that litigation is going to be covered by the law enforcement agency, not by the public utility. Let's talk more about how these cameras are actually used here in Kansas in practice. These are $15,000 per camera. These are not being put up willy-nilly to just conduct wholesale big government surveillance. These are being used by our tremendous law enforcement agencies in targeted ways to do things such as survey houses and areas where there may be human trafficking going on. It is to survey areas where there is a belief that there may be organized criminal activity, like a chop shop that's dismantling a stolen vehicle. To survey a street where we know that there has been a lot of dealing of drugs on that street. So that is in practice how these $15,000 per cameras are being used. They are just not being put up willy-nilly to conduct wholesale surveillance. And I think that's really important for the body to know. They can be used in 3 situations: pursuant to a search warrant, where they have written permission from a property owner, or where the camera is capturing what, again, is, and this is important, visible from a public right-of-way. This is also a bill that helps enhance officer safety. Oftentimes, these cameras are used in place of our resource-challenged police departments and in place of putting our officers at further risk to their life and livelihood. These cameras can essentially do, through the use of technology, what we used to have officers try to do in person. We had one in 1980 in the city of Wichita that was actually killed in his car when he was conducting surveillance. So this is a measure that would decrease risk of officer safety. So I understand the concerns. I am glad that they've been brought forward. I hope I've addressed some of them, But again, I think that this is a relatively limited measure. We shouldn't make it do things that it doesn't do or change rights that it doesn't. It's a limited measure that without this measure, these cameras simply will not continue to be utilized by our law enforcement. Our communities will be less safe, our officers will be less safe, and we will all be worse for the wear. And as the good senator from Wyandotte mentioned, in addition to the protections I've outlined, like the permit from KDOT, this bill sunsets on July 1st of 2027. I don't expect that this will be abused in any way, but to the extent that there are questions or concerns, I believe they can be properly revisited by the body before then, but certainly before that 2-year sunset date. So I strongly support this measure. I think it is a good pro-law enforcement measure. Would ask the body support it as well. Thank you.
Additional questions for the carrier, or did you wish to respond to this?
I do. I'd like to thank the good senator from Johnson, because a lot of that come from Mark Bennett, and it's in my closing, so thank you.
Okay. Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have to disagree with the good senator from Johnson. I believe he's fundamentally misframed the real issue here, because when you look at a public right-of-way, you can drive down the street and you can see things. You can be a reporter and you can walk down the sidewalk and you can take pictures of someone's house. But that's very different than sticking a camera in the ground and monitoring it forever. There are no restrictions in this bill, and there's no option now for the utility. We've made the utility a government actor. That's why we have to somehow find a way to make them fit in the Tort Claims Act, because we've turned them into a government actor by removing their ability as a private company to say, no, we don't want you to use our infrastructure to spy on people. There's no restrictions on when this has to come off. This sets a dangerous precedent, and it dramatically expands the scope of surveillance available. And it always starts out with the best of intentions. All of these stories of too much data, too much spying, start out, well, we just, these very narrow instances, and it never ends up that way. And once we go down this road, we will never be able to take it back. And I think history shows that time and time again. There are a lot of legal issues that have not been fully vetted with this bill. The first is making a public utility subject to the Tort Claims Act. I would just point as an example, this bill specifically requires that law enforcement agencies indemnify and hold harmless the utility. Well, it's a basic rule of contracting in the state. You can pull up the DA 146A, which we've now passed through this body that every small municipality has to include. It's against the state law to require an indemnification of a government agency to provide an indemnification. Nobody's had any discussion about that. It's just whipped in there, and we're sure it'll all work itself out. There are serious legal questions, so Madam Chair, I would move that this bill be referred to the Judiciary Committee for further study.
You've heard the motion. It's debatable. Anybody wishes to speak to the motion? Not? Oh, I'm sorry. You are so tiny over there. I'm so sorry. Senator from Douglas, Senator
and hoping to stay that way. Madam
Senator
Chair.
from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you.
We got a 2-year.
This is making a change for indemnity, but it's not making a change in what has been happening and what our law enforcement officials or people have been able to do. So we have seen these cameras, we've experienced them. I would hope that we might consider, rather than referring this to judiciary, talking about having judiciary look at this next year. Again, this, for law enforcement, that would give them the opportunity to continue doing what they've done without fear of being told by the utilities we're concerned about litigation, and then asking the judiciary to see if there might be a better way to address the issues. In committee, the suggestion was made, we could just change the shall to may. And if that were made, some of these issues could change, but that amendment has not been brought forward to this committee. Thank you.
Senator Warren, no, okay. Senator Fagg, do you have any comments on the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we did address the shall and may very well on that part of it. The other thing is, remember that the attorneys for the utility companies and the attorneys for the law enforcement have looked this bill over very carefully. And I think as we go forward, this is something that needs to be done now. And I think we've got enough issues out there that with a 2-year sunset, that's going to cover that issue that we was concerned about there. So, thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When the bill was presented for hearing, it was interesting. It's been heard in the House and it's been heard in the Senate. But if you look, you know, the bill's intent is to provide immunity from liability to public utilities. However, neither in the House nor the Senate was any public utility a proponent. No public utility came forward and said this is a good idea. And no other state has an arrangement like this. So before we go down this road, are we going to do something like this? I agree with the senator from Potawatomi that there are a bunch of legal issues that we need to take a deeper dive and look into. And so those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would rise in support of the motion made by the good senator from Potawatomi. I think that the law enforcement agencies and potentially even the utility companies, they vetted it, but they vetted it through the lens of what the objective was as far as the specific bill and what they're trying to achieve. Us as a legislative body, I think it's already been highlighted, there are many more legal questions that we need to consider as a legislative body because there are interests and legal questions that go outside the bounds of this specific use case for these cameras on public utility poles. So with that, I would stand in support of the motion made by the good senator from Potawatomi.
Any other comments on the motion to refer back to committee? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of order. The bill did not come out of judiciary, so it wouldn't be referred back to committee. It would be referred to, I think the motion was to judiciary.
I apologize. Senator from Potawatomi, did you say refer back to judiciary or refer to judiciary?
To refer to judiciary.
I'm sorry, I did not write that down. Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? Senator from Butler, you're still standing. Do you have a comment?
Have a lot of comments. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
On this motion.
On this motion, I would say that this has been vetted very well, and I think that we need to make a decision on this. The other items that were brought up are something that can be addressed next year that's totally separate. I think our law enforcement know the law. And what we are trying to do, I ask you to stay focused on the liability issue for the utility companies. That's all we're trying to do with this. Thank you.
Body, any more comments on the motion to refer back to, or refer to judiciary? If not, this is a voice vote. So all those in favor of the motion to refer to judiciary? Did somebody make a noise over there? No. Please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, no.
No.
Chair is in doubt. All those in favor of sending this bill to judiciary, referring this bill to judiciary, please stand.
I'm too tired, I can't get in.
All those opposed, please stand.
Count is all those in favor of referring to judiciary, 17. All those opposed, 18. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of amendments that I would like to bring and have turned them in. One of them is, I'll tell you the number, just a moment. Uh, 2154.
Would you give us a moment to distribute that?
Sure.
2154. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain this or have it read?
I'll explain it, Madam Chair. Thank you. And what this bill does is, if the intent is to give liability protection to public utilities, there is, I believe, a simpler way to do it, and that's what this amendment is. And what the amendment is it changes the bill to simply state any public utility that authorizes a law enforcement agency or enters into an agreement with a law enforcement agency to authorize the agency to attach, access, operate, maintain law enforcement equipment on the utility pole shall be immune from liability in any civil action. And it goes on to define law enforcement agency, meaning a city police department, a county sheriff's department, or a county police department, and public utility as defined in statute 66104. I think this gets to the heart of what the intent of the bill is and gets rid of some of the issues of unlimited access to the utility poles. It gives some discretion to the public utility about where and what the agreement would look like. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Body questions for the carrier of the amendment. Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really feel like this is an unfriendly amendment because this should have been brought to committee. We could have vetted at that time. And we're kind of at a point with this that I really feel like that all the interested parties are on board with this. And when you start rocking the boat, you ask for trouble. So that's my take on what we're doing. I'd rather keep the bill just like it is.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, do you wish to respond?
Sure, thank you, Madam Chair. I wasn't aware that the bill was going to be worked the day that it was, so I wasn't prepared with amendments. I think we got an email at about 3:30 the day before that we were going to work it the next day. I think we were still on the floor, and I was at my son's band concert till 10 p.m. that night, so I wasn't prepared with amendments in committee. Otherwise, yes, I would have brought them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for the carrier. Just to be clear, this bill essentially allows utilities and law enforcement to come to any sort of agreement they want, and the utility will have no liability for whatever happens in the criminal investigation. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the carrier of the amendment? I'm sorry, Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to simply state my support. I think this is a simplifying amendment that achieves the end that was sought by the parties that brought forward this legislation.
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg, did you want to respond to that?
I stand on my position with this.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do know we've been trying to work things quickly these last couple of weeks. I am sorry that this amendment was not brought to committee, but I'm guessing if it passes, it will go to conference committee, and there will be time for the utilities and law enforcement to weigh in. We already have the House position, so this would be a Senate position, and I think an appropriate one to discuss.
Other questions for the carrier of the amendment? If I'm missing somebody, wave at me. Okay. Seeing none, would you like to move your amendment, Senator Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, no.
No.
Let's have a yes. All those that are, I'm a little in doubt up here because I hear the voices very loudly. So all those in favor of the amendment, please stand so we can count you. Thank you. All those opposed to the amendment, please stand. Do you need them to continue to stand? Or do you think you have it? Okay, the count we have up here is 18 are in favor of the amendment, 13 opposed, so the amendment passes. Okay. We are back on the bill. Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg. Does anybody have any questions for the senator from Butler? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So 3 questions, quick questions for this senator from Butler.
You may ask.
Thank you.
First question.
So in Wichita, we had a few town hall meetings where a device is put on utility poles to capture the sound of gunshots. And then it can also detect anyone fleeing from that area. So to me, I already feel that's somewhat an invasion of people in my neighborhood. So this legislation here, so are we saying that the device is already on the utility poles?
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this was to go down, I would think they would be out taking them off poles. So that would probably come down, and that shotgun detection thing is one of the tools they use. That's my answer.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so if the senator from Butler could please talk about the right-of-way areas. I actually have a utility pole somewhat near my driveway of my home. So with some of the concerns that the gentlelady from Johnson brought up, so if the senator from Butler could talk about where would it be on every utility pole or the right-of-way areas, what would those be?
Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This goes back to Mark Bennett's statement. Police target very specific businesses such as chop shops for stolen cars or drug houses or human trafficking rings. So that it's difficult to surveil with traditional underground surveillance. This is not going to be on every pole. This is going to be specifically for something that they're looking for.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fasquedo.
Madam Chair, some of those houses that the senator mentioned, they are in neighborhoods where other people live. They're not isolated areas, so that's somewhat of a concern to me. So then here's my third question. So law enforcement would be responsible, not the utility company, in the case of what? So if there's bad, crazy weather, like Kansas has, you know, Kansas is bipolar. Last night, the snow, and today is sunny. So in the event that what happens, something by the act of God or a default of that utility company, that pole malfunctions, and so who's responsible, and where do I come in? The customer, the citizen, the resident, if in fact that pole is near my home.
Senator from Butler, Senator Frag.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The utility company would be responsible for the pole if it was to fall. If the camera device did something in there, I would think the law enforcement agency might have some part to that.
Senator.
Well, I'll just close with this, Madam Chair. I'm a little concerned of why, especially in my district, and in certain neighborhoods in my district, where those right-of-ways would be that public access, why would both cameras and need to be attached to these utility poles? The one that's looking for sound, and now we're passing the buck of responsibility. I'm just really concerned. And so if the senator from Butler could just, he's really passionate and supportive of the legislation, and I want to be too, because I like the senator from Butler. So just sharing those concerns. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator from Butler, any thoughts?
No.
Any other questions from the senator from Butler on this bill? Seeing none, I think you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to go over a lot of the stuff that the good senator from Johnson went into, but the Wichita Police Department members still remember Paul Garofalo, a police officer shot and killed while sitting in a patrol car while surveilling a business. So folks, or fellow senators, as I look over my right shoulder, I'm carrying this bill for the person that's over here in the corner. I appreciate and trust the work they do in a very complex world. Cost-effective and service efficiency tools help them to do their jobs. Electric companies want to be good neighbors. We just want to protect themselves from lawsuits. So with that, I move that when the committee rises in report, it report HB 2109 as favorably for passage.
As amended.
As amended, yes.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. Motion passes. We will now turn our attention to Senate Sub for House Bill 2125. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, I'm going to call on you to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion passes. You may explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the bill does quite a few things, and I just want to clarify, this was the Pawnee County sales tax bill, and we combined that in with the Finney County bill. So we had a House bill that didn't have anything in it. So what we did was we made a few changes, local county governments. The bill would make it so that all local government budgets are due October 1st. Currently, if local government stays revenue neutral, their budget is due in August. This would make them all due on October 1st, and that way there would be no punishments, basically. or having to have their budget in before. The other thing this would do is that the clerks, if they do not receive a local government's budget, sometimes they are late getting it to the clerks, and it puts the clerks in a precarious situation. This would say that they have elected then to stay revenue neutral if they have not sent it to the clerks by October 1st at 5 p.m. The bill would also change the date of the mailing for your statements for your property taxes. Currently, those are mailed December 15th. This would change the mailing to December 1st, and your property taxes would still be due December 20th. I worked with the clerks, the treasurers, several different local government officials to make sure that this was logical and feasible, and it was if we handle it the way the bill is. And we made some changes to the revenue neutral rate letter. We added back the revenue rate, the mill levies. People like to see that on the letter. And we would add the totals to the revenue neutral letter in this bill also. And because we did that, we added a provision that we pay for the postage and the mailing on the revenue neutral rate letter for 2025 and 2026. With that, I would stand for questions.
Lottie, are there any questions for the carrier of the bill? I'm looking around the room. I see nobody standing up. Senator, I think you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report favorably for passage, Senate substitute for House Bill 2125.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to sub for Senate Bill 281 and the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sub for Senate Bill 281 sunsets the Kids Matching Grant Program in 3 years and replaces it with a 529 Education Savings Plan. Administering the KIDS program is extremely labor intensive. In 2024, it took 1,850 hours to audit the accounts. By contrast, 529 accounts are subject to an IRS audit. The benefits of the KIDS program remain while creating efficiencies in administering the program. Proponents included the State Treasurer's Office, the Kansas Council on Developmental Disabilities, and InterHab. The one opponent's concerns were addressed after the hearing, and they are now a proponent. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the carrier of the bill? Senator, I see no one standing, so I believe you are able then to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report favorably for passage the sub for Senate Bill 281.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, no. Motion carries.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 39. The chair recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Murphy, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill number 39 would establish the Kansas Legal Tender Act and provide an income tax subtraction modification for gains from the sale of certain forms of gold and silver. The bill would define specie as gold and silver coin or refined gold or silver bullion coined, stamped, or imprinted with its weight and purity and value primarily based on its metal content. Specie would be considered legal tender in Kansas if issued as a coin by the U.S. government at any time or is otherwise ruled to be within state authority to be designated by as such by a court of competent jurisdiction. Recognized legal tender and specie would be exempt from being characterized as personal property for taxation and regulatory purposes, and the exchange of legal tender and sale, purchase, or exchange of specie would not give rise to tax liability of any kind. The exemption would not apply to taxable deductions from retirement plan accounts holding a specie. The bill would create a subtraction modification for Kansas income tax beginning tax year 2025, allowing a taxpayer to subtract the amount of any net gain from the sale of specie from federal adjusted gross income, excluding the sale of specie as taxable distribution from a retirement plan for which it is held. In other words, it's just strictly capital gains, just to put it in simple terms. If you paid $2,000 for something and you sold it for $3,000, you would have $1,000 capital gains you would have to pay tax on, and this would remove that. I find it interesting that we're talking about using gold and silver, Madam Chair, as legal tender, because it's been used for thousands of years as legal tender. Our government has tried a couple of times in the past with the Continental during the Revolutionary War and the greenback during the Civil War to have fiat currency, and the people didn't think too much of it. And it was only after they made paper currency that was backed by silver and gold that the people began to accept it. But once again, in 1973, the government decided to remove that standard, and so our currency has become worth less and less and less. Just to give you an example, back in the mid-60s, the minimum wage was $2 an hour. You could get paid by 8 silver quarters. Those 8 silver quarters, if you melted them down today, would be worth $47.27. So it's not that our minimum wage is out of whack, it's our money that's out of whack. That's the problem. So we've got an interesting situation here in Kansas. We're the home of the Wizard of Oz. If you look at the Wizard of Oz, you go back when it was written in the late 1800s, it was written about monetary policy. So in the book, Dorothy was the people. Her slippers in the book actually were silver. They made them ruby for Technicolor for the movie. And the yellow brick road, of course, was gold for the way home. Oz was an ounce, measurement for metal. The Emerald City was an empty place, nothing behind the curtain. That's what our dollar was. That's what the greenback was. And we're sort of headed there again. Today they look at the gold and silver as a collectible, and of course this bill would only affect state taxes, not federal taxes. But it's still a good hedge against inflation. The bill written as it was written would take away the state portion of the tax. I have a short amendment prepared that I'm going to turn in, or I have turned in, 2112.
Give us a moment to get it distributed.
Yeah. Not off the top of my head, no.
Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
Well, I was told to let the reader read to give him something to do.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 39 on page 1 in line 30 by striking this section and inserting subsections A through C, following line 31 by inserting section E. Specie legal tender may be transacted, transmitted, or exchanged by physical or electronic means subject to the Kansas Money Transmission Act and any rules and regulations promulgated thereunder.
Are there questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Questions for the Senator from Reno, Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I hope we're paying attention to this. The gentleman from Senator Marino has done a great job in committee of explaining it and on the floor. And it does exactly what he says it will do. But I'm not sure that along the way we've stopped to think about it. He just took specie in his amendment from physical gold to electronic gold. And in the bill, if anybody's got the bill, line 26, the exchange of one type of form of legal tender for another type shall not give rise to a tax liability of any kind. And if you look at line 31, the provisions of the sections shall not apply to taxable distributions from a retirement plan. So we think the retirement plans are exempt, but only the distributions are exempt. So what I could do if this bill becomes law is I could take the $400,000 in my IRA and I could call Schwab and Company and say, I want to transfer that into a gold fund, no tax event. The $400,000 after a year becomes $700,000. It may come $700,000 a day because the price of gold comes up. I take that out and there's no capital gains on it. Now that's okay. If you want to not put capital gains on retirement income, that's fine. But the $200,000 fiscal note that was given for this is wrong. Because everybody, if they have a brain, will right before they withdraw their money, transfer it to gold. It then becomes exempt from taxation. The gain on it becomes exempt from taxation. It's the face value when you take it out. And I just think we're on a risky slope here. I'll do this. I'm not sure I'll vote for the bill, but I'll sure take advantage of it when it happens. And those in your district that have enough money to buy some gold are going to get the capital gains tax exempt. And that's what we're about to do in Senate Bill 39. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other questions for the senator from Reno? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I might suggest that if your 401k has paper gold, that it won't count. I think you're going to have physical gold, by the way the bill's written. What this does, of course, is this makes it, there's technology that exists already. I've got a MasterCard in my pocket. It's tied to gold in a depository in Switzerland, actually. And I can use that to buy gas, to buy groceries, to buy anything. It's a hedge against inflation. If my money's sitting in my checking account, it just gets worth less every day. If it's gold, it becomes more valuable every day. Madam Chairman, I'm just asking for us to get back on the Yellow Brick Road and go home. With that, when the committee rises and reports, I hope they'll find SB 39 favorable for passage.
As amended?
As amended, thank you.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 181. To explain the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's actually a very simple bill. It's not without consequence, though. The bill would statutorily apply a limit to the annual growth of expenditures based on inflation and population. Now, it's statutory. As much as I'd love this to be constitutional, it's not, but it'd be a statutory limit, so budgets proposed by the governor would have to be within the limits of our growth and inflation. It's CPI-M, so the Midwest, CPI-U Midwest does include transfers, demand transfers. And I would just say it's not unlike our 7.5% ending balance, which is statutory. And as we went through the Great Recession, this body does have the power to set that aside. Like it or hate it, it has the power to do that. But this would create a guideline on spending, and I would stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Butler? The senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the senator from Butler.
He's standing.
Thank you. So, Senator, you just referred to that this would put some limitations. What within this bill refers to the governor and the limitations or the requirements on the governor and setting the budget.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It would simply require the proposed budget to be within the limits, the growth limit, the SGF growth limits to be within inflation and population growth.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So currently, when the governor is working to prepare a budget, does she have it, or does the governor have to? Does it have to go through the state treasurer?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
I'm not sure I'm understanding. Is the question, Madam Chairman, whether or not the governor's proposed budget has to go through the state treasurer?
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
That's correct.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
No, but the treasurer, like in this bill, it's the treasurer that certifies what that CPIUM amount is. So there's a mark. So the governor's fully aware of the mark they're shooting for.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So how would this then affect our constitutional responsibility for funding schools?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
It would not affect that statute. You would still have, at this point, you would still have the requirement of the CPIU for education as well.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
And would that be true with special ed funding?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This would not affect anything in the school finance formula.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
But would it allow for any growth?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not only would it allow for growth, it would demand, the current formula demands CPIU growth.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
But I don't believe that this bill includes SPED funding.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It applies to the entire SGF expenditure.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I'll have to think about that one. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question for Senator from Butler is, how would this affect the budgets proposed by the legislature itself? Not necessarily the governor, but the ones proposed by the legislature.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would affect in the same way unless the legislature chose to include language in their bill that said, notwithstanding the law says this, we're doing that.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure because we're making changes in the budget process, and I don't think this is a good thing to do, but I don't want to be asking for different requirements from the governor than we're asking from our budget committees in developing a legislative budget.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. So, a question, why is this bill needed?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for fiscal restraint.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Does the carrier not trust the colleagues to evaluate the needs of the state each year?
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
I trust my colleagues.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I would say that trying to put this in law is the exact opposite of that, but I think SB 181 would limit how much the legislature and the governor can expend or propose to expend within the state budget, and it would arbitrarily hamper the state's ability to respond to emergencies either immediately or in case of future recessions by tying the budget expenditures to the consumer price index and our growth. So according to the fiscal note, the governor or legislature could be prevented from making transfers to the budget stabilization or a rainy day fund or performing other extraordinary measures that could be required to adequately respond to natural disasters, pandemics, or terrorist threats without impacting state operations of select state agencies. This is a self-imposed handcuffing that will only add complexity to our already complicated state budget process. Setting a stricter cap on state spending will result in short-term cuts at the cost of long-term vitality. Kansas knows firsthand how harmful inadequate education funding is for our public schools, and our kids in our K-12 schools are still recovering from the massive budget cuts implemented in the early 2010s. At a time when lawmakers are already cutting agency budgets across the board, this bill is proposing tying all future spending to the base budget that we are passing this year. Expenditure limitations will not make government run more efficiently or ensure that tax dollars are well spent. The Kansas Constitution already requires that the budget passed by the legislature be balanced and not exceed revenues. This legislation will do nothing to help lawmakers spend tax dollars any more wisely than they're already required to do so. So arbitrary spending limits don't make good fiscal sense. Government costs do not typically mimic inflationary changes at the same pace as their costs. This is due to the sensitivity to demographic shifts, population aging, and migration. The primary sources of expenditures in our thing are health care and infrastructure. So this could shortchange agency budgets over time. Our state needs budget policy that can fulfill obligations to its residents. And this bill will directly put a barrier to increasing special education funding, investing in programs that help our hungry children, serving people with disabilities, and adding money where needed to improve crumbling infrastructure. I don't think it takes away our options. It says we don't trust ourselves to make good fiscal decisions for the state. And we've talked in this very chamber this session about a legislature needing to have more oversight in state operations, but this bill goes directly against that argument.
Are there other questions for the senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A couple, comments on that. Those massive cuts in 2010, fiscal 10, were the result of two things. A massive increase in spending in 2009. For those of you that, most of us are old enough to remember the crash in 08, right? So I was part of it. I went completely bankrupt, learned a bunch of very valuable lessons for myself and my family. We were on this high in the housing market. I was a home builder. In this body, we passed a record high spending level, particularly in K-12, for the upcoming year. So this has been spring of 2008. If something like this would have been in place, you'd had a guideline that said maybe we should have stuck to inflation and population. So again, to describe this as arbitrary is wrong. Inflation and population is a specific growth indicator. If you'd have had that, you wouldn't have had the massive increase in 9, then we crash out at the back of 8, and you had this massive collapse. By the way, for those that probably don't remember, the only governor that actually cut education with the definition of got less money in the subsequent year was Mark Parkinson, and he had to, because $1.5 billion disappeared from our estimated ending balances in one session. Of course, we got the whole, Sam Brownback thing after that where we never could get back up to that watermark, but you go back and look, there was never a subsequent year where K-12 didn't get more education money. It just wasn't what people wanted or expected. But this is the kind of thing that stops that or helps do that. It's just a guideline. And I do trust my colleagues. And you can't hamstring a future legislature. There's not a single statute on the books that hamstrings a future legislature. That's the problem with it, in my opinion. There's no constitutional restraint. It's just like the 7.5% ending balance. It's all great, and we shoot for it, and we try to get there, but back then, when we collapsed, every budget came out with, notwithstanding the fact we should have 7.5% ending balance, we're not going to have it because we don't have it. This is still true, even on this side. But the importance is the guideline, the mark you're shooting for. Back then, in those aughts before 8, we saw 6, 7, 8, 9% annual increases in the spending in the budget. This would change that mark. If we had not done that, if we had stayed within inflation and population growth, we wouldn't have had to cut so much out in 2010. So appreciate you indulging me on the history lesson. But with that, Madam Chair, when we rise and report, I move that we pass SB 180, we pass 181, favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to Senate Bill 229. The chair recognizes the senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Senate Bill 229 would change the state's occupational licensing system. State licensing requirements create significant barriers to entry and ongoing inefficiency. The cost of obtaining licenses, navigating complex regulations, and the time involved in compliance can be extensive. This process can delay or even deter potential entrepreneurs from pursuing their ventures, stifling innovation and economic growth in the great state of Kansas. Senate Bill 229 states that the legislature is best positioned to balance the interests of different constituencies, evaluating the necessity and impact of licensing across occupations. All existing grants of regulatory authority to issue occupational licenses, therefore, would be supplemented with the requirement that regulations creating a new or materially altering an existing occupational license would require legislative approval. The bill would exclude several professional categories from those provisions, specifically healthcare providers regulated by boards such as behavioral science, nursing, dental, healing arts, and pharmacy. The Board of Technical Professions would also be exempted from these requirements. This bill in its original form was much broader, which brought in an opponent, Kansas Grain and Feed. They were concerned with the language that the governance would shift state control to the federal government. We also had one neutral, the Secretary of State. They had a concern about the workload that would be required to administer, as we have over 96 agencies that have authority to issue regulations and of some type, and 30 of those today that do issue occupational licenses. Amendments were offered by the opponent and the neutral and accepted, and the bill before us addresses those concerns, and there are no longer any opponents or neutrals. The amendments that were put in place, county and city issued licenses are excluded. All agencies would submit an annual report listing their occupational licenses, and they removed the 5-year legislative review of all existing occupational licenses. So it was pared down greatly. We also have an unusual pairing of United We and AFP, who brought the bill. United We is supporting this bill as they feel it addresses some of the disparity between gender wages, as a higher percent of women are in roles that require a license. AFP feels occupational licensing can be an unnecessary barrier to employment and economic growth, and it will make licensing requirements more accountable and transparent, along with spurring economic mobility and job creation. They close with the barriers like this disproportionately affect low-income individuals, military spouses, and people of color, limiting access to opportunity and stifling entrepreneurship. Minimizing barriers to entry and overregulation, but still allowing needed licensing, are addressed in Senate Bill 229. I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Leavenworth? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I close. Oh. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 229 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 211. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Shane, to adopt the committee report and explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. SB 211, as amended, would modify the appointment of members to the Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission to briefly clarify through administrative rules. There are now 4 management regions for the Department of Wildlife and Parks. That's been in place for about a year. So an amendment brought by Senator Fagg on this particular bill would reconcile the language of this statute to reflect the current practice by the agency to have 4 distinct management units. In addition to making those changes to the appointment of members of the Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission, There's also changes to the bill changes to the law that would modify how proposed rules and regulations are acted upon by the commission. The intent and the proponents of this bill were seeking to clarify the roles and responsibilities that the commission and the commissioners had in the subsequent development and modification of rules and regulations, and to clarify those roles and responsibilities juxtaposed against the roles and responsibilities of the secretary. The proponents of this bill were the Kansas Attorney General and a member of the commission. There was also written-only proponent testimony provided by a commission member. KDWP provided neutral testimony and indicated that there would be the potential of an $85,000 fiscal note with the bill. And with that, Madam Chair, I do have an amendment for this bill before we get into questions.
Have you turned it in?
I have turned it in.
Do you have a number?
2113.
Give us a moment to get that distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will go ahead and explain the amendment, and I'll go ahead and go step by step for folks so that they can follow some of these changes, and also for the benefit of my committee members that put a lot of work into this bill. So you will see in the amendment, the first change is page 2 in line 1, and this would strike all after the period by striking all in lines 2 through 4. So you would note that that sentence being struck is, in no case shall any respective appointing authority appoint a person who is or within 5 years prior to the appointment has been a controlled shooting area licensee, an employee of such licensee, or a person who provides hunting outfitting services or hunting guide services. So this was an addition, the 5-year prohibition of having prior ownership of an outfitter or having a controlled shooting area license was added in committee. It was a bit of a divisive amendment. I thought it would be appropriate for the body to consider whether or not we wanted this amendment. But further, I would also state that I believe that our outfitters and individuals who have controlled shooting area licenses are actually valued and highly knowledgeable areas and individuals in the areas of conservation and the outdoors, and are very valuable members of the commission. I don't see why we would prohibit that. And further, there are no provisions in law that require you to hold a license or otherwise be regulated in order to be an outfitter in Kansas. So there's no clear conflict of interest there. So that is that change. The next change is, is in line 5 by striking, so that change was the one that I just described, striking in line 5. The next change would be in line 6, striking the sentence, or modifying the sentence that says not more than 2 members shall be from the same Fish and Wildlife Administration region. This amendment would make it where not more than 2 members, not more than 2 at-large members of the commission should be from the same Fish and Wildlife Administration region. The reason for doing that is to provide greater flexibility to those individuals making appointments to the commission. The next change addresses the section that was amended by the committee, but it created a discrepancy where some of the appointees would have a 4-year term and some would have a 2-year term. I think it would be better if they all had the same term length, and it would return the statute so that all members would have a 4-year term. Sorry, what was it? So, sorry, line 13, yeah, so that was line 13, sorry, I'm following along here. And then going to line 41, and so I'm gonna talk more, not go through section by section, but this was the section that was the primary purpose of this bill and how it was brought to us, and where the committee spent quite a bit of time trying to create language that captured what will work best for the commission, what will work best for the secretary, and respect their roles and responsibilities. So the amendment, what it will do is take what was the subsection 4 that says the commission shall either approve, modify, and approve, or reject rules and regulation, such proposed rules and regulations. The secretary shall adopt such rules and regulations so approved or so modified and approved. And it would bring that up earlier into the law, and it would strike those sections that were added by the committee and replace it with the following, a new subsection 3 that would say, proposed rules and regulations may be developed, A, by the secretary, B, by a member of the commission, or C, through approval of the commission directing the secretary to develop a specific proposed rule and regulation. I think that this is a valuable amendment that captures the interests of both the secretary and members of the commission and also respects the work done by the committee on this bill. And with that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee did do quite a bit of work on this bill, and I do not agree that this amendment respects that work. So can the senator from Miami let me know what we learned from our revisor regarding the wording, proposed rules and regulations?
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and I think this is important to clarify. So, the committee sought to determine if the term proposed regulation had a specific statutory meaning. And what the committee determined and what was revealed to us is that a proposed regulation is interpreted to mean that that is kind of a finished work product. It's ready for consideration. It's ready for a final vote. You'll see that in the bill that was adopted in the committee report that there is the term potential rule and regulation. And unfortunately, the word potential does not carry any kind of statutory meaning. It doesn't have any current interpretive meaning in our statute, and it was not able to be identified if potential regulation is used in other areas of statute. That's one reason why I felt that it would be better to, rather than center around that proposed versus potential, we make it clear that in the development of the regulation, we create that description of the secretary, a member of the commission, or directing the secretary to develop a specific action. So I hope that addresses the good senator's question.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it addresses the concern, but in fact, we were told that proposed rules and regulations were referred to those, as the senator from Miami said, ones that had been through or were through the process. So they have the Secretary of State stamp. They have the Attorney General stamp. So the question now I have for the senator from Miami is, how would a member of the commission be able to do that if they don't have a lawyer or a way to access that process?
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And this was also a conversation and it was addressed with the department. It could potentially result in the need to hire an additional attorney to kind of serve as an individual to help draft those regulations. But otherwise, the department staff and the agency would go about developing the regulation as they normally would. It just represents that the commission or a member of the commission might have an interest in developing a potential regulation and putting it through the process.
The chair recognizes a senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to inform the Senate that dinner is ready on the second floor conference room. We have chicken sandwiches as well as pizza. The dinner is for all Senate leadership staff, clerks, secretary staff, all Sergeant of Arms, and all senators. That was all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That was important enough for us to interrupt this debate for just a moment. We will now return. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think there was some confusion when this bill was initially introduced. General Kobach, who was a proponent of the bill, provided testimony that, and the original bill just was allowing members of the commission to propose rules and regulations. So the General Kobach said that's just like any member of the House or the Senate. You're able to propose a bill. So he said that would work just like it does in the legislature. I think, and I don't know that General Kobach has ever served in the legislature, but we don't have access to a fiscal note or to the reviser's interpretation of a bill until it's scheduled for a hearing or until the chair. So not every bill gets that kind of information. So this would actually be saying any member who just has an idea can have that significant work done. So I think after significant conversation within the committee, we really did carefully come up with this wording. And we had plenty of time to work on it. So again, here we have an amendment from one member of the committee who had an opportunity to work these things out in committee. We are changing our statute, the base part of our statute, if we strike that the person cannot be providing hunting outfitting services or hunting guide services. That's a real change to the intention of the work of that commission. And then the striking the person who has been appointed within 5 years. Without that language, it would be very easy for someone who provided hunting outfitting services to, once they learned that they could be appointed to this commission, they could give that company to their spouse, to their son, to their daughter. And in fact, that's exactly what has happened. So one of the current commissioners, I understand, had a hunting outfitting service and no longer has that because they've turned it over, I believe, to a son. So that is an important part of this change. And then I think if the senator from Miami thinks that every appointee should be on there for 4 years, he might not have been paying attention to the part of the discussion that was trying to make sure that if a Speaker of the House made an appointment to the commission, then that the next speaker would also have that opportunity to make an appointment that reflected their concerns. So I would be very concerned about adopting this amendment. I see others standing. I'd like to hear from them.
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will acknowledge that the committee did work on this and that I am on the committee. There were some things that happened within the committee that I wish could have been undone, and there are ideas that I had after the committee passed the bill out favorably. I think that this body has also heard that one of the amendments was intentionally targeted at a member of the commission in an effort to get them off of the commission. And I think that we need to be honest that is the express intent of the amended language in the bill, and I did oppose that language in committee. I would also note that I don't think that there's anything in the law that would prohibit a new speaker from the House, if there were a new speaker of the House, from coming in and placing in a new appointee in place of the current appointee. So I think that a speaker would still be able to have themselves represented if they did not want the current commissioner to be on there.
Senator from Barton, Senator.
The question is, what's the point of the commission if what they can do right now is really nothing? And so this is really important, and I appreciate the work from the good senator who brought this amendment, and I hope that you support it. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did ask about the appointment. This change would not change the membership currently. Anyone who's been appointed had been appointed under the previous law. Their appointment would stay. This would only affect new appointments. So it is not and was not my intention to get someone off the commission. So I hope that that is understood. So the commission has the ability to get things done. And in fact, earlier today, we included as an amendment the information about the waterfowl and when you could hunt, what days non-residents could hunt for waterfowl. That is a result of work that was done by the commission, and then I think a legislator brought it forward. He realized that they had come to a decision and thought, we don't have to wait for rules and regs. We can just introduce this as a bill. But the commission has an opportunity to adopt rules and regs. What is happening at this point, and was explained to us by a previous individual who had been served on the commission, was that they can make a motion to have a majority of the commission ask to have rules and regulations drafted, or the chair can ask for that. So it is not at all a situation that the commission has no opportunity to do that. So again, I think this work was done better in committee. There's still the opportunity to go to conference, but I think as presented, Senate Bill 211 is a good product of work from a committee.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm going to say what I've said from the beginning on 211. I believe it's completely unnecessary. Things were going along fine. Things were getting done. People had their voice. My best guess is there are a couple of people who got the ear of some other folks and because something happened that they didn't like, and so they wanted to throw fit. And so now we've thrown all the pieces in the air and seen how much we can change, but I'm wondering to what end, to what benefit, and I don't see it. Like I say, the base bill is unnecessary. Thank you so much.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Miami. Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just stand in support of this bill. I appreciate the good work for the senator of Miami, what he's done with this. Just want to stand and let everybody know. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 211 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Without objection, we will pass over sub for Senate Bill 8, House Bill 2054, and turn our attention to Senate Bill 1. For the purposes of adopting the committee report and explaining the bill, the chair recognizes a senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, since we are here on borrowed time, I'll try to be short. Senate Bill 1 would require that Kansas end the observation of daylight savings time if Missouri also adopts the same requirement. Should the federal government ever adopt permanent daylight savings time for the entire country, then Kansas would move along with the other states into that system. Now, the goal of this bill is to stop the annual clock switching, but current federal law only allows states to opt out of daylight saving time rather than adopt into it. So we're stuck with the only option to get rid of the clock switching is permanent standard time. So upon further review of that option, it's very clear, and all of the resources are out there, that the health benefits of standard time are indisputably better based on every clinical and professional study. It's also important to remember the United States attempted to observe permanent daylight saving time in the early 1970s, and it was so unpopular after just 2 winters that Congress undid that action. Further, every country that has tried to observe permanent daylight savings time has given up on that project because it's just so unworkable for their folks. It's popular in idea, but once put into practice, it's been unsuccessful. A few notes just on the topic of time switches as they've come up with the new president and the administration. In the last month, President Donald Trump has said he would not endorse permanent daylight savings time, and our neighboring states of Nebraska, Oklahoma, and Missouri all have active bills in their legislatures that would abolish daylight saving time. With that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Potawatomi? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the senator from Potawatomi for bringing this bill, making it Senate Bill 1. I think it's a great piece of legislation because anybody who's had little children know time change is such a pain. My son normally wakes up around 6 a.m., but by goodness, when that clock goes back an hour, he's up at 5 and does not go back to sleep. Let's stop the nonsense. Let's move on. Let's get rid of the time change. You know, Congress, the House, I believe, the U.S. Senate, I believe, voted unanimously to stop this nonsense, and the House did not act on it. Will this legislation make its way all the way through the process? I don't know, maybe. But if anything, it'll spark a conversation, both in this state and maybe across the nation, that we're serious about ending this practice of time change. So I ask the body to support this motion. Thank you.
Other questions, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
It's not just children, it's also pets. You will have situation with a wet nose poke an hour before you want to wake up in the morning. It's not very pleasant. I'm tired of it. And yes, we need to move to something like this. Thank you, Senator.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, I'm just not going to join on with this band of choirs singing for doing away with daylight savings time. I like daylight savings time. I love to see us having light hours later that we do now. So I'm a supporter of daylight savings time.
Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Only time will tell if this bill will pass, but let's remember there's no time like the present to make an important change. With that, I move when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 1 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to Senate Sub for House Bill 2060. For the purposes of explaining the bill and adopting the committee report, the chair recognizes the senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you. House Bill 2060 comes to you from the Committee on Local Government Transparency and Ethics and would amend the state governmental ethics laws and do 2 things. It clarifies which organizations can provide free discounted travel for legislators to attend educational conferences and provide a consistent standard for executive branch employees to receive free discounted travel and event tickets. The first portion of the bill deals with legislative travel. We heard testimony from the interim director of the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission and an attorney who believed the current law could be made more clear and consistent in which organizations can sponsor travel for legislators to attend conferences. The committee thought House Bill 2060 was a good change to law in making the standard more consistent with the limiting principle the organizations paying for travel does not engage in lobbying in the state of Kansas. A little background. During their deliberations over a few months, various members of the Ethics Commission seemed to question why the legislator had carved out these national organizations from a general prohibition on paying for governmental organizations to travel to certain conferences. Ultimately, however, the Commission issued KGEC opinion number 2024-02, opining that because the requesting educational organization was not established to serve, inform, educate, and strengthen legislators in all states, it could not pay for legislators to travel to their educational conferences despite other larger organizations being exempt for the prohibition. House Bill 2060 would clarify that any nonprofit organization can provide free or discounted travel for legislators to educational conferences as long as the organization, again, does not engage in lobbying in the state. The second part of House Bill 2060 deals with the executive branch. We heard testimony that said the current law had two different standards for whether an executive branch official representing our state can accept free travel to an event or whether an official can accept free tickets to an event. House Bill 2060 would simply apply the current law standard for travel to the event itself. The committee agreed that there are some events at which it is appropriate for our state to be represented, whether to promote our state, engage in trade missions, or accomplish some other legitimate state purpose. The bill will apply the standard to current law for discounted travel to discounted tickets for those same events as long as there's a legitimate state purpose and the official's agency would have to authorize payment for such travel expense. There's no fiscal note, and the Governmental Ethics Commission indicated that enactment of the bill could result in savings for state agencies because an outside entity could pay for certain expenses that agencies would not provide. With that, Madam Chair, I am ready for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Cloud? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
In closing, House Bill 2060 fixes a loophole in state law that prevents legislators from being reimbursed for travel expenses to attend educational conferences that are organized by nonprofit organizations. The reimbursement will be paid for by the organization conducting the event and will promote legislators to attend at such conferences, thus promote better legislation. The bill also allows the executive branch to accept free discounted tickets to sports events as long as such attendance furthers a legitimate state interest. It brings common sense clarifications with appropriate limiting principles to longstanding regulations regarding legislative travel and executive branch attendance at certain events. So, thank you, Madam Chair. I move when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate sub for sub House Bill 2060 favorable for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, the Senate's going to pass over House Bill 2004 and Senate substitute for House Bill 2054. I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
We should probably have a round of applause for Senator Dietrich, who spent most of the session in that, up there. Clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Blasey, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders, with Senator Dietrich and Senator Erickson serving as the chair. Recommended substitute for House Bill 2149, House Bill 2335, 2052, 2192, Senate Bill 284, substitute for House Bill 2152, House Bill 2158, 2304, 2195, 2311, 2128, 2039, 2255, Senate Bill 259, Senate Bill 229, and Senate Bill 1 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. House Bills 2221, 2222, 2217, and Senate Bill 181 be passed. House Bills 2172, 2164, 2056, 2382, 2313, 2125, Senate Bill 281, substitute for House Bill 2060, be amended by the adoption of the committee reports recommending a substitute bill, and the substitute bills be passed. House Concurrent Resolution 5011 be amended by the adoption of the committee report recommending a substitute resolution, and the substitute resolution be adopted. House Bill 2334 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, but be further amended on motion of Senator Francisco, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2028 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, be further amended on motion of Senator Peck and Senator Owens, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2160 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, but be further amended on motion of Senator Clifford, and the bill be passed as further amended. House Bill 2206 be amended on motion of Senator Schallenberger, and the bill be passed as amended. House Bill 2109 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, but be further amended on motion of Senator Warren, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 211 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, and be further amended on motion of Senator Shane, and the bill be passed as further amended. Senate Bill 39 be amended on motion of Senator Murphy, and the bill be passed as amended. And House Bill 2004, Senate substitute for House Bill 2054, be passed over and retain a place on the calendar.
Chair recognizes the Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, for adoption of the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Report's adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move an emergency be declared, the rules suspended, and the following bills be advanced to final action and roll call. House Bill 2149, 2221, 2222, 2335, Senate substitute for House Bill 2172, Senate substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 5011, House Bill 2052, 2192, Senate Bill 284, Senate substitute for House Bill 2164, House Bill 2217, 2152, 2334, 2158, 2028, 2304, Senate substitute for House Bill 2056, House Bill 2311, 2160, Senate substitute for House Bill 2382, House Bill 2206, 2195, Senate substitute for House Bill 2313, House Bill 2128, 2039, 2255, Senate Bill 259, House Bill 2109, Senate substitute for House Bill 2125, substitute for Senate Bill 281, Senate Bill 39, 181, 229, 211, 1, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2060.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We'll hold for final action. We're now ready for final action. On the first call, we will take the following. Senate sub for House Concurrent Resolution 5011. Clerk will read the title.
Senate substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 5011, a proposition to amend Section 1 of Article 11 of the Constitution of the State of Kansas.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator have an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Change their vote? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Thirty having voted in favor and 10 opposed to the passage of Senate Concur Resolution 5011. This measure, having received its constitutional required majority, is hereby declared adopted. Second roll call, we will take the following: House Bill 2149, 2221, 2222, 2335, Senate sub for House Bill 2172, House Bill 2052, 2192, Senate Bill 284, and sub for Senate sub for House Bill 2164. Clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2149, an act concerning distributed energy resources. House Bill 2221, an act concerning state funds. House Bill 2222, an act concerning driving. House Bill 2335, an act concerning insurance. Senate substitute for House Bill 21 concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure. Senate Bill 284, an act concerning prescription drugs. And Senate substitute for House Bill 2164, an act concerning the Kansas Offender Registration Act.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman, Schmidt, Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Dyson, Ware, Warren,
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator Johnson, Senator Corson.
I have a change of vote when you get to it, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome to change it right now.
I didn't know on 2052.
So ordered. Are there further changes? Senator Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My changes on Senate Bill 284, though well intended to help hospitals and pharmacies, I'm concerned that as in other states, 284 invites a lawsuit that is more restricted than the federal 340B program allows to provide discounted meds to low-income or uninsured Kansas. Per testimony from Chamber, as in other states, it will increase the premiums for employer-sponsored health insurance, including the state employee plan. Plus asking the Attorney General's office to investigate if a 340B pharmaceutical drug is reimbursed properly for each prescription filled and reported does not seem like a reasonable answer to this concern. I voted to table this bill in committee as more time was needed to vet this bill and avoid litigation. Thank you.
Further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. We will not tally. Belay that order. Senator Johnson, didn't see you behind the lamp.
I hide behind the lamp. Thank you, Mr. President. I changed my no to an aye on 2164.
So ordered. Any further changes or explanation? Seeing none, clerk will now close the roll, tally the vote. (34) having voted in favor and 6 opposed, Senate Bill 284 and House Bill 2052. 40 in favor, none opposed, to 2149. 36 in favor, 4 opposed to House Bill 2164. 40 in favor and none opposed to House Bill 2172. 39 in favor, 1 opposed to 2192. 40 in favor, none opposed to 2221. 38 in favor, 2 opposed to 2222. 40 in favor, none opposed to 2335. These measures having received the required constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Third roll call will take the following: House Bill 2217, 2152, 2334, 2158, 2028, 2304, Senate sub for House Bill 2056, House Bill 2311, 2160, and Senate sub for House Bill 2382. Clerk will read the titles.
House Bill 2217, an act concerning the Attorney General. House Bill 2152, an act concerning public monies. House Bill 2334, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2158, an act concerning agriculture. House Bill 2028, an act concerning wildlife. House Bill 2304, an act concerning economic development. Senate substitute for House Bill 2056, an act concerning elections. House Bill 2311, an act concerning children and minors. House Bill 2160, an act concerning municipalities. And Senate substitute for House Bill 2382, an act concerning school districts.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Clemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty.
We think we missed one on the list. Could you repeat, please? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger, Shane, Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. President. Substitute for House Bill 2382 would significantly impact the way Kansas youth are being taught about human development and sex education. This bill violates the constitutional responsibilities of the State Board of Education to set standards and locally elect school boards to choose instructional materials. Not only is this legislation in direct opposition of the national sex education standards, but as worded, force a child to see from kindergarten to 12th grade. I vote no. And I would appreciate my remarks to be spread on the journal.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to explain my vote for Senate substitute for House Bill 2382. I believe that Kansas students should receive a complete, scientifically accurate information about human development. In an age of widespread misinformation, students deserve to see the remarkable developmental process that they themselves experienced. The scientific facts are compelling. A developing heart starts beating by 22 days. Brain development begins by week 5, and by week 10, all major organs are forming. From what I gather, there are some folks that find these facts to be inconvenient to their worldview, but that shouldn't have any bearing on the merits of this bill. This bill maintains local control while setting reasonable standard. If schools teach human development, they should include information about fetal development. That's where human development begins. There is no stork. House Bill 2382 requires no philosophical interpretations or ideological content. I proudly support this measure to enhance science education in Kansas. Our students deserve nothing less than a complete understanding of human development based on observable empirical evidence. Thank you, and I would like those in the record also.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you. With her permission, I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Wyandotte, and I will also submit my own remarks.
Thank you. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Clem.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the senator from Sedgwick, I'd like to be layered on his comments as well.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks from Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the comments from the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was surprised and shocked by the opposition to this bill in committee. So with his permission, I would like to join the comments from the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Ordered. Senator from Lyons, Senator Argabright.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2304, I appreciate some of the comments by a couple of my colleagues after it was worked on the floor. But when I looked at the efficiencies of that and the small communities, and I don't think it just applies to our small communities, but that will be perceived as unfunded mandates, requirements that people will have to do. And the fiscal note was $389,000 for 2 FTE. So I felt like we were working backwards on efficiencies there. House Bill 2382 is probably the presentation materials were the best I've ever seen probably on that topic. The content was good. The challenge when we do it out of order is the buy-in to get it accomplished. It should have started at the local level, and I hope our presenters and our groups that presented will actually get out there to our private and public schools and present that content. That will make a difference. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks of Senator Sedgwick, Senator Clays on 2382.
Chair will also join the remarks of the Senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to join the remarks of the senator from Wyandotte on the Senate sub for HB 2382.
So ordered. Senator Marino, Senator Murphy.
With his permission, I'd also like to join on 2382 with the Senator from Sedgwick. Thanks.
So ordered. Further explanation or changes? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauci-Goodell.
Mr. President, I want to change my aye to no on House Bill 2304.
So ordered. Further changes or explanations? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. Thirty-seven having voted in favor and 3 opposed. The passage of House Bill 2028, 34 in favor, 6 opposed to 2056, 40 in favor and none opposed to 2152, 2158, 2160, and 2334. 30 in favor, 10 opposed to 2217, 28 in favor, 12 opposed to 2304, 31 in favor, 9 opposed to 2311, and 29 in favor and 11 opposed to 2382. These measures, having received the required constitutional majority, are hereby declared passed. Fourth roll call, we take the following. House Bill 2206, 2195, Senate sub for House Bill 2313, House Bill 2128, 2039, 2255, Senate Bill 259, House Bill 2109, and Senate sub for House Bill 2125. Clerk will read the title.
House Bill 2206, an act concerning campaign finance. House Bill 2195, an act concerning technical colleges. Senate substitute for House Bill 2313, an act concerning technology produced by certain foreign countries. House Bill 2128, an act concerning insurance. House Bill 2039, an act concerning healthcare. House Bill 2255, an act concerning weights and measures. Senate Bill 259, an act concerning taxation. House Bill 2109, an act concerning law enforcement, and Senate substitute for House Bill 2125, an act concerning property taxation.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Orson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Where? Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of Senate Bill 259, as this is a responsible and reasonable approach to make Kansas more affordable and competitive. My constituents are concerned about the cost of living. With our efforts in this body to address property taxes, of which I'm cautiously optimistic that our talented leadership in the House and Senate will come up with a solution good for Kansas. And with the lowering of income taxes through Senate Bill 259, I am proud to tell my constituents that we are taking positive steps to greatly improve their cost of living in our wonderful state. With this bill, we're putting Kansas on the national radar as a competitive, welcoming state for business investment and an affordable, safe state to raise a family. I proudly vote yes on Senate Bill 259.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel a call of the Senate coming, so I'd get ahead of it. Rule 19, my employer has personal interests, so I will be voting pass. I do ask for a preliminary count on 2206, so I can explain my vote.
Preliminary on 22-on-6 on screen is 32 in favor, 8 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I support the underlining bill, I just do not support the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Pottawatomie, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote no on House Bill 2109 because I believe this bill will lead to an erosion of our constitutional rights and is rushed through the process without proper vetting. The proponents of this bill would have us believe that the only important issue involved with this bill is the liability of a few utility companies, but when the primary argument of the proponents is that we must pass this bill right now, regardless of how it impacts our constitutional rights, this is a sure sign we'll regret our actions someday. Once we expand the power of the state to watch us at all times and reduce our privacy protections, history shows us that those rights are seldom, if ever, returned to the people. I'm disappointed we've chosen to prioritize the liability of a utility company over our individual rights as Kansans.
Further explanation or changes? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I would join in the remarks of the senator from Pottawatomie.
So ordered. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to explain my vote on House Bill 2109.
Proceed.
The amendment that was added to House Bill 2109 has an opportunity for the law enforcement agency to work with utilities, but does not require them. I look forward to a discussion in conference committee because I think we have identified 2 alternative approaches to protecting law enforcement.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Frascudo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll change my pass on House Bill 2109 to no. Mr. President, I understand that the legislation is just shifting the burden of responsibility from the right entity, I guess, from talking with the some of the conferees, but I still have somewhat of a concern for that legislation for my district. So I was hoping to pass on the pass. However, I will vote no. Thank you.
Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. With his permission, I'd like to join the remarks of the senator from Pottawatomie.
So ordered. Senator from Riley, Senator Starnes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also would like to join with the senator from Pottawatomie.
So ordered. Further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the roll, tally the vote. With 30 having voted in favor and 10 opposed to the passage of 259, 40 in favor and none opposed to 2039, 2125, 2128, 2195, 29 in favor, 9 opposed to 2109, 32 in favor, 8 opposed to 2206, 39 in favor, 1 opposed to 2255, 37 in favor, 3 opposed to 2313. These measures having received the required constitutional majority are hereby declared passed. Fifth roll call will take the following. Sub for Senate Bill 281, Senate Bill 39, 181, 229, 211, 1, and sub for Senate sub for House Bill 2060. Clerk will read the titles.
Substitute for Senate Bill 281, an act concerning the state treasurer. Senate Bill 39, an act concerning legal tender. Senate Bill 181, an act concerning state finances. Senate Bill 229, an act concerning labor and employment. Senate Bill 211, an act concerning wildlife and parks. Senate Bill 1, an act exempting the state of Kansas from daylight savings time, and Senate substitute for substitute House Bill 2060, an act concerning the state governmental ethics law.
Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes.
I think I coughed at the wrong time. Will you please repeat? Thank you.
Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Where? Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to explain it this time. Could I get a preliminary count, please, on Senate Bill 211?
At this point, it is 16 in favor, 23 opposed.
I'll wait just a moment.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 211.
Proceed.
I vote no on Senate Bill 211. The Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission has been operating effectively. Members of the commission have been able to bring up concerns, and a majority propose rules and regulations. The change regarding the appointments makes sense, eliminating the prohibition of appointing a controlled shooting area licensee, an employee of such licensee, or any person who provides hunting outfitting services or hunting guide services does not. Allowing a single member of the commission to promulgate rules and regulations creates expense and unnecessary work for a lawyer, the Attorney General, the Department of Administration, and the Secretary of State. I'd like to have my remarks spread on the journal.
So ordered. Senator from Pottawatomie.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to explain my vote on 229.
Proceed.
I vote no on 229 because this legislative body already creates the parameters for licensure in Kansas, and while I believe this bill is well intended, I don't believe it will actually reduce overregulation. This bill will just insert another layer of bureaucracy that will make it more difficult to make future changes to licensure.
Further explanations or changes? Senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 39.
Proceed.
In the Kansas Senate today, we didn't remove the tax on fuel or the tax on wages or the tax on homes or the tax on land, but we did decide to remove the tax on gold. The gold changers won today. I vote no.
Further explanations or changes? Seeing none, clerk will close the room. Senator Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain my vote on Senate Bill 1.
Proceed.
If adopted, which it appears it will, it would actually be 6:54, and we'd get a better night's sleep. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anyone wish to change their vote? No. Senator from Montgomery.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee invested a lot of time on Senate Bill 211. Don't really like the bill in its current form, but also hate to see the bill totally go down, personally. So I'm going to not make any difference, but go from a pass to a yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
So ordered. Further explanations. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
With his permission, I'd like to join the comments from the senator from Cherokee.
So ordered. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. With his permission, I would also like to join the remarks of the senator from Cherokee.
So ordered. Any further changes? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
With his permission, I would also like to join the comments of the senator from Cherokee on gold.
Anyone else? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Oh, in the spirit of fun, with his permission, I'd like to join the remarks from Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Seeing no further explanation or changes, clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. With 33 having voted in favor and 7 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 1, 28 in favor, 12 opposed to Senate Bill 39, 32 in favor and 8 opposed to Senate Bill 181, 31 in favor, 9 opposed to 229, 40 in favor, none opposed to 281, and 36 in favor and 4 opposed to the passage of House Bill 2060. These measures having received the required constitutional majority are declared passed. With 17 voting in favor and 23 opposed to the passage of Senate Bill 211, this measure is hereby declared lost. Referred back to the order of business, messages from the House. Clerk will read.
The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2020. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2022 and requests a conference and has appointed Representatives Proctor, Wagner, and Haskins as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2016, has requested a conference, and has appointed Representatives Proctor, Wagner, and Haskins as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2275, has requested a conference, and has appointed Representatives Smith, A., Turner, and Sawyer as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2231, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives Smith, A., Turner, and Sawyer as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2280, requests a conference, and has appointed Representatives B. Carpenter, W. Carpenter, Bryce, and Ruiz S. as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2365, has requested a conference, and has appointed Representatives W. Carpenter, Bryce, and Ruiz S. as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2249, has requested a conference, and has appointed Representatives W. Carpenter, Bryce, and Ruiz S. as conferees on the part of the House. The House non-concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 2069, has requested a conference, and has appointed Representatives W. Carpenter, Bryce, and Ruiz S. as conferees on the part of the House.
On a motion to accede, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson on 2016.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to a request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2016 and House Bill 2022.
We're going to take them one at a time.
Oh, one, okay, just on House Bill 2016, Mr. President.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints as part of conferees and part of the Senate, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, Senator from Barton, Senator Blue, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascudo, Senator from Johnson on 2022.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request from the House for a conference on House Bill 2022.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. As conferees on part of the Senate, Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, Senator from Barton, Senator Blue, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fascudo, Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson on House Bill 2275.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on 2275.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. As conferees, Chair appoints Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Senator from Lynn.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2231.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage on House Bill 2280.
Mr. President, I move the Senate accede to the request for the House for a conference on House Bill 2280.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Senator from Johnson on 2365.
Mr. Chair, I move the Senate accede to the request of the House for a conference on House Bill 2365.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. As conferees, Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, and Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Senator from Johnson on 2249.
I move the Senate accede to the request for the House for a conference on House Bill 2249.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. One more time, Senator from Johnson on 2069.
I move the Senate accede to the request for the House for a conference on House Bill 2069.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints Senator from Johnson, Senator from Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. Conferees on part of the Senate. Senator from Sherman on SB 125.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate non-concur on Senate Bill 125 so we can conference.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints as conferees Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger, Senator from Saline, Senator Clay, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage on SB 250.
I move the Senate non-concur in-House amendments to SB 250 and request a conference committee be appointed.
Heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints conferees Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, Senator from Finney, Senator from Clifford, Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher. This time I'm withdrawing House Bill 2054 from general orders, re-referring to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs. Are there announcements? Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call a meeting for Monday at 1 o'clock on Senate Bill 125 in room 112 North. Thank you.
Further announcements. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 39, I request my vote be changed on 2164 from no to yes.
That is unanimous consent. I believe anyone object to the changing of the vote for the Senator from Lynn? Seeing none, vote will be changed. Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Previously, I announced a conference committee on all conferenceable bills at 9:30 a.m. in room, but we have a room number 142S.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two announcements. First, a time and room change for Senate Judiciary Monday morning. It will be at 8:30 in our regular room, 346 South, to consider the appointment of Lori Fleming to the Kansas Court of Appeals. And the second announcement is the Senate Judiciary Conference Committee will be meeting at 9:30 Monday morning in a room to be announced, 9:30 Monday morning. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The conference committee with Fed and State, Senate, Fed and State, and the House elections will be at 11 a.m. on Monday. The room to be announced, but hopefully very shortly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are officially walking into conference week for our new folks in the Senate. It's a lot of hurry up and wait. We're at the mercy of all of our conference committees as they scramble to meet with the House and to conference on differences. So the plan for next week is we will try to come in at 10, 2, and 4 every day as we try to keep the process moving. And sometimes we'll have to meet after dinner depending on how the schedule goes. I do know on Monday, the State Finance Council is meeting at 4. State Finance Council is meeting at 4, so it'll probably be a little different on Monday, but generally plan on 10, 2, and 4 every day. And conference committees, I believe, are meeting at 10 on Monday, some of them. So we won't have a full Senate here on Monday, but we will gavel it at 10, and that's okay. If you won't be here, if you'll be in conference, that's okay. We'll get you at 2 o'clock. So congratulations to the Senate. If my math is correct, passing 96 bills this week. I want to thank the Senate for all their work. I know it was a lot and a heavy lift, so thank you, everybody. With that, Mr. President, we'll see everybody on Monday at 10 o'clock. I move the Senate adjourn pro forma until 9 a.m. on Friday, March 21st, 2025.
Heard the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're adjourned.